And now, for the feature presentation, it's time for a look back at the James Webb perspective. Hello and welcome to the Ultimate Gaming Run, the series where I am attempting to play through all of the main games from the main roster and as many of the spirits as possible in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. If this is the first time you have encountered my opinions, then you have been recommended a damn fine starting point by the ever-increasingly eldritch YouTube algorithm. I have thus far into this series played every mainline Kirby game plus a couple of extras, and if you don't have the time or energy to go through my channel, this is the one-stop shop for the season of Kirby. All 14 episodes stitched together to produce one seamless viewing experience. Some minor re-edits and tweaks have been made, and the end will feature an overall recap of the game series as a whole, and my thoughts on the whole of Kirby's mainline games, so stick around for that. But with no further ado, let's just get right into it with episode 1. My experience with Kirby's Dream Land started rather slow. I knew going in that this was a tiny game with very few features, but I was not expecting it to be as short as it was. I spent less than an hour playing the game, and most of the time I was struggling. Listen, there's a reason I don't play many games. It turns out I am turbo garbage at most of them. The entire time I was playing this game, I realized that I was in fact not a gamer at heart. Hopefully that improves. The controls were unfamiliar to me, and I was having a time with them, let me tell you. Playing with a Pro Controller was probably a mistake, but I didn't feel like changing it out because who in their right mind would trust a Joy-Con? This combined with the fact that pressing up at all causes Kirby to puff up and rise like a freaking blimp made moving around feel really clunky to me. And the poor boy ended up experiencing the effects of my trash play firsthand. At some point, I started feeling like I truly got the hang of it though. And at some point, I even managed to learn Krako's movement. Knowing that I was bad at video games, I decided to expertly time out lo 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 and la la la. Okay, I may have died more times than I care to admit, but this was still a cool experience. Despite my obvious lack of skill, talent, or street cred, I eventually got my shit together and managed to beat the game. DDD in particular was a rewarding experience even if he did smack me around a couple of times. So we're left with my thoughts on the game itself. Honestly, I would have to say that I would put Kirby's Dream Land at D tier. It's cute and charming, but it has not aged too well. Awkward controls, very little substance, and graphics that are only okay. Worst of all, my boy isn't happy or smiling. Sakurai made him sad, and that makes me sad. I obviously see the potential here, but from what I understand, this game was meant to be easy and introduced a simple new concept to the world of gaming. Most people would say this isn't really where Kirby started, and Nintendo has a track record of testing the waters before creating some of the best games to ever exist. So I am confident this is the lowest the Kirby games are going to go for me. First things first, the graphics are much improved. Color, music, real estate, the whole 9 yards. Or rather, 27.1577 shaku, which is a traditional Japanese unit of measurement that I learned about when looking up if this was a joke I could make. Learn something new every day. Anyway, the game looks good. I especially liked how much more colorful this game was than most of the Mario games I've ever seen. Pastels and dark tones with watery beaches, icy tundras, and even the power-ups all changing Kirby's color worked really well. The auroras and the dark zones especially were cool to me. There's a lot to enjoy about the visuals this game presents you with, and the sound design is also much better. The music is a shining example of Nintendo's great composition, and overall, it's just sweet to play through these first 4 worlds. Up next, gameplay. This is really where the series started to show its true colors. The copy ability has joined the scene, baby! This is the biggest aspect of what makes Kirby games unique, being able to suck, swallow, and make use of your opponent's body so you can ram them, spit on them, and smash them. I am 25 years old, by the way. I never grew up, and I don't intend to. This mechanic is genius, and if you have never played a Kirby game before, let me be the first to say it is by far the most fun you will have with them. Identifying what enemies give you what power and how that power works is such an engaging ability, and I have a really hard time thinking of any games that do anything similar to this except for Wario games. If you guys have an idea of games that allow you to change your state on the fly repeatedly because of the enemies you interact with or defeat, let me know in the comments, because this is honestly a game mechanic I doubt I could ever get tired of. My favorites in Kirby's Adventure definitely were back throw for the mechanic itself and freeze. I'm just colorblind enough that I struggle with warm tones and green, according to my beloved fiance, who cheats because women have more color vision than men anyway, but whatever. The soothing blue appearance is really nice to me. and the ability is also pretty good. The gameplay itself is refined from the first entry in the Elder God Ascending series, and I started to feel really good about my ability to do things in this game. Now, I am still, in fact, extremely bad at video games, and this means that I often died and even game overed in this Kirby game, which was a combination of embarrassing at first and extremely irritating by the end. Kirby games in the modern day are quite easy, actually, but these early titles kind of threw me for a loop. There is a lot of end lag after you perform any action, and by that I mean that once you have jumped, or begun a float, or started inhaling, you will be committing to that action for a good chunk of time as you carry out the animation. Landing is an especially obvious example. Just look at how long it takes me to fully gain control after I fall from a great height. In later titles, this is much faster, but this is usually not an issue. The game is simplistic enough that there's not often a whole lot that can really mess you up as you deal with the end lag. An enemy might ram into you, or you may miss the stars a few billion times because they move so fast. Like, what did I ever do to you? I'm sorry, baby, please come back. But unless there's a lot of stuff happening on screen, you won't face too much hardship and you should be fine. It's a good thing the NES is an extremely overtuned console that never crashes or slows literally ever. Otherwise, I may come to dislike playing this emulator at times when there are, say, too many assets on the screen for the poor thing to process in one go. It's also a good thing I don't get motion sickness from screen shaking. It is rather unfortunate, however, that neither of those two things I just said were true. The fact is, the NES is an old piece of equipment, and the emulator on Nintendo Online actually portrays that beautifully. It's a very interesting and faithful emulation that replicates all the little errors that happen with the NES, from minor sounds getting cut off, to the edges of the screen flickering sometimes, to sprite counts going too high and lagging the device. And I actually really like that. It makes the gaming experience feel more authentic. But I also fucking hate lag, and the damn game kept eating my inputs. Normally, when I am playing a video game, I enjoy feeling challenged and the process of learning how to better myself as I play. When I was getting my round pink ass handed to me by D2D in the first game, I never really got upset or frustrated because I felt that I was being reckless or just stupid. But in Kirby's Adventure, that was not the case. The lag ate my inputs all the time, everywhere, especially during boss fights or when I needed to be able to move and jump and activate special moves freely. I know I'm not a speedrunner or a professional, and I know this is likely not frustrating to most people, but when the game itself is ignoring inputs because of me hitting the button during a time that the game is lagging, it is immediately and extremely irritating to me. Thank God for Emulation Rewind, so that I could blatantly cheat and get back to what I was doing before the lag prevented me from playing. Now, this was a comparatively minor issue. As annoying as it was, it only happened maybe a dozen or 2 dozen times during my first playthrough. The far bigger issue was this.
What?
I have no idea what happened or why. Maybe somebody can tell me in the comments. There were no enemies on screen, no major glitch that I could see, no input that I did. It just died. When this first happened, I was on World 6 of the game, and if I had not at random made a save of the game in World 4, then I would have had to play through the whole thing again. Losing progress always sucks, of course, but at least it wasn't too much. That's what I would have said if the section I had crashed in wasn't the Orange Ocean, which was by far my least favorite world in the game. Like I said earlier, the first 4 worlds were an absolute treat, and I did very much enjoy them. But worlds 5 and 6 step up the enemy spam, difficulty. And this meant that the safest way to deal with most of the rooms in a lot of these levels was to just avoid encountering the enemies altogether. Having power-ups was cool and all, but this was also the section of the game that, as I just mentioned, had a lot of enemies. So my inputs kept getting fucking Thanos snapped out of existence, and I kept getting hit and losing lives, and then game overing again. It's the gamer curse. I had already done all of this and did fine the first time, so the second time I did it, it was 10 times harder. What really cemented all of this into an experience that stopped being fun was what I like to call the riveting gameplay sections. What is a riveting gameplay section, you may ask? I'll show you. Behold, the obstacle. Enemies in a wide area, some of which can fly. And now, the solution. Absolutely riveting. Besides occasionally puffing to kill flying opponents, these sections are extremely slow and boring. Doubly so when you have already experienced them before, and there are a lot of them too. At this point, I was using the emulator features to avoid costly mistakes a lot. Thank goodness that they exist, oh my god. Funnily enough, the game does get a lot easier when you are just rewinding time to before you get injured, so you can style on your opponents and expertly avoid all harm.
Oh my god!
After giving Kirby a lovely interactive tour of every single spike in that level, I caught up to where I was before. Thankfully, by the end, I got to experience the best mechanic in this game.
What?
Video games are fun. I enjoy playing video games. They give me something to do that isn't brain rotting or bad for my health. They keep me feeling sharp, and I like to feel happy because the big boops go brr and my soggy bacon wrinkle go yay. But why? Why do this? Where was my indication that this boss was timed? How was I supposed to know? The last full world of the game at least gave me one great highlight.
Oh, hey, this is actually really cool.
This monochrome section was spectacularly fun. Honestly, I don't much remember anything about the first 4 worlds of this game because my memory likes to switch from NES save mechanic bad to Rajveer Meena memorizing and reciting 70,000 digits of pi over the course of 10 hours good. I'll either struggle to remember taking my anti-sads and having breakfast, or I will be able to recall that my then girlfriend, now fiance, soon to be wife, told me about a lovely little Loch Ness Monster tea steeper she found in a shop 5 years prior, and I will purchase it on a whim because I heard that she loved it. I'm sure that jumbled up in here somewhere with the Warhammer lore and all the social cues I have memorized during my time on the Spectrum, the first 4 worlds ended up deleted during my rage at the last 3 due to some sort of prioritization algorithm or something. I'm not really sure how that works. Either way, this last monochromatic section was so fun and so cleanly designed that between all the noise on either side, I remember it clearly and fondly, even now. It was like a glass of milk after some really spicy food, a nice little treat that cleansed my palate and reminded me of all the good times I have had with my boy in the past, and I guess his future. With no enemy spam, simple level design, and thus full control over my inputs, I can say with certainty, this section was the best in the game. And it's obvious that a lot of thought was put into this section. It may be literally one color, but the place still felt alive and cheerful. I loved every second of this level with all my heart. This is what Kirby games do best. The yay factor. Yay! And then I got dive bombed by UFOs. Seriously, why is this game so intent on fucking me over all of a sudden? DDD was just as difficult as before, only now, not only could he eat my boy, he could also eat my inputs. I know it's incredibly cheap to do this, and that the hardware limitations are part of the experience, but I was getting really salty at this point, and didn't want to judge the game too harshly because of the performance of the emulator, so I did poke time back for the fight, mostly just to reset it when I was getting absolutely demolished by this penguin. Seriously, DDD's got hands. They're right there, look at them.
Huh?
I did enjoy this animation after I beat him, maybe a little too much, and then I was off to the final boss of the game, Nightmare. I do enjoy this type of gameplay, and in Dreamland, these were my favorite sections because of how cleanly the game controlled. I was looking forward to the boss fight at this point because I knew that Nightmare was an iconic beast.
You have a time limit? Ugh.
Yeah, I was done. I stopped having fun. I know this is not exactly a good place to be right at the final boss of the game. I simply had no reason to care anymore. Regardless of what ended up happening, if I left this fight with just 1 hit point and I went to the next section, I knew that all I had to do was get hit again and I would reset with full health at the next section anyway. And then I would just have to restart over and over again if I ever game over. Nightmare was not a fun fight for me. The vast majority of the time, I just stood mostly still and waited for an opening, which was made harder by the fact that the Star Rod here has entirely different mechanics to normal jumping that I also had to get used to, and the only weak spot he has are the sparkles under his cloak. He'll only show these sparkles off right before an attack, so you have to sneak a hit in just before he shoots you. The big issue with this is lag again. I ended up just using the rewind function to beat him and move on. I do kinda regret doing that now, but at the time, that first phase having an instant death timer made me so angry I didn't really care. So, what did I think of Kirby's Adventure? I know I just spent the last few minutes complaining about it, but I did have a lot of fun. This was a much longer game than Dreamland and a much more fleshed out one. The levels were mostly a ton of fun. I felt in control most of the time, and I loved all of the power-ups except Spark, because Spark sucks. The graphics were great, and the bright, cheerful, and colorful world stood in stark contrast to the dark, and malevolent spirit that the game never told you was the enemy. With good music, a good dose of nostalgia, and solid creative mechanics that have withstood the test of time, the only issues I can say I truly had were with the console emulation going very poorly for me and lag, but literally no one enjoys lag. Some of the features of the game made me very angry. I really dislike it when a game randomly pulls some nonsense on you because you didn't achieve some esoteric goal in time. Trickery and timed events are fine, of course. The funny guys at Nintendo trick me all the time with 1-ups in this game, for example. But especially with the final boss, all of the wind was just sucked out of my sails after I had already dealt with a lot of the other nonsense. So I'm gonna put Kirby's Adventure in D+, for being an obviously better game than Dreamland, but having severe issues I can't look past. Maybe if the lag was not present, or if these really stupid and unclear occurrences were improved upon, I would not have been as salty. Either way, that is where I am putting this game. It is better than Dreamland, but overall, I don't really see myself picking this one back up ever again. Kirby's Dream Land 2! You're never gonna believe it, but this is a direct sequel to the very first Kirby's Dream Land.
Oh, hell no.
This game originally released on the Game Boy instead of the NES like Kirby's Adventure, and then it was remastered in full glorious color for the Game Boy Color. Look at how gorgeous it is.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
I will not be playing this version. Because I am using Nintendo Online's Game Boy emulation feature, I am playing without all the flashy lights, which is honestly kind of a shame. Regardless, we have some first thoughts to get through. You'd think after 25 years on this planet, I would have had my first thoughts ages ago, but no, these are the first. Immediately upon arriving at eggs? A steak? Dinner? Oh, the grassland. Okay. I noticed that the game was much more responsive than its predecessor. The animations have been tightened up a bit from the original. The sprite work is clear and concise, and there is already so much expression, and I have only been playing for 10 seconds. The progression from the first title to this one is remarkable, especially considering that this game is many times larger than the original, has the copy ability fully integrated, and all of this smoother gameplay all in just 3 years. And I haven't even gotten to the most impressive part. We actually have a new feature. Meet the animal friends. This is Rick. Why is he named Rick? Why do you care? It's a hamster named Rick. No further explanation is needed. He is our cute and cuddly new best friend that acts both as a companion and an extra health bar. Each animal friend comes with their own unique abilities, but all of them can use the copy ability. And even cooler than that, each animal friend's main abilities will stack with their version of whatever Kirby had equipped. Usually, if you use stone with Kirby, you become a rock and sit there. But if you have stone with Rick, he will turn into a boulder, and you can roll on top of him and crush all the enemies in your path. Almost every power-up in this game has some unique modification when applied to an animal friend, making the combinations really quite fun to mess around with. This is absolutely incredible and incredibly powerful, especially since Rick also increases your speed and doesn't slip on ice. The only downsides are that Rick is larger than Kirby, making him an easier target, and that he cannot fly, and therefore, neither can you. It's a bit hard to appreciate nowadays just how impressive the progress in gaming was during the 90s. The difference in games released 3 years ago from today is honestly negligible, despite what Nintendo insists is a remaster. The same console that gave us the original Kirby's Dream Land with its wonky controls, literally 5 levels, no copy ability, and animations that looked a bit like a child drawing with chalk, is now also giving us smooth gameplay, excellent sprites, and a whopping 21 unique forms of the copy ability, all with 38 stages to play in. That's insane! Imagine if modern day gaming had that sort of progression. Instead, you get to buy the same damn title as many times as Nintendo thinks they can scam you into buying it. What a waste. Everyone is currently used to relatively inexpensive, ultra-powerful handheld devices with more than 1,000,000 times as much processing power as the computer that took us to the motherfucking moon. And we have to occasionally remind ourselves that all of these incredible achievements had to start somewhere. So if you were looking for some inspiration on my channel for some reason, always remember that sometimes it ain't the hardware you're working with, it's how you use it. For example, some of you are holding all that potential right in the palm of your hands, and you chose to use that astonishing technology to watch me play video games and be funny. There could be no greater honor, and I sincerely thank you for it. Back to the gameplay then. We take Rick around for only a stage and a half before encountering our first optional objective, the rainbow drops. Or, well, these are just greenish. These rainbow drops are collectibles spread about Dreamland that the game never tells you anything about, but they are obviously extremely important. The music stops anytime you enter their rooms, replaced entirely by the digitized sparkles of pixelated greatness. And in the center of the room, hovering prominently, the glittering prize. Now, collecting these is not required to beat the game, according to the definition I provided in the first video, where I so eloquently stated that to beat a video game, you have to reach the credits. During my first playthrough, I only collected none of them, so I kept them in the back of my mind as I played to see if I wanted to go for them or not. Remember, I am not intending to 100% complete every game in the World of Light, just beat them. I do prefer being sane to the psych ward, believe it or not.
A few moments later.
After pulling Wispy's mask off because it isn't 2020 anymore, then spitting on his face until he cried, we move on to balls! I love balls!
What?
Oh, I guess this is called the Big Forest. It is here we are introduced to the most powerful member of Kirby's team, Koo. Koo is awesome. He has the ability to fly even past harsh winds, and his copy abilities are so powerful. His music slaps and his wings flap. Just listen to this. Koo very quickly became my favorite animal companion. Fuck out of here, Rick, I got places to be. With Koo as our new best friend, we eviscerated the whole of the Big Forest, encountering many opponents that never stood a chance. With no lag to speak of and the awesome power of flight digging into our scalp, we were unstoppable. After a brutal home invasion with child casualties, we move on to eggs.
Egg.
This is where we meet Kine. Kine is not a power-up, he is a sunfish. Sunfish are the most useless animal on the planet, which is really saying something considering the Pomeranian exists. But instead of, being normal, Kirby decides that the best way to befriend this new fish is to get into its mouth. Didn't even take it out to dinner first. Or I suppose Kirby is the dinner now? What even is happening? Kine is kind of a unique situation here because he can barely move on land, but he can swim against currents, which is awesome because it's also useless. You do not ever need to use Kine to beat the game, even a single time. At this point, I felt like I really had a handle on the game because it controlled so well, I was having an absolute blast. All right. Enough lollygagging. This game is honestly just so fun. And to be honest, now that all the animal friends have been gathered, I don't have much else to say. There is very little that could stop us now, and the only thing to fear are the bosses. But my God, sometimes the bosses really test my patience. In time, however, we arrive at the Dark Castle. This is easily the most difficult world in the game, with 7 levels each having rematches against mini-bosses that already are a bit tough. And at the end, my main rival DDD, who seems a bit off. Despite his initial tiredness though, as this fight progresses, DDD will occasionally absolutely lose his mind. And suddenly everything starts exploding all over the place. Stars are flying everywhere like holy shit! When did this become a Michael Bay film? After 15 minutes of getting demolished by this fat penguin, I finally defeated him and beat the game. And instead of credits, we get a lovely collection of enemies that were featured in this honestly wonderful game. So overall, what did I think of, wait, who is that? These rainbow drops are essential to get the true ending of the game, and initially I had absolutely no idea how to get them. After some extensive research, which involved looking up a guide, I discovered the hidden knowledge kept from mortal eyes for decades, and began gathering the star drops. Most of the time, getting the star drops is just a matter of having the right power-up to destroy these special blocks and snatching the prize, but actually getting to that point is a bit harder than you may think at first glance, especially for the star drop in Cloudy Park. Seriously, look at everything you need to do to get this one. Take Kine, get ice, break these blocks, enter the room, float into the air, land perfectly in this little lake there is no way you knew was there, swim against the current, defeat the mini-boss to get Spark, go back into the floating room, back into the lake, go the other way this time, defeat this mini-boss but do not take his power up, replace your animal friend with Rick, use Spark to defeat these cannons to get Koo, fly against the air current with Koo, defeat this mini-boss, get Cutter, go to the left, then finally get the drop.
Help me!
Me!
I swear I felt like I was collecting Pokemon. Who on earth initially discovered how to do this? If I didn't have a guide, it would have taken me hours to figure it out, and if I didn't have Emulation Rewind, it would have taken me days to do, because simple mistakes mean you lose your power or animal friend and get to start all over again. The end result is pretty cool though. Dark Matter. Defeating DDD a second time with all the rainbow drops lets you fight this Bushido-looking mass of darkness with a sword. This is a really cool fight, actually. Much better than the nightmare fight from Kirby's Adventure, but just as difficult. The attacks are simple, but you really do have to be on your guard, because when he is shooting his swords like Link at full health, those things are fast. I found out you can sort of camp him at the lower right edge of the screen and just sort of went crazy swinging at him, which finally ended up defeating him. Well, that was embarrassing. The second phase is actually even harder. The attacks are much harder to dodge, he moves much faster, and you don't even get to heal in between.
What's up, bitch?
But after several attempts, I did end up getting the perfect sequence to kill this mass of darkness. It was climactic, honestly. Kirby falling from the heavens with the great rainbow sword dazzling before him. It was beautiful. Our favorite pink puffball gazed into the heavens above and the earth below and saw he could shape them both. So, what did I think overall of Kirby's Dream Land 2? Well, I can say with confidence that I loved it. I won't repeat myself too much, but my goodness, the quality of the Kirby series has gone up exponentially every time I've picked it up so far. I still can hardly believe that this was for a handheld game console and not the NES. It's that big a difference. We get our first glimpse into the sort of arcane beings that exist in this normally beautiful world and got to experience an astonishing array of power-ups, allies, and even new enemies. I loved playing through this and can find no reason not to put it solidly in B tier. I imagine that if I had played the color version, I would be even more enthralled. With that being said, there are some ridiculous things expected of you in this game. The rainbow drops are a cool idea, but what the hell happened with the sixth one? It took me as long to collect that one as it did to get 4 or 5 of the others. I do believe the experience was well worth it though. This was a super cool game and I highly recommend it to anyone. Now, there is no particular order that these sub-games need to be played in necessarily, so I arbitrarily decided to play the first one because that is the correct decision. Welcome to the Spring Breeze, also known as Kirby's Dream Land, but we have graphics this time. This sub-game is a remake of the entire original Game Boy title, because Nintendo very much needs to do what they do best. And again, it really paints a picture of the level of improvement the Kirby series has undergone, with what used to be considered an entire video game taking me just 18 minutes to beat. Kirby Superstar Ultra is an immensely refined game. At this point, Kirby is 16 years old and has figured out how his body has changed and evolved since he hit puberty. The controls are tight, the animations are fantastic and expressive, the colors are beautiful, and the sound design is just stellar. The DS is able to produce a much better array of sounds than the previous consoles, now that audio is not limited to like 16 bits on a handmade computer chip. Instead, we got the honestly incredible magic of modern CPUs in the palm of our hands. One can only hope that technology appreciates being created in the first place, because I do believe we ought to really consider how good AI is at looking human nowadays. Anyway, Spring Breeze was actually so short that after I beat DDD, I was genuinely surprised I had completed the sub-game. I thought I was missing something, especially because these bosses were pretty easy. Every single one of them went down in a single try or two. To be honest, this was a nice change of pace from the first game, where I distinctly remember every single boss absolutely handing my round pink ass to me on a silver platter for like 20 minutes, because as I hope is exceptionally clear, I am apparently very good at being bad at video games. Now, given that this is a remake of the first game, there's honestly not even much to say about Spring Breeze. I mostly just have positives. This felt like a pretty good start. It was immensely easy, but for a kid to get into the series, that is no problem. Nintendo showing off the roots of our elder god before his ascension. Given that there is an opportunity for me to get meta here, I have decided to also rank each of the sub-games from F to S, because tier lists are fun and I'm not about to apologize anytime soon. I'd say Spring Breeze was a cute little romp, but I really barely even recall what happened. It was over before I knew it was over. D tier for DDD Done Dirty. So ends our tale of Genesis. Now, Dynablade. Here we have our first insight into the true nature of our Lord, his justice. Dynablade is a massive, armored rainbow bird with territorial issues and a documented hatred of corn. She's been attacking crops across Dreamland, which in a food-based economy is literally terrorism. Kirby alone can stop her, and so he rises to the mountaintop where she roosts, as all righteous boys should. This game mode is basically a slightly harder version of Spring Breeze, only instead of taking on DDD stealing food from the residents, you are taking on Dynablade stealing food from the residents. The level design is just a bit changed around, and instead of simply progressing from one level to the next, you have a little world map with a few secrets and a handful of hidden doors that lead to epic rooms full of copy abilities. This is an evolution of player-focused gameplay, a concept that Nintendo really continued into the modern day with some genuinely expansive world maps later in this series, and in plenty of others. 5 stages and then the boss this time around, so it is a little bigger than Spring Breeze, but it still only took me 21 minutes to beat. It was over before I really got too engrossed. Dynablade herself was an interesting boss, but with the ability to summon your helpers whenever you'd like, she went down as quickly as she came. I don't even feel good about it at this point, but we move on triumphant regardless. Gosh, the bosses are a lot easier this time around. I wonder if that's gonna be a trend. You can make a helper anytime, from any enemy. All you have to do is press a button and boom, brand new best friend. The ethical implications of that are beyond my pay grade to discuss. At the end, we do learn something very important though. Kirby is merciful and just, and sees to it that Dynablade's children are well cared for and happy after beating the shit out of their mom. Overall, I place Dynablade at C for cool-ass armored rainbow bird boss. So ends our tale of perspective. Next up, Gourmet Race. Iconic, hilarious, filled with character. Gourmet Race tells us the quote-unquote story of DDD challenging Kirby to a race and also an eating contest. Hope you have a bag available for when that food comes back up. 3 short races, sum of best, winner takes all. For glory, for Dreamland, for cholesterol. This is also the birthplace of the most intensely bizarre cover of all time. Shoutouts to Simple Flips. You know why.
1, 2, a hotmail. Kirby is a paying guy. 1, 2, a hotmail because Kirby is very cute.
Now this is obviously super simple. Get to the end and eat as much food as possible along the way. This really gets you to strategize and forces you to adapt fast. Do you skip that food that you missed, or do you move on? Oop, you hesitated, now he's past ya, and if he makes it first, get wrecked, boy. You ain't winning this round regardless. I should mention, I really, personally, do not like racing games. I have never enjoyed them. They make me unreasonably angry. But this is a tolerable race. DDD is easily my greatest rival, and he has a reason to be upset. I absolutely trounced him in Spring Breeze on my first try, so of course he decided that what he was going to do about it was eat as much as possible as quickly as possible. I do not personally recommend that strategy for when you are sad. Believe me, 20 pounds and a depressive episode later, it gets really hard to stop. Anyway, I ended up only playing this mode for 20 minutes overall, losing the first time and beating him the second time. Look how pathetic and sad he is over there. Yeah, swallow in misery, you greedy, fat penguin bitch! I rate Gourmet Race for don't fuck with me again, DDD, you rat. I'll make you regret it. So ends our tale of consequence. Up next on our agenda, the Great Cave Offensive. Now, I want to preface this section by being very clear, just so we can keep the comment section quiet, which probably won't happen, but the attempt is being made. okay? I am not intending to 100% complete every game in the World of Light. The challenge I am already doing is insane enough, and according to ChatGPT, it could take me anywhere from 250 hours to 58 years to complete. Beating all of the games that I can, as they are represented by Smash Bros. Ultimate, is an immense undertaking, and I will once again reiterate, I am only trying to beat the games by reaching their credits, okay? Not 100%. We got that settled? Okay. So I decided to collect every single treasure in the Great Cave Offensive. This took me about 3 hours. I am so sorry to my editor. Don't worry, I pay him. He's okay. He's probably crying, but he's okay. Shout out to the editors, by the way. You think you know how hard editing is? You don't. That's why I'm over here playing games, and he's over there suffering through my existential collapse in real time. Collecting all of the treasures in the Great Cave Offensive is not at all required to beat the subgame, but it is the only way to have all the treasures, so I figured we may as well. At first, the overall experience was pretty linear. Just being meticulous in the first section more than easily allowed me to collect everything here. The main goal is to find, access, and collect all these little trinkets, which are scattered about, some with unique copy abilities needed to free or obtain them, some with little puzzles, and others that just require you be a little more careful about remembering which paths go which way. Right from the get-go, the subgame encourages non-linear gameplay, with careful routing and planning essential to actually getting all of them. In addition to finding these, the level will also tell you when you have reached the end of a section by having these doorways with big, obvious stars on them. This is much appreciated because I do enjoy exploring and squeezing all the juice out of all the levels I am playing. And I feel entirely cheated out of that experience whenever I accidentally end up going down the path that progresses the story. Now, if you do end up going through the door, you can always come back, but it is an easy way to keep the different areas segmented from each other. Between each course, there's a little railway system where you can also reenact your favorite traumatic live leak video of a cow getting vaporized by a train. Now, once you get past the first area here, you enter a boss fight against Fatty Whale. That name is so wrong. This guy went down no problem, so we moved on to the much less linear portion of the cave. Here, in the honestly beautiful crystal caves, is where things get interesting. There are plenty of loops, split paths, and odd places to go to find treasures in, and the whole place becomes a bit more maze-like as you search for an exit. I personally found this to be very fun, though apparently plenty of people that have played this game disagree. I'm not sure why, if I'm being honest. All of the exploration, the puzzles, and my navigational acumen being tested was a lot of fun. Let me know how you feel about this section in the comments, because who knows, maybe it's just me, but I love this kind of style of gameplay. It is genuinely very intriguing to me. The boss of this section is the computer virus, which, oh no, they're onto me. You have no proof of anything, FBI. I won't tolerate this break of my privacy. From here, it ain't getting any less mazy. The castle is the first place I genuinely got lost. It has a lot of different paths to take and some secretive little cubbies to hide in. With plenty of enemies along the way, some very strict requirements in terms of abilities, and a couple of falls from a very high place, I ended up caught here for a little while longer than I would have liked, and ultimately kept looping around like an idiot until I looked up what I was missing. I will be honest, I do not think I would have figured that out on my own, because the last time I was at the place where I had to go, I died instantly. That's what we call negative reinforcement. The boss here is Chameleon Arm, who is now dead. Huh. We won't be seeing any more of him, am I right? Finally, the garden here, which threw me for a loop instantly. This first part seemed very simple, but I spent something like 15 minutes fluttering uselessly against the wind currents until I finally managed to figure out how to get the tantalizing treasure. See, if I had Koo around here like I did in Kirby's Dream Land 2, this would have been easy pickings. The rest of the garden was pretty easy to navigate for me, even past the cloudy area, and nabbing all but a few of the treasures was just a question of meticulousness. Except for the hole the enemies came from. That should have been more obvious to me in hindsight. The final boss of this area is Wham Bam Rock. And he went down, oh holy crap! Oh my god, let go of me! Ah! This boss does not mess around. He hurts, has a ton of health, and by the second phase has an unavoidable grab that is so fast and does so much damage, it's kind of insane. Wham Bam Rock beat me up like I owed him lunch money, which, to be fair, I did steal nearly $10 million worth of stuff off him, and threw poor Kirby around like a rubber ball. Defeating him was an exercise in restraint. Don't be too gung-ho, and you'll be fine. Sit still, react quickly, and strike when the moment is right, or not at all. Overall, I do very much think I made the right call in playing through all of the Great Cave Offensive. It was confusing, at times esoteric, occasionally punishing, and definitely intentionally misleading, but it was really interesting to see all of the neat little references the treasures make, like the Triforce. Guys, all those Zelda games really made it look a lot harder to get, but I guess that just goes to show how truly phenomenal our Lord's power is that he may wield all three pieces. I won't spoil any of the others in case you want to collect them yourself, but they are fun to see. Overall, I would say that the Great Cave Offensive was a lot of fun, but I definitely see why some people complained about it too. I think that because you can literally skip over every single treasure, and for the fact that it is windy, ambiguous, and sometimes downright mean, I'd have to place it in C tier. With a hasty escape, so ends our tale of discovery. Next up in our vast list of subgames is Revenge of Meta Knight. This subgame tells the tale of how a charismatic man roused the armies of his nation and kickstarted an immense industrial upswing to create one of the most advanced war machines of all time to invade his neighbors and eventually conquer the world, seeking to eradicate all that dare to counter him in the name of personal progress and removal of laziness and social rot.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
This is still a Kirby game, right? Anyway, obviously Meta Knight's literal fucking war needs to be stopped, and the honestly amazing halberd has to go down. Kirby is here to save the day, and by that I mean get dropped out of the sky. Woo! You go, Kirby! Revenge of Meta Knight has 7 more serious stages with some increased difficulty and a ton of unique enemies. The gimmick? It's all timed. If you do not complete a level in time, you lose. That gives this a sense of urgency right off the bat, because if you do not hurry up and stop this cataclysm, the consequences will be dire. And it's not like Kirby is not taking this seriously either. He fell out of the hangar, and then when he came back, he got shot out of the sky. Do these people not know who the fuck I am? We start the 3rd stage off with Dynablade dropping us off before also getting shot out of the sky. We make our way across the ship until we reach another genuine problem boss, the combo cannon. I struggled quite a bit with this boss too, for a bunch of reasons. Firstly, smacking this thing at the front does not do damage to the boss at all, so that was learned the hard way. Secondly, this hand does not respect your personal space, and apparently you can destroy it, which was also learned the hard way. Finally, this cannon has no tell, so if it has decided to shoot you, you're gonna feel it real quick. Guess how I learned that one? All in all, this boss took me out a couple of times before I managed to turn it into a hole in the ship and bust my way in. The time limit throughout the subgame has not been an issue so far, but here is where it started to be. Destroying the wing here requires some winding, twisty paths and some button puzzles, followed by an intense chase scene until we finally get to fight the heavy lobster. Every time you go through the wrong door or fail the puzzle, the situation feels more and more hectic. And the mini-bosses that slow you down, it feels like an affront. Get out of my way, I got airships to break. Heavy Lobster is really not so tough. He is slow, telegraphs his attacks like crazy, and his pattern is pretty easy to exploit. He goes down and explodes, no problem. Now to the reactor. I don't know what kind of sci-fi, crystal mystic shit Meta Knight managed to find underground, but this reactor is literally indestructible is what I would say if the laser beams weren't team-killing trolls. You'd think that with all this tech, the people designing this would have been able to tell the targeting system to not shoot directly at its power source. That's what you get when you have AI do everything for you, I guess. With the reactor blown up and the slaves freed, the halberd starts falling out of the sky. and we tear our way through the main deck, slaughtering everyone that remains until we encounter the main crew. Which is a little heartbreaking, actually. They really were just lamenting their lives and regretting the failure to their boss, and Kirby just murdered them. We encounter Meta Knight, who is also no joke. He has extremely unpredictable slashes from his sword and some unblockable attacks. But if you have a helper, this should not be too big a deal. Try to keep your distance, stay behind him, make sure you distract him with your friend, and eventually you will make a startling revelation.
No, I am your father.
We escape on our motorbike as the ship collapses all around us like this is Fast and Furious, falling out of the sky like the helicarrier from the Avengers, with things exploding all around and Meta Knight revealing he can fly as he attempts to end your life for good. This is still a Kirby game, right? With Meta Knight's bid for cultural and ethnic supremacy firmly entrenched in the Orange Ocean to rot, the would-be usurper escapes our Lord's judgment for now, and Dreamland is safe again. Ooh, what an experience! This played out much less like a Kirby game and much more like a Call of Duty infiltration mission with cute sprite work. There was action, tension, story, time limits, epic bosses, advanced machinery, an industrial feel. It all felt really cinematic the whole time. Unlike the other sub-games, Revenge of Meta Knight has an intro and outro movie for each stage, rather than just the whole subgame. Watching the bad guys go from cocky to irritated to shocked to genuinely scared for their life and finally ready and willing to die for their leader was not something I was prepared to see in a Kirby game. This is a Kirby game! I am controlling a pink, adorable ball of squish. Why are we enacting war crimes on Dreamland? Why are we relentlessly tearing down a war vessel the size of the city? Why are we getting shot out of the sky? Apologies for the interruption, but have you considered that you might be enjoying my descent into madness? Because if so, I have got a deal just for you. Order now, and for just free $99, you can subscribe and hit the bell to be notified of every upload I put out. Offer void where prohibited. We have reached the point in the Kirby series where we become aware that Kirby might be a little bit more than just a resident folk hero of Dreamland. In this sub-game, we see him repeatedly falling from tremendous heights with no issue, tanking 150mm artillery shells like it's nothing, blowing things up that drop the halberd into the ocean, and literally single-handedly turning this industrial superweapon into scrap before it ever got a chance to start its war. Kirby is not a special forces agent. He's not a superhero or even a particularly special guy. He has no introduction and no lore other than friend-shaped and cute, and he just did all of that within one day. It's morning when he starts this quest and only sunset when he has dropped the vessel. Are you beginning to see now why we call him our Most High? This was a blast. I usually don't really enjoy time limits in games, but in general, this was not too mean of one. So being able to rip this machine apart with our bare hands was a very engaging and cathartic experience. The difficulty is starting to ramp up here, but it is not so bad yet. We will get to things that are much harder, believe me. This subgame was awesome. I loved the exhilaration of escaping rampaging death robots, blowing up reactors, and toppling easily the greatest threat that Dreamland has ever seen. I felt like a total badass the entire time and never really felt like there was an issue or game flaw. I have to put this subgame solidly at A tier. It was without a shadow of a doubt the best subgame in this whole collection so far. And thus ends our tale of supremacy. Now comes a peek into the cosmic story, the tremendous scale of consequences we are beginning to witness. Kirby is presented with a new issue. The sun and the moon are fighting, causing disarray in Dreamland. The residents of Dreamland at this point know to ask him for help, so they come to our Lord as he rests beneath a sacred tree. This guy, who is definitely not a bad guy in any way whatsoever, trust me, tells Kirby about a great machine that can grant any wish. But to power it, you need these super powerful stars that are scattered all over the solar system. Now, Kirby, being both immensely capable and immensely kind, goes to find these stars. I don't know why he didn't just beat the shit out of the sun and moon. He's done it before, but whatever. So now we are playing Kirby in space. Mario Galaxy be damned, this is the original starfaring Nintendo outing. Now we can travel to any world we want to. The whole gimmick of Milky Way Wishes is that you no longer have the ability to consume enemies to gain powers, and instead have to find super copy pedestals scattered about the galaxy. Each of the planets has their own unique gameplay elements, meaning every single level has some new thing to throw at you to trip you up. That's a really cool idea on paper. Practically though, I think it fell a little short. Planet Fiora has the unique feature of being able to step between seasons by just entering a few doors, which is odd but cool. Sometimes you want winter to be able to break through ice and enter a door. Sometimes you want fall for a tree to die. And sometimes you want summer because water is needed. It's short and simple, but really quite fun. Granted, anytime you're looking to progress, all you're really doing is going through a door. Then comes Planet Aquarius. At first, this world's gimmick is these bubbles of water that Nintendo apparently has enjoyed as a concept for a while, and the fact that you can just encounter some of Meta Knight's lackeys here. But then you enter the last door here and get dropped off into the claustrophobic underwater cave version of Sisyphus's Punishment. I hate this so much. Every path you take is wrong, and every time you take the wrong path, you get to start over, and I hate it. This room was the most boring Super Mario Maker pick-a-path nonsense I've ever played in a Kirby game. 0 out of 10, leaving a bad Yelp review, riveting gameplay section. Next, Planet Sky High. More pick-a-path. Real clever Nintendo. Really phoning this in right at the end, huh? Then Planet Hotbeat, which is a molten lava nightmare that really keeps you on your toes. This is what I would say if these railways did not trivialize the entire level. Next, Planet Cavius is a maze full of little pockets where you fight bosses, the vast majority of which are entirely optional. More pick-a-path. Then we have Planet Mechai, an industrial-looking world that is a lot like tearing your way through the halberd until you reach this tower of mini-bosses that is, believe it or not, another fucking pick-a-path. Planet Half Moon is cool-looking, but ultimately just a railway system. Okay, all the stuff has been collected, time to enact our wish. Now, much to our surprise, as Kirby is about to make the wish, that guy, who was definitely not a bad guy in any way whatsoever, trust me, bumps our lord out of the way and proves himself actually definitively the bad guy all along. I fooled you by wishing for the ability to control Popstar. So we make our way to the inside of this grand machine, and suddenly we're playing a shmup. I love shmups. This is honestly so cool and looks so good. I will admit, it's more than a little strict. The movement is quite fast, and hitting these walls is a super easy way to explode, which I do not recommend if you enjoy being alive. The screen moves faster and faster, and the hallway gets narrower and narrower. This was the most engaging section of the subgame, and I enjoyed it profusely, even if I did die many times. The boss is actually super easy, but equally as cool. Look at the background here, it's amazing. I turned this gigantic alien wish-granting machine into an explosion. I'm Luke Skywalker, baby! Now, we can take the fight directly to Mr. Communism, who, I will admit, is dressed for the occasion quite fittingly, and begins our climactic battle.
A few moments later.
Oh, never mind, he's dead. Ha. Milky Way Wishes was not that fun, honestly. Listen, I love Cosmic Journeys. I replay Ratchet & Clank every few years, the whole series, because it is goated, don't at me. So this should have hit me like a revelation, but instead, I just sort of coasted. The ability gimmick felt like it hadn't cooked for long enough, and the levels were either rail rides or guess and cry. I spent 50 minutes playing this subgame, and the vast majority of the time was spent either in railways or accidentaling my way into progress. And so with all this, I have to give Milky Way Wishes a score of D for dumbass pick-a-path nonsense. So ends our tale of betrayal. Up next, the arena. This was the difficulty spike that finally made me go, okay, I gotta learn how to play Kirby games like now. The point of the arena is that you are fighting all of the bosses in a row, and between each one you have a chance to heal and get some copy abilities. At the very beginning, you can choose any of them, but between each boss you only get 2 apparently randomized ones. The 5 Maxim tomatoes once collected become regular tomatoes, and you have to beat 19 bosses in a row. Now up to this point, I have joked repeatedly about the bosses being easy pickings again and again, because they were. So going into this, I thought I was going to breeze past the whole subgame. I could not have been more wrong. Most of the bosses fought up until this point were absolute jokes because you almost always had the ability to get your ass beat and come right back with full HP. In the arena, if you die, you go all the way back to the very beginning. Too bad, so sad, get good, hashtag wrecked. I spent 2 hours and 45 minutes in this arena and died easily a dozen or 2 dozen times. At first, I was way too gung-ho, playing recklessly and thinking I was hot shit, ignoring healing opportunities and wasting my helpers as meat shields. I found out real quick that was not gonna cut it. So, I slowed way down and tried to instead min-max my health, optimize which copy abilities I had and which my helpers had, attempted to figure out how to defeat each of the bosses while taking as little damage as possible, and being more careful throughout. It became something of a puzzle, actually, where I had to modify my gameplay and adapt to the situation before me to achieve victory, manage resources, and take my time to achieve total understanding of my opponent and how they functioned. I imagine that when I get into playing the World of Light on the hardest difficulty, it will be much the same story. So, to save us all some time, because this video is long enough as it is, I am briefly going to go over my strategies to beat the arena in the hopes that it helps someone out in the future. Now, each of the enemies is entirely random except for the final boss, who will always be Marks. So I'm going to go over general strats because at any given moment, the order, your helpers, and your abilities will be different to my own. Chameleon Arm was a joke before, but he's actually one of the more difficult ones. He leaves himself open to an attack right at the beginning, but rushes you once he has introduced himself. Quite often, he would stop and lam my helper, which I forgot every single time meant he was about to spit them at me. I only dodged this attack a single time in all of my attempts, which is just embarrassing. After rolling around, he will stick to the wall in the background. Hit him with whatever you've got, but keep to the lower edges because he's going to extend his little feet and then throw up rain balls on you. These are easy to dodge and can be used against him. The most dangerous part is when he turns invisible, because it's a lot harder to perceive what he's gonna do. While he's becoming invisible, hit him a bunch and hope that he keeps rolling to take him out before he kills your helper. The main cannon is also really dangerous, and I struggled a lot. The beam at the bottom is honestly not a threat, but the hands that insist on invading your no-no square are the worst, and the main cannon shoots without warning. I spent a long time trying to find a strategy that really worked every time, and what I ultimately came up with was standing right at the edge, wailing on it, then destroying the hands and blocking the bombs. I only discovered that you could even do this on my winning attempt. Again, god-awful at video games, guys. I'm sorry. Computer virus is incredibly easy. Stand next to the enemies, block, wait, beat them up, repeat. For the dragon, stand a little further. Even if you're getting chipped by the wind, you are basically never going to take enough damage to die. Your helper, Dynablade is sorta 50-50. She will either go down pretty quickly and you'll be fine, or she will grab you and do so much damage. If you get grabbed by her, prepare yourself for the power of flight to be digging into your flesh. Ku was so much more gentle. I should call him. I suggest removing yourself from the general vicinity of them sharp talons and smacking her head until she drops. Fatty Whale. Block 'em. Yeah, that's it. The Galactic Nova Nucleus is also really easy. Approach the pillars, pew pew. Don't run into the wall like an idiot, pew pew. Heavy Lobster. His attacks are telegraphed, and the most dangerous he gets is when he rushes forwards in a quick trot. Otherwise, he is huge, slow, and not tanky enough. This guy is no problem if you can get behind him. A sitting duck if ever I saw one. King Dedede, my arch rival, is a pushover in this game. That has not changed. Every single time you hit him, he flinches, and you can keep staggering him like this if you get the timing right. The only threat you face here is if you're too close, because he can just run into you or tackle you, which is both his fastest and most painful move. If you break the cycle of flinching, don't try to get it back right away. Focus on dodging him by being on the opposite edge of the arena he is on before getting back in there and beating him up. Kracko is also really easy if you are careful. If you block, he literally cannot hurt you unless you have decided to be directly inside of him. Get rid of your copy ability here though, because what you want to do is suck up and then spit his waddle-doos at him, taking him out in 3 or 4 shots. Keep your distance, make sure you're never close enough to him that jumping would hurt, and you will be fine. Low, 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 and la, la, la are simple, but deceptively one of the more dangerous fights. Don't even try to suck up and spit their boxes. Chances are you are not going to be able to block them when they walk up to you. Use your copy ability and block right before they touch you, or sneak up behind them and cheap shot them. The mid-boss all-stars of Group 1 are really easy. Kawasaki is not a threat if you are any further from him than right in front of the guy. Bonkers is slow and spends a lot of time just jumping. Bugsy is a huge threat only if you let him get started. You should focus on hurting him while your helper, the second mid-boss group is actually a lot more dangerous, but if you keep your distance from everyone, they will never be a problem. For Meta Knight, honestly, wait him out. Unless you happen to really prefer Sword to your current copy ability, in which case after a slightly awkward amount of time, our father will finally lose his patience and attempt to kill us in an unfair duel. Meta Knight ended a few of my runs with his insanely fast slashes, unblockable tornadoes, and ability to fly, but eventually I found that if you stay behind him and behind your helper, you can do massive damage, while the helper, I will admit the best I've got for you is that you will have to do more damage to him than he is doing to you. Worst case scenario, use your helper's body as a projectile. The reactor is super easy. Hover right here, have the AI monitors hit the reactor, dodge the super slow attack, rinse and repeat. Twin Woods and Wispy Woods are punching bags. Banana Waddle Dee. This game mode is hard, man. Wham, bam, rock. This motherfucker is most of the reason I spend almost 3 hours on this game mode. His attacks hit like a semi-truck normally, and when he's angry, he starts to hit like a fucking freight train. I suggest you get very good at reacting to his movements. A hand will appear from the top or side of the screen on either the left or the right. Always, always move away from it as much as you think you can get away with and hit it once. Any more than a single attack and you risk ramming into his hands, which hurt just as much when they're still as when they're not. His slam is no big deal, and his punch is easy to react to. He will snap his fingers occasionally and drop a ton of rocks on you. This is usually a good thing because you can block and avoid all the damage, and your helper can touch one of these to save themselves if they happen to be dying, which they are so good at. Oh my god! His little walking flick that he does is really hard to avoid until you realize you can just move left. If you have a helper though, he can flick your helper at you and it hurts. Once he is at half health, he enters phase 2, where his most dangerous attack becomes this incredibly fast grab. I think I managed to dodge this one only once or twice at best, and he grinds you up like you're a banned substance. He also drops his fingers on you, and this is pretty easy to block. The good news is you are almost done. He will have a slow-moving, 3-time slam attack that leaves him open forever, and you can easily drop most of his health in a single volley. Now, in between rooms, you should really be sure you are replacing your helper if they have too little health. You should never be below half health if you can help it, unless you know for a fact you can do the next boss damageless. However you end up deciding that, save a maxim each for Meta Knight, Wham Bam, and Marks if you can. They are brutal. Make sure every time you eat a tomato that you are open-mouth kissing your ally to share. This is very important.
Daddy, chill.
Marks is certainly a threat, but not as much as you might think. In general, his attacks are pretty telegraphed, and they are not much harder to dodge or block than most of the rest of the bosses before. The big danger is definitely this attack where he tries to ram you from below the floor. The only way I managed to dodge this was by sliding at the last possible moment. Other than his teleportation shenanigans occasionally cheesing a free hit for him, as long as you keep your distance and hit him just before or just after an attack, you should be fine. The arena was so much fun. I loved figuring out all the strategies and finding new ways to optimize my gameplay here. I felt like I was closer and closer every time I tried and achieved fantastic results with every new improvement. Even the easiest enemies proved occasionally that I had to be paying attention to them. but it was never so difficult that I thought, what a load of bull crap. Hopefully that statement wasn't foreshadowing anything. This subgame was genuinely hard to complete, not just tedious or puzzling. There was no misdirection here, like in the Great Cave Offensive, no shenanigans, and absolutely no tomfoolery. The arena presents you with a very, very simple question. You think you can take them all? And it's up to you to prove yourself worthy. This subgame teaches there may not always be one answer to a problem you are facing, and that you can always choose to approach a situation from a different angle. Sometimes you need to be careful, sometimes you get unlucky, sometimes you need to really get in there and just do it, and sometimes it's not difficult. This, I think, actually makes for a great metaphor for our first lives. You know, that silly game we play outside of the screens. The obstacles that we face are numerous and honestly seem to have no pattern or discernible one-size-fits-all solution. They present themselves and throw what they got at us, and we are forced to proceed with only what happens to be available to us in the moment. We can ask for help along the way, try to be analytical, and throw ourselves into the fires if we want to. But the fact is, we will often, and sometimes humiliatingly, fail. If I could have a moment to be sincere, I spent 2 weeks on each of the first 2 episodes of this series. At the time I'm writing this script, it has been 3 weeks and I haven't even gotten to the editing portion yet. I failed to keep up good momentum, got distracted and stressed out, lost my temper, made mistakes, and now here I am trying once again to be funny. None of you would have ever known. None of you know how many times I failed at this game mode, only that I did eventually succeed, I have proof, and I seem to know what I'm talking about. Failure is not just always an option, it is an inevitability. An expectation even, and most importantly, a lesson. A chance to grow. It keeps us humble, and that's not fun. If you are not great at something the moment you start doing it, and that is enough to discourage you, you really don't understand the point of doing things. You are not going to be great at anything the first time you try it, ever, no matter what you do. And somebody is always going to be out there that has achieved greatness at that thing. They got the proof. They seem to know what they're talking about. Compare your start to their end point, and there is obviously going to be a lot of distance between you. But there is a fun game you can play with them. Pick your favorite actor, YouTuber, or writer. Find the first thing they ever wrote or acted in or put out on their channel. It's probably shit, but they didn't stop. Robert Downey Jr. was a drug addict, and then he was Iron Man. George Lucas was interested in racing until he had a bad crash. The world doesn't fucking care if you fail, really. Once you succeed, all those little humiliations will have taught you you had the cojones to keep going. All of this sentimental crap to say, I genuinely have experienced a lot making these videos already. And I hope that the journey I am undertaking in my second life as a pink puffball will continue to be as fun, difficult, and full of failures as this adventure was. Because I will eventually complete it. Success is, funnily enough, not only always an option, but if you really give a fuck about what you're doing, it too is an inevitability. All in all, I'd rate the arena the only thing it could be, A. And so ends our tale of endurance. After this comes the revenge of the king. DDD has decided he is still a problem and seeks to challenge Kirby with an army of his finest. See, it's just like I was saying, failure is never the end. This is basically just a harder version of Spring Breeze with a bit of story and some new enemies and mini-bosses. Every single boss is also harder, and we even get to see an old friend. Nearly 16 years after her first appearance. Good for you, Kabula. You go, girl. Get shot out of the sky. Gotcha. DDD himself is at the end, and actually quite a bit tougher. Now he doesn't flinch every time we hit him, and he hurts a lot when he hits you. He's got gains, and honestly, good for him. Ultimately, he is still not enough. Kudos to him for continuously surviving encounters with Kirby, though. Even gigantic cosmic super machines can't say the same. After only 30 minutes, his reign of terror ends with a solid C on the tier list. Now for the next sub-game, we once again enter an arena. Oh no. Helper to Hero gives the extras in this story a chance to shine, each having unique powers and their specific abilities to help them out as we face harder versions of the bosses found in the arena. With increased health, increased damage, and the helpers each having their own significantly reduced movesets. Considering the arena absolutely kicked my ass, I think this is gonna end up being one of the greater endurance tests of my life. Took me 30 minutes. All of my previous strategies worked, and if you play as the Electric Wisp, you can fly and easily avoid absolutely everything. Since you've already beaten the arena, none of the strategies changed, so just do that again. Only this time, you can fly. The only major concern is the final boss of this subgame. Wham Bam Rock is again one of the tougher bosses in this game. He isn't any easier when he's harder, but getting his rocks off is not too difficult with our electric touch. The real issue is that his dad caught us in the act and is none too happy that we blew his son up. There are a couple of important differences between Mr. Jewel and his son Rock, and the biggest one is the punch attack. Instead of just hitting you, Jewel's fists arc downwards covered in fire, and he tends to punch twice. He has even more health and does even more damage, shoots beams of energy at you, and if you are not careful, will absolutely be a run ender, especially because he comes right after Rock does. I'm not sorry. If you have conquered the arena, Helper to Hero is no issue at all. Really. Keep your patience and you should be fine. C tier. Alright, next up, Meta Nightmare Ultra. Just in case you forgot what a fun time you had playing through the game, Meta Knight is here to do the exact same thing. For what? Well, while Kirby was gallivanting around in a cave looking for a treasure,
and they're carrying treasures from the pyramid. Before the treasures are smuggled out of the country. The stolen treasures.
Meta Knight was training. When he got his ass beat, he went back to training. It's all he does. Meta Nightmare Ultra sees you donning the mask and blade of the Dark Knight as he peruses Spring Breeze, Dynablade, the Great Cave Offensive, but without treasures, thank God, his past traumas, and then another romp through Milky Way wishes which exist exclusively to remind me that joy is temporary and suffering is forever. The primary difference in gameplay here is that you have wing and sword at all times, and can summon helpers for points that you earn through cold hard murder instead of through vor. Please do not look up what that means. All this to find the Nova Core, which survived somehow, and is now sitting before Meta Knight. The Dark Knight wishes not to become the greatest warrior, but to meet the greatest warrior in the galaxy, so he can kick his ass to become stronger. I gotta respect the grind, honestly. But holy crap, Galacta Knight is not fucking around. Grandfather over here is some ancient warrior who was sealed away for being too powerful, and now Meta Knight is here to prove he is a Giga Chad Sigma male and defeat the most powerful fighter in the galaxy. I would love to go over this fight in more detail and tell you I developed an incredible strategy to beat him, but I didn't. I was honestly just flailing madly trying not to become a stain on the wall, and he ended up dying before I did. I don't know what happened, to be honest. Meta Nightmare Ultra took me an hour and a half, and it was fun, even if I did have to redo that stupid aquatic torture tunnel system again. Galacta Knight opens a door in the Akashic records of the Kirby lore. A big one. One that hints at something ancient, maybe even divine. A primordial duelist, a remnant of a forgotten war. I've joked about it through this review, but let's be real. Meta Knight and Kirby are clearly the same species. And Galacta Knight, he might be their origin, or their apex, or a prophecy fulfilled. But I know exactly what you are all expecting now. The true final challenge of Kirby Superstar Ultra. The dreaded True Arena. Up to this point, every subgame has been ranked by difficulty from 1 star to 6, with only the Arena and Helper to Hero being 6 stars. Each subgame had a different challenge all to its own, each one testing my skills, or patience, or knowledge of the game in a new way. Some were like easy hills to climb, others my Mount Everest. All I knew going into the final challenge was that the arena really tested me and made me go on a whole spiel about how I would never give up, never surrender, and always strive to get back up after I get knocked down. I hate that I wrote that in the script before I had finished the true arena. Apparently, there is such a thing as a critical difficulty, and all it takes is one star too many for the nuclear reaction to start. Meet my Olympus Mons. The true arena has us facing the 10 hardest bosses in the game that were not already part of the arena, with 5 tomatoes for all of them. Not Maxim tomatoes, regular ass tomatoes. One slip up is now a genuine issue, and every chip of damage we take is one we permanently do not have the means to recover from. Every single boss is a threat. Yes, even the Lilies over here. And yes, even Wispy Woods. If the arena was teaching us humility, the true arena is teaching us an even more important lesson. It can always get worse. And if you have not fully internalized the previous lessons of this game, you had better be ready to suffer for your indolence. 5 hours. I spent 5 hours on this monstrous task. 5 hours of endless, repeated failure. I got destroyed constantly, reset constantly, heard that goddamn failure music constantly, and all the while, in the back of my mind, was the fact that I could take the easy way out. Make a save state, return to it. I could not begin to explain exactly how truly, genuinely difficult it was not to do that, but I didn't. I refused, because I owed it to myself to finish it for real. I died so many times. I made so many stupid mistakes. I got to marks repeatedly, only to fail right at the end. And I had the choice. From the beginning, I have had the choice to cheat in this game. Every loss was optional, every death reversible, but that would be disingenuous. Because the struggle is not the obstacle, it's the point. Because losing meant I needed to try better. Because I saw myself improve every single time I entered the arena. I was calmer, more in control, more patient. My spacing got better. I found new tricks. I eventually did away with whole runs because I knew I was gonna fail anyway. My first life has been full of that repeated, mind-numbing failure, and I am still here. Every single day is another verse in my song. Every horrible decision I have ever made a lesson in my curriculum. And a select few I didn't make changed my life for the better. When I got angry, which happened often, I stopped recording, went to get a snack and some water, and I was back in it. I said, "This is it, this is the one," to myself 6 times. 5 of those times I was lying, apparently. The 6th, I was not sure until the moment it ended. Defeating Mark's soul seemed impossible, so I settled for perfecting the fight against Kabula instead. Defeating DDD seemed absolutely infeasible without as much health as I could get, so I focused on not getting hit at all. Learning Galactonite's moves was absolutely out of the question, so I focused on optimizing my movement and memorizing the timing of hammer swings instead. And eventually, once I perfected the fights, I took less damage. And eventually, as I took less damage, I was able to fight DDD fairly well. And eventually, as I memorized the timing of everything, I was able to perfect my fights against him too. Wham Bam Jewel ended most of my runs. I don't understand why I struggle so much to fight him, but I do. Galactonite ended the couple that I managed to make past Mr. Jewel, and Marks got me 4 times. I even got the HAL Laboratory logo for Stone. That's how long I spent here. To beat the true arena, you have to memorize Krako and Krako Jr.'s movement patterns. Learn how to space out Kabula's Gordos, and don't even worry about the pellets. Those will break if you're shooting fast enough. You will have to treat the mini-bosses with respect. You absolutely must not rush low, 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 and la, la, la. You have to time hammer swings to hit Wispy and the apples that fall. The final 4 are always in the same order. Masked DDD seemed way, way too hard to take on until I realized, much too late in my runs, you can spin through him. Patience is the name of the game. Hit him once. Any more and you are asking for Thunderhammer in your teeth. Wham Bam Jewel is the same. Take every opportunity to spin through his hands, never smack. Hit once. The hurt box on his hands expands after the slam when he opens them back up, which is the most annoying part about the fight. If you cannot dodge, block. If the hand pauses before slamming, get out of there, he is going to grab you. As for Galacta Knight, absolutely do not get in front of him. It was important for Meta Knight, and it is much more important here. Even blocking is brutal. He hits so hard, it's kind of offensive. Keep in mind that he can and often does begin attacking you the instant he returns from summoning his goons, so do not let up, do not get scared, and do not get in front of him. Take every single opportunity you have to sneak behind him and smack him. He is the litmus test. If you survive him, you are 9/10 of the way there. Obviously, you know what I mean. Mark's soul is thankfully not hard to figure out, but unfortunately he's the least forgiving boss in this run. Wait until he has decided where he wants to be and punish. But be aware that his cutter attack is much faster than you are and has no tell. If you are not already blocking, you will get hit. The black hole is an instant death, so you want to be running away from that as soon as you can. His tremendous laser beam is unblockable. Ask me how I know. And it lasts longer than you might think. When he is about to pop up from the ground, the best thing you can do is spin the hammer. The paint attack is easy to deal with. Just block. Chip damage is not a big deal anymore, and it is not worth it to risk the fancy footwork, believe me. The double orbs are easy. Hover in the center, then under and over. I have no idea if these sparkles hurt, but I avoided them just in case. The biggest threat you face when in this fight is nerves. He is not necessarily difficult, but he is the last challenge. His attacks are quick, but not blindingly fast, except for his cutters. And his deadliest moves see him moving to super specific parts of the battlefield. After several hours of repeated attempts, just getting to him will be easier and easier, then eventually getting him down to half of his health, and then to a third. But none of what I did for the 5 hours could have possibly prepared me for the moment when, right at the end, I managed to make the mistake.
Shut up.
Come on. No. No!
How the fuck does that make any sense at all?
Please, please. Yes! Get destroyed.
Doesn't have second phases there.
God, that is terrifying. I got him. I did it. Yeah. I felt good. I felt good. Not happy necessarily, not relieved. Accomplished. Powerful. That is what gaming is about. That laugh right there. The moment when you beat something you genuinely didn't think you could beat. It's a personal accomplishment, and no one can take that away from you. Because, as I hope I have made exceptionally clear, I am very good at being bad at video games. So, I hope you will join me on the rest of my journey to become good at them too. And yeah, this was a stupid, useless, entirely meaningless, absolutely trivial event, but it meant something to me. That matters. I will remember this. I will brag about it to my friends, and they will laugh at me, but I exist for my own entertainment and without anyone else's consent. I exist, and now that can be everyone else's problem too. The True Arena earns an easy A tier for absolutely kicking my ass. With a final triumphant hurrah, so ends our tale of tenacity, and we close the anthology off with a montage of funny failures. A perfect fitting ending for such a journey fraught with so many of them. So, what did I think overall of Kirby Superstar Ultra? Wow. Truly, it did not disappoint. The previous games in the series were warm-ups for this collection. From the very beginning, this pink puffball has taken us on a hectic sequence of hilarious and sometimes kind of spooky adventures across his home in Dreamland. We have seen Kirby grow, develop, make friends, become a hero, and make mistakes. It may seem like I am making a really big deal out of the theme of getting back up after losing, but honestly, this whole collection is absolutely filled with tenacity. Spring Breeze is a remake of the very first title in the series done right this time. DDD returns to challenge Kirby not once, but twice. Our Lord repeatedly falls off the halberd, but returns again and again. Meta Knight has his entire war machine toppled in a single day, and immediately gets right back to self-improvement. The arena, Helper to Hero, and especially the True Arena all tell the same story many different ways. Do not give up. It's not about being perfect the first time through. The mistakes and shortcomings we have are not what define us. Meta Knight is a badass warrior with a strangely deep voice and mad skills. DDD is a hell of a fighter and a great king to his people, always opting to protect them at any cost. Marks. Kirby is a lovable and friendly, all-powerful god of wrath and mercy both. But all of them have come up short somehow. In our first lives, it is no surprise at all that shit happens and we have to deal with it. It's just one damn thing after another. What I think a lot of people miss, especially in their teenage years, is that much more often than not, the damn things overlap. There is very rarely a break. We don't get to pause our first lives and start over from somewhere else. Reincarnation is always a fresh save, if you get what I'm saying. And even if we have the chance to do that in our second lives, sometimes it's still about the experience. In my first episode, I said that video games are integral to my experience in life. Who I am and what I have done, that is right here in front of me. Mindlessly easy runs through life, entirely optional tasks that bring us joy, misjudging people, trying to help others, getting kicked down and facing insurmountable odds against obstacles too numerous to count, and still winning. That is why games matter to us. It's why there's so much passion behind them, why people are so angry at the companies for their tired, safe routines, why people are nostalgic for good old days, and why speedrunning is a hobby, some would say an obsession. This shit matters. It mattered to me. I know it mattered to some of you too. And if you've watched to the end here, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You didn't have to care, but you did. That matters to me. It means the world to me. Now that we have finally finished the game, and we have our placements for all the sub-games, we can rank this monster. Kirby Superstar Ultra is the definitive Kirby game. Everything is here, from the gameplay to the charm to the absurd lore. Even when it drags, it's dumb fun. Where else could it possibly go but A tier? Kirby's Dream Land 3. It's right away upping the ante for Kirby games. If we take a look at the intro sequence, we see that Dreamland is under a totally new threat. I love the dichotomy that this game series presents us with. If I told you that the main enemies in a video game series were, in order, a greedy king, a being made of the purest nightmares of all of its citizens, an industrial war machine led by a dark knight, and now a planet-sized mass of pure corruption and malice, you'd think I was describing Elden Ring or a damned Warhammer 40k game. But nope, cute pink boy and pretty games. And pretty is a very good way to describe this game. Look at this. What a gorgeous and relaxing vibe. This whole game looks like it was painted by hand, which is rather impressive for a SNES game. I can't think of any other video game I've ever played or seen that looks quite like this one. Past the basic aesthetics, you also have yet another improvement in pixel art and expressiveness. The facial expressions and cute little animations this game has have so much personality, and I love it. So right away, this game has me interested in seeing more. We also have the return of the animal friends. Coo the owl, Kine the sunfish, and Rick the hamster are back in full swing. We even have some new ones. This just opens the door to so many new opportunities. I'll go over the animal friends as they come up, but first, let's get an idea of what we're doing here. To beat Kirby's third Dreamland, technically, all we gotta do is make it to the end of the game and beat the last boss. However, if you recall how this series works, we have a second goal, defeating the secret final boss. In this game, in order to defeat the true final boss, we need to collect all 30 of the heart stars. How do we collect heart stars? Through the power of friendship! Every single level in this game has a unique secret goal you must complete, ranging from finding a thing and giving it to someone, taking a specific animal friend to their loved ones, some minigames, or some excruciating esoteric bullshit. Once you have completed these goals, you will be able to collect the heart star from the relevant NPC at the end of the level. And once you have all the heart stars in the world, you can fight the boss of that world and cleanse them of the corruption that has befallen Planet Popstar. For the sake of keeping things simple, I am not going to describe all of the heart stars. Y'all can either figure those out or look them up. And full disclosure, I did end up using a guide for them because, truth be told, some of these are ridiculous. Now then, let's talk about the new animal friends. First up, Nago the cat. Nago is a fantastic new addition who I love and who is a very good kitty. Unlike Kine or Rick, who just have augmented jumps, Nago has an amazing triple jump that makes him quite dexterous in the air, more so than Kirby himself, making him very fun to play. I also just adore how whenever you pick Nago, all the copy abilities become some variation of using Kirby like a toy. It's so cute. Whenever you have chosen one of the animal friends from the possible selections, the rest of them will be quite upset that you are a horrible friend and proceed to sulk or cry. Damn, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You'll all get to hang out with me soon, I promise. Anyway, I quickly ended up discovering that gameplay with the animal friends is a bit different from how it was in Dreamland 2. Not by much, mind you, but for example, none of the animal friends act as a second health bar anymore, which I learned real quick meant I needed to be more careful. Ku actually moves a little less smoothly, and Kine is not objectively worthless. All of them still make the various copy abilities of this game act completely differently, which is an incredible feature because with 6 animal friends and 8 copy abilities, that's 48 different copy abilities. This means that there is absolutely no excuse for me to be dying at any point in this entire game.
Fuck you.
What did you expect? I'm not proud either. It's time to meet animal friend number 5, Choo Choo. And no, she is not a train, she is apparently just a smoocher. Now, I am actually quite disinclined to refer to Choo Choo as an animal because she's more like a symbiote straight out of Marvel. Look at how Kirby seems to be totally chilled out, and tell me this tentacled slime girl isn't affecting his mental state. So it's super cute that we need to beat the game's true final boss through the power of friendship and all that, but this first world has a questionable requirement. We need to take this Eldritch assembly towards this green freak and touch him, which makes him super happy, and he will give us a heart star. What the fuck, game? I just started. Not all of the NPCs are total pervs, though, like this girl who wants her monkey named Goku back, or this clown that lost his juggling blocks. In fact, in the first world, the only heart star that gave me even a little bit of struggle was fulfilling this guy's craving for the touch of a female. And the creepy bastard was just hiding and watching. Once all of these were collected, I proceeded to the first boss, who is Wispy Woods yet again. I am pretty sure that Wispy Woods is the first boss of every single Kirby game that has ever existed or will ever exist, and you do not need to prove me wrong because that would be mean and you'll make me cry. Wispy had a new trick up his sleeve this time though, which was attempting to stab me with his ruse, but he went down Whoa! Oh god! What has dark matter done to you, Wispy? I'm sorry! Despite his rather startling transformation, Wispy was still not a very difficult boss. He put up much more of a fight this time for sure, what with his unholy crawling, but despite his finest efforts, he was felled all the same. I gotta say, I was not expecting that. See what I mean when I say there's some eldritch horror going on here? I'm watching you, Choo Choo, if that's even your real name. Don't think your feminine wiles will get the best of me. Now that the boss has been defeated and we have used the heart stars to cleanse a literal 1/5 of the planet from the influence of dark matter, we can move on to World 2. And it is here where we mark a momentous occasion in the Kirby series. Kine is actually amazing in this game. No, really. Kine might just be my favorite animal friend in this game. What an amazing character development. Let me explain why. In previous Kirby games, you could not jump on enemies to defeat them, because the Kirby games are, believe it or not Mario games, and Kirby does not wear shoes. Oh god! Looking that up was a fucking mistake. Anyway, Kine is built different. This massive fish is so heavy that he can land on enemies and kill them no problem, or slam his immense mass into them from below. And even better, he can actually move on land! Thank goodness for that, because his fast swimming ability is also basically required for all the water levels all over World 2. Assuming that you like playing video games, instead of floating around aimlessly like a spider you're trying to wash down the drain of a bathtub. In fact, to collect the hardest heart star in World 2, Kine is literally the only option you have. In level 2-5, you have to navigate a fast-moving flow of water and collect specific copy abilities to bust down some walls so you can eventually find a secret passageway that contains our last animal friend, Pitch. This cute little bird is so funny to me. He's kinda like Koo in that he flies, but not very well. He's fast as hell like Rick, but slides around like crazy, and he's quite small, so you can actually fit him in some pretty tight spaces. That, and if you obtain the clean ability, you can do this, which is simply delightful. Anyway, all you gotta do from here is bring Pitch to his mama, and she will give a heart star. That marks the hardest heart star in the second world, so after a pretty cool shark boss where you have to redirect the live birth babies or human remains she spits at you, we can move on to the third world. Here in the third world is a major highlight for me. Playing through these levels normally is no problem. They are short, sweet, and a cute little treat. We can simply go beat each gorgeous retreat to arrive at the end with nothing to meet. However, I cheat and with guidance repeat till the mission is done and I finish my feat. I think I got a bit carried away by the rhymes, to be honest. Maybe not though. Please like and subscribe if my sick rhymes made you want more. Regardless, the heart stars are starting to ramp up a little in this desert landscape, and it is here I discover that apparently Miss Chewed Bubblegum over here can stick to the ceiling if you jump against it. How very normal of her. This level required her to arrive at the end to see her friend Molten Sailor Moon or something, and it was not exactly effortless, but it is not by far the hardest level to get the heart star for. No, my friends, far and away the most difficult heart star to obtain in the third world is in this ancient pyramid in 2-6. If you're just looking to beat the level, it is not particularly difficult, and I'll be honest, this is such a cool aesthetic. I mean, look at this! I feel like I entered the Twilight Zone, or Disney Space Mountain while high off LSD. But if you're looking to collect the heart star, you're gonna need Rob. Now, the robotic operating buddy is a real thing if you didn't know. A cute little toy that would connect to the NES and could play some special games designed specifically for it. It's honestly really cute. Getting all the separate pieces of him from the pyramid, much less so. It took me almost an hour to do, because there are so many pieces to it. You need Koo and Stone to get past a tight fit, and you need to ensure you are not in fact completely stupid and fall through the floor like 4 times. You need Kine and some ability to jump past this huge gap. I just used Stone for it, I'm pretty sure that's not what you're supposed to do. You need Kine again and Spark to figure out which doors are valid in this pick-a-path bullshit that Nintendo games are apparently full of, and similarly on the other side, where you have to intentionally pick whichever copy ability would make it hardest to break the blocks. Then you climb up to the top of the tower and fetch his head. And if you're trying to go back down and you're currently up to your neck in fat fish fuck over here, you'll simply die of scream. After I finally got it all done, I proceeded to perform a home invasion with child casualties again, and I could finally move on. Cloudy Park, it seems, is absolutely intent on making sure that I hate it. In the original Dreamland and Adventure, its falling dickheads and flying pests kept demolishing me as I attempted to climb the clouds. In Dreamland 2, the rainbow drop was so mind-numbingly convoluted it was like a freaking alternate reality game straight out of the Mandela catalogs, and now I'm getting treated to non-visible floors, snowballs with attitude, not being able to see shit in the clouds, and this fucking level with Rick's hamster girlfriend Pick. Fucking Pick and Rick. This level was stupid. The little pillars you have to stand on are surprisingly hard to jump across without either slipping and falling, or panicking and then slipping and falling. The enemies are spaced just right to nearly always smack into you, and you could risk eating them and still fall. And apparently Rick can just jump on walls, and nobody decided this was information I should have? Whatever, fine. I suppose we can simply move on to the iceberg. And I gotta say, the iceberg was probably my favorite world of the bunch. The level design is actually good in most of these levels, with obstacles more complex than lots of enemies in a room. Is that a fucking Metroid? Welcome to Glacier Dash 2, where the secret goal is to find and kill 6 Metroids, after which Samus Aran from the Metroid series, featuring Metroid from the Metroid series, will give you a heart star. It is honestly really cool to see all of these different Nintendo Nintendo properties making cameos in their other series. Long before the MCU made literally everything a crossover in Hollywood, Nintendo was making the strides to tell you that the multiverse already existed. Iceberg Stage 5 is my favorite level in the entire game. It's a long level with a lot to get past, and the requirement you bring Nago to his girlfriend even though he doesn't show up in the level itself marks an interesting challenge. Make it through without ever dying, which, you know, you should be doing anyway, but I am striving to earn the world record for most abhorrent gamer of all time, so you already know I had trouble with it. And then came DDD, who once again has gotten his ass possessed. Come on, dude. This happens every time. You really gotta keep up your social distancing. Holy shit! You might wanna get that checked out. DDD was thankfully not as problematic for me as he had been in the past, despite his flying powers and mouth. And once defeated, I could progress with all the heart stars to the secret final boss of this game. And I gotta say, I was not prepared for it. In Dreamland 2, we saw Dark Matter had taken over DDD and started as a Bushido-like entity before transmogrifying into an eye in shadow. This time, Dark Matter starts out attacking you in this orb form. Thankfully, it's easy to take him out before the real final boss appears, that is. Meet Zero, the master of dark matter, creator of the dark matter cloud, and resident giant eyeball. I could go into how difficult the boss was to defeat or how I went about doing so, but instead, I want to take a moment to discuss this. Look at him. The guy's the BMOC of the Eldritch abominations we've been fighting this entire time. And no, I don't mean big man on campus, I mean big massive cornea. Throughout the fight, Zero is creating little dark matters to fling at you, or bleeding through slits in his eyeball. Oh my god! Like, this is a Kirby game. A Kirby game! I was gushing over the fact that using Spark when you had Nago as your animal friend had him making biscuits until you built up a static charge not 3 minutes ago, and this is in front of me now. What am I supposed to do with this information? Sakurai, buddy, pal, you gotta, we gotta talk here, okay? You and Lovecraft, okay? You wanna tell me if he's been visiting and putting ideas into your head? You mind telling me why the final boss of your game about a small, squishy, pink ball of friendship is traveling into a dark dimension to kill a demonic, floating, bleeding eyeball hell-bent on corrupting planet Popstar into an apocalyptic abyss of hellfire and destruction? You took how many Benadryl? Zero is such a bizarre and out-of-place enemy for the Kirby games. Seriously, this feels like it should be rated higher on the ESRB. Can you imagine being little Timmy in the late 1990s when this game came out and being so excited to play this beautiful, cutesy game, collecting animal friends like Big Fat Kitty and Little Birdie, defeating bosses like Big Angry Tree or Painting Boy, dancing after every defeat, making friends along the way, and suddenly you are brought face to face with this naked-ass Eye of Sauron motherfucker? I'm telling ya, games were hardcore back then. Anyway, defeating Zero leads to him popping like a goddamn grape and using his still bleeding fleshy eyeball writhing in agony to ram Kirby in a desperate attempt to kill the hero of Popstar for good. Dear God. Once he has been vanquished for good, the dark cloud over Popstar finally dissipates and the threat has been eliminated for now. Woo boy. So, what did I think of Kirby's third Dreamland? Well, right off the bat, I have obviously been gushing over its visual and boss design for a bit, so that was an incredible highlight. The animations are incredible, the secret goal is generally quite fun to obtain in each level, almost, looking at you, Pick and Rick. In general, the controls felt rather smooth, and the copy abilities changing with each animal friend was an amazing way to make things feel fresh and exciting. Even though I rarely use Choo Choo or Pitch, I do like them as new allies in the team, and Kine getting the glow up he deserves is a treat I was not expecting. It's fun to rag on Sunfish, and I definitely threw some smack his way, which I am not sorry for, he absolutely deserved it, but he really took the time to improve himself and made it to the top of my list for the animal friends almost instantly in this game. Proof that bullying works. If I had any negatives, they would be with the level design. There are so many times in this game where I got bored or straight up frustrated. I'm sure it isn't easy to come up with engaging levels every time, but plenty of rooms were basically a hallway with enemies, and that was it. it. In the Glacier, auto-scrolling sections underwater with a ton of enemies meant you had to move slow so as not to get mugged on the glacier streets, but you also had to move fast so that Kirby wouldn't die of screen. And 5-2, where you fight the Metroids, has this ridiculous avalanche section that is also chock full of enemies, and the avalanche is faster than the auto-scroll, meaning that you have a sliver of gameplay the size of a fucking smartphone to play on and try to predict where the bad guys are. That's screen crunch, by the way, a constant issue. Running forward does not keep Kirby centered right away. Instead, you gotta go almost 3/4 of the way past that for the game to go, oh yeah, Kirby's moved, I ought to catch up. And if you try to move any slower or stop for any reason, the screen will still lag behind. So you can't see where you are going or what's coming up unless you dash, which is a problem for the aforementioned reasons. Despite these issues, I still had a decent bit of fun with this game. It's not as fun the whole way through as Dreamland 2, but definitely less frustrating than Kirby's Adventure and leagues more refined than Dreamland 1. With how fun the fun sections were and how consistently the screen made it less fun throughout, I'd place Dreamland 3 nicely in C tier. Still fun, but not the Kirby series' best outing. Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards. Originally made for the revolutionary Nintendo 64 console, back when Nintendo was actually trying to make good games instead of Switch 2 remasters. Anyway, this console is responsible for what is likely the most mind-blowing development in video game history, the fully three-dimensional video game. But we're not going to be talking about that today. Instead, we will be talking about a game that exists in a three-dimensional world, exclusively traversed through a set path, making it basically a 2.5D. With a whole 4 megabytes of RAM, this console was able to render all of the amazing things you are about to see before you. So, let's dive right in now that we can actually dip our toes into the mysterious and terrifying dimension of depth. Kirby 64 starts out with an intro cutscene demonstrating that dark matter has apparently not learned its lesson from the last few times we fucked it up and is attacking yet again. Actually, credit where credit is due, it is going after a planet that isn't Popstar, so never mind, it actually learned very well. Anyway, this world of cute fairies is totally screwed. So, they pull a Superman and send a single survivor off planet to either find help or at least keep the main crystal that seems to power happiness or whatever from falling to darkness. This results in a chase that eventually sees the crystal become the eponymous crystal shards that begin to rain on Popstar. And you already know what that means. Our Lord and Savior of the universe, Kirby, has gotten involved, and through the purity and goodness of his soul, intends to help this fairy girl, whose name is Ribbon, find all the shards.
Your days are numbered, Dark Matter. You hear that?
Now, let's go over what it takes to beat Kirby 64. I am not trying to 100% all of the mainline games or the spirit games in the World of Light, but Kirby games do have secret optional final bosses, so that is going to be our priority. Collect every single crystal shard and defeat whatever eldritch abomination dares show its ugly mug to our lord. Simple stuff, ultimately. Now, let's talk about how the game generally plays. As I mentioned before, this is a 2.5D game with 3D graphics, but only a single strip of playable space that Kirby follows automatically. He's basically on a rail, and within that rail, you have all sorts of things that you can do. This game had a lot of firsts for the Kirby series. It was the first game to actually have a voice for Kirby, with the extremely talented work of Makiko Omoto, who voices him from here all the way to today. This game was released in March of 2000, so that is an incredible 25 years of being the voice of God. What an honor! This was also the first time Kirby couldn't stay puffing in the air as much as he wanted. I guess he gained weight? And this is the first time he could inhale underwater. Oh, that might explain why he can't stay in the air forever. This is also the introduction, and subsequently the final installment, to have copy ability mixing. And no, I don't mean grabbing 2 different copy abilities and using that to roll a slot machine for another. I mean actual mixing. Power combos are only featured in this game, which is a shame because they are awesome. If you take an enemy and get its power, then create a power star or something, and toss that at another enemy, their 2 abilities will combine. So you can get fire mixed with ice, or Fire Cutter, or Fire Fire, and all of them are extremely different. Some of the highlights include Burn Bomb, which turns you into fireworks, Burn Spark, where you fucking set yourself on fire, Stone Cutter, which lets you become statues of all the animal friends, each of which has different abilities, Needle Bomb, which lets you become a Gordo that pops and shoots needles everywhere, Needle Cutter that, holy shit! Bomb Bomb, which turns Kirby into a goddamn surface-to-air missile emplacement, Bomb Cutter, which lets you throw sick-ass exploding ninja shuriken, and Cutter in general, which lets you do this. This was just a few of them, and in my playthrough, I never even saw some of the combos, so there are a lot of options here to play with. It's honestly kind of a shame that this never came back in the series. So now that we have these, let's get started and enter the first world of Kirby 64, so as not to waste any of y'all's precious time. Popstar. Now I'm not going to describe everything that I had to do to get all the crystal shards, but I will be giving you the highlights because I think you deserve the best, and I like you. In the first world, we will get a handle of how everything works here, and what to expect of the rest of the game. Namely, all the copy abilities are colored specifically, and some shards will expect you to have certain combinations. The mini-bosses just sit there and let you kill them, and I am fucking awful at video games. Again. None of the first crystal shards in the first world were difficult to obtain at all. So instead, let's discuss a little bit of lore, shall we? In the first level, we encounter a Waddle Dee who is going to be an extremely important figure in Kirby's life in the future. I am pretty sure that this Waddle Dee is the bandana Waddle Dee of the future, I think. I'm not entirely sure about that. Dark matter has unfortunately corrupted this poor guy into a Waddle Doo, the one-eyed freaks here that Kracko likes to send out a lot. I'm really starting to think that maybe Kracko has a lot more to him than he's letting on. So we need to beat him up to take his shard and have him join our quest. After that, we will encounter Adeline, whom I'm surprised I never ended up mentioning in my prior videos, despite the fact that she appeared in Dreamland 3. Or at least I think she did. It turns out that's a whole weird thing going on. Anyway, she's our new helper, and despite her ability to bring paintings to life, she is no major threat and joins us after we cure her of her sins. Then, we encounter DDD, my mortal enemy, who is defeated easily, yet again, and begrudgingly joins his arch nemesis on the quest to defeat dark matter. Probably because he is sick and tired of being possessed for the 46th time. World 1 was easily conquered, Wispy defeated, and my ego high as I moved on to World 2. World 2 was an immediate step up in difficulty. Welcome to Rockstar! The desert world. The major highlight of this world is the fact that my wife, whom I love dearly, also got to see how god-awful I am at video games.
Yay.
Are you fucking serious? Kinda.
You can put that in your video.
I definitely am.
He's so happy to have stabbed me.
Yeah, right up the fucking main street. I have a fucking Darth Maul favorite.
Yeah, you do. Have you considered not being bad?
Have you considered shush?
Bruh.
Okay. That's where I stopped watching you.
Because I'm too shit at the game.
Anyway, World 2 has another example of the pick-a-path nonsense that Nintendo games have for some reason. And then this epic sci-fi alien pyramid thing that I hope we get to learn more about in the lore. The boss was not particularly difficult, but it was shapes, and that's pretty cool. World 3 introduced us to that phenomenal water physics everyone loves in platformers, but it's at this point I'd like to mention, while this awesome theme plays in the background, that we are once again traveling through space. Dark matter clearly isn't from Popstar, and has invaded multiple times, multiple planets even, so I have to ask, where on Earth, or more accurately, where not on Earth, does dark matter come from? It's one thing to say that it's a roaming evil nebula or something, but it clearly has a hierarchy. At first, in Dreamland 2 rather, Zero sent a single dark matter. I am 100% convinced Nightmare is at least related to dark matter somehow. I've already mentioned how Kracko is suspicious, and then, in Dreamland 3, Zero came personally to conquer the planet. We can see that Zero is able to create whole alternate worlds inside the dark matter cloud cloud and just spawn a bunch of them in, so what gives? Is there just a whole galactic empire out there conquering everything in the universe? Could this be the origin of a strange, mysterious, dark creature in the world of light? Is this what Galacta Knight was fighting? I guess we'll find out. Anyway, wife again.
It's not like you're it's not like you're distracting, I just get distracted by you.
See, you can't be a true gamer when you're a woman.
When I'm a woman?
When you're a woman.
Oh, when near a woman. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? A water section in my water world? Heinous. I didn't even do anything to that guy, he just exploded.
Moving on to Neostar, and no, we are not visiting the Matrix. Instead, we are starting with a nice cozy romp through fucking Vietnam, followed by Stage 2, which is the worst thing of all time. Here's my list of issues with Neo 2. I'll try to make it quick. 1. The third crystal shard in this level. In order to break it out of its cage, you need Bomb Stone, which is an extremely dangerous ability. This produces a big stick of dynamite that acts as a total screen wipe from wherever it explodes, but it explodes instantly if it touches an enemy, and it hurts you too. So unless you move really far away, it's never worth using, and you cannot move far enough away from it before it explodes if it lands on an enemy. 2. Neither bomb nor stone show up in this level as far as I recall, so you have to go get the ability and then keep the ability until you reach the final section of the level. Number 3, it's in the final section of the level. Since dynamite is so dangerous, you are better off not using it. But that means you have to traverse this minecart section, this tide pool section, this waterfall and cannon section, and more tide pools before you get there, without any offensive options. 4. This fucking enemy right here. I hate this enemy.
Fuck that enemy.
5, 6, and 7 are the following clips.
What? No, that's stupid.
Finally, after all of that,
I got it.
after that, the only other shard that gave me any trouble was in Stage 3, where I struggled to make pizza. No, actually, I also struggled to find ice in this game, because ice enemies are only available in 4 fucking levels, only 3 of which I even have access to at this point. This world sucks, man. Anyway, moving on. Oh, that's Earth. Welcome to our future, ladies and gentlemen. Planet Earth post the day after tomorrow, it seems. Shiverstar is a post-apocalyptic world, another thing Nintendo loves to do in their games for some reason. Featured in this world is the least subtle set of hints ever devised that say climate change will affect us, and industrialization and human greed will be the downfall of all life on the planet. Ironic, given how Nintendo acts nowadays. The only shards that gave me trouble here did so because the level itself was being difficult, but not because of the shards themselves. Now, obviously, this is supposed to depict Earth in the far future when AI has taken over and we all die, so I have to ask, is Adelaine not human? Did she come to Popstar to learn artistry because her planet was dying? Is this a passenger situation? Why is this a thing? I'd bother Sakurai about it, but apparently he wasn't the one who directed the Dreamland sub-series. Shinichi Shimomura did before he fucking disappeared. Regardless of the doomed human race, we move along to the final world, Ripple Star. It is here in Ripple Star that we discover that it is an immensely easy final stage, and that in every conceivable way, these poor fairies had absolutely no hope to contest dark matter as it invaded. With that being said, Kirby absolutely does have hope to contest dark matter, or rather, miracle matter. Now this is a strange boss fight. It took me a while to even figure out what to do here, but this strange amorphous thing can only be harmed by the things it leaves behind after each attack, and will become invincible otherwise. This means that you can't use any abilities to damage it. Not only that, but Miracle Matter also has a ton of health. Every single time you hurt it, you are doing a single pip of damage. Every single Kirby final boss is immensely more difficult than all of the prior bosses, so I was ready for a brutal grind. However, it was really not too bad. Miracle Matter's movements and timing are always exactly the same, so once you learn how it operates and where the blind spots are, you should have no issue taking what it drops and using that to eliminate the most esoteric boss yet. That and Miracle Matter will actually stop using an attack after you have harmed it with that attack 3 times. But of course, we aren't done yet. We have the true final boss to take down. If at this point you have collected all of the crystal shards, you will be able to shoot the queen and force Dark Matter to get out of her. Man, Dark Matter is all kinds of problematic. He's constantly ogling people, he's invading into people's personal spaces, he's going inside of them without permission. I think that he's a real problem here, okay?
No shit.
Ah, biblically accurate angel demon harder. Of course, why the fuck not? Meet 02, the supreme ruler of dark matter. This monstrosity is responsible for a whole 3 games worth of final bosses, and it shows. The gameplay shifts here to a shoot 'em up, where Ribbon picks Kirby up and uses the power of the completed crystal to shoot the abomination down. Again, I know I'm saying this a lot in these videos, but my god. Kirby games, ladies and gentlemen, bringing your daily dose of eldritch horror at no cost. Defeating 02 took some figuring, but after a bit, his pattern becomes clear. You need to perform amateur eyeball surgery on him for a bit, then a bit of brain surgery, and then, I'm gonna call this a colonoscopy. Because that is hilarious and you can't stop me.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Anyway, after 3 cycles of this, because he literally cheats and prevents you from 2 cycling him, I think, maybe I'm just bad at the game, who knows, 02 is destroyed, and the entire planet of Darkstar with him. As far as I know, this is the end of Dark Matter. Certainly not the end of the Eldritch Horror. No, for that, we get to look at our resident Kirbo. So, with lack of any better transitions, game analysis time. Let's discuss that main feature for a bit, the power combo. This is one of the main pulls of the game, and one of the reasons I personally believe that it is so great. Kirby 64 did a lot of things right for the series, and a lot of the mechanics that we see in future Kirby games come straight from this game, including his ability to inhale underwater, voice actress providing the cutest damn voice lines in all of human history, the high stakes, intergalactic travel, which happens a ton in later games for whatever reason, how Kirby can no longer float forever, and elements of level design I feel are a vast improvement on the series as a whole. In my last video on Dreamland 3, I said that I was sure it was difficult to come up with engaging and interesting design every time for every level. But here in Kirby 64, everything looks amazing. Background elements are interesting to look at, from castles to volcanoes to random enemies placed where you will never reach them just to add to the character of the level. Every stage is linear, but has secret passageways, hidden areas, and plenty of verticality, especially underwater. The enemy spam is not present anymore, which is massively appreciated because that is cheap as fuck and the worst part of the Kirby series by far. Every single room is a treat for the eyes, and the N64 really ups the visual appeal of everything with lots of moving parts, depth of field, and even foreground elements occasionally blocking your view of Kirby. It feels like you are actually in the world a lot more than any other Kirby game, and I love that. On top of the beautiful visuals, I think that the music is another step up. I found myself humming along to a lot of the themes in this game, from normal levels to menus to bosses. It's honestly a fantastic OST. But easily my favorite part about this game is how Kirby is being presented here. Like, they aren't even hiding that he's an eldritch freak anymore. Remember Choo Choo, that pink symbiote in Dreamland 3 that for some reason qualifies as an animal friend? Yeah, it turns out she's not the only one. In this game, we see that Kirby can use copy abilities to, among other things, turn into an active volcano, a bow and arrow, a spiky ball of writhing flesh, and my personal favorite, he can fling a fleshy, sharp part of his body out at opponents to kill them while the rest of him moves of its own accord. Like, why can he do this? A big portion of the appeal of this game is the power combos and how they work, look, and change the strategies used to beat any given level. While most of them are at least partially useful, some are absolutely broken, and some are absolutely dog shit. Now, with all of that being said, there are just a few things I would say are criticisms, but honestly, it's a short list. Firstly, the game is a little slow. Kirby walks like he's taking a casual stroll through the zoo, runs like a fat man who thinks he's Naruto, swims about as quickly as a seahorse, floats like a Led Zeppelin, and has slow animations throughout. So getting used to that, especially after the immense smoothness of Kirby Superstar Ultra, was a constant issue for me, and I ended up dying give or take a billion times because of that, especially when the game expects you to move fast. Like like to avoid getting crushed by rocks or giant robots. Other than that, the only other thing I dislike is that most of the mini-bosses just sit there and wait for you to kill them, and there are occasional issues with depth perception just because of graininess in the distance and/or the track you are on curving in a way that you're not expecting. For those of us that grew up playing actually three-dimensional games, that makes things a bit difficult, he says, coping silently. Despite the minor flaws, I still had a tremendous amount of fun with this game, and I can say with confidence I recommend it to all of your friends, especially if they have never played an older Kirby game. I'd place this game at a solid A on my gigantic tier list I am forming. Kirby's Amazing Mirror starts with the very simple story of the mirror world being in trouble. Why is there a giant mirror hovering in the sky of Dreamland? Why are you asking me? Go bother your mom about it. Anyway, Meta Knight is actually the first to try to save the day, rushing in to save the Mirror Realm. Why he cares is beyond me. Last time we saw him was in Kirby Superstar, and he was H-Man maxing against Dreamland, so I don't know, maybe we beat some sense into him. Regardless, once he emerges from the mirror, it looks like he's decided that being kind is for amateurs and cuts Kirby into 4 pieces. Fun fact, each of these little copies actually has a name separate from Kirby. Meet Kirby, the yellow guy, Kusamochi, the green guy, and Kabi, the red guy. If you think I'm pulling these names out of a hat, no, my friends. I do my research on this stuff. Unless it comes to Kirby's planet being called Popstar and not Puffball like in my first video. Or I don't understand that you can just duck and wear a hard hat for defense against Dynamite in Kirby 64. Kirby is the canon name given to the yellow Player 2 for some multiplayer entries in the Kirby series. Kusamochi is the given name by none other than Sakurai himself for the green one, referencing mochi infused with the Japanese mugwort plant, and Kabi is what the Japanese call the pink one, so the community has decided that's good enough for the red one. In case you are wondering, Popopo is the white one, as that was what Kirby was called during production of his first ever game. Fluff is the blue one, based on evidence that Prince Fluff from Epic Yarn is blue, and that's my headcanon. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Skirby, or Shadow Kirby, features in this game as well. We're actually going to meet him later. And the orange Kirby has no name, but I think he looks kinda like the Scarfy enemies, and therefore we'll be calling him Snarf. I will take no questions. Anyway, Dark Meta Knight has split Kirby into 4, and that is not really an inconvenience, to be honest. We have seen many times that Kirby can split into multiples, as well as separate parts of his body and remain autonomous with each part. If anything, this just makes the bad guys worse off, since now there are 4 super powerful god killers against them. Regardless of the current predicament, we have some first impressions to discuss. So this game was released on the Game Boy Advance in April 15th of 2004. Everyone who has ever had one can tell you there were some absolute bangers on it. The graphics are awesome, the sound is awesome, and the portability was the equivalent to all those tablet babies that are unfortunately completely fucked. Just look at the list of negative effects of being a tablet baby. Seriously, do not do this to your kids. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyway, right away we see that in single player, the Kirbys will just sort of do their own thing until you move, at which point they all do their level best to travel to where you are. You can jump off their heads for a huge boost, they have their own health bar separate from yours, they can die, and they attack enemies automatically. They can even enter doors without you needing to do so first, but all that really means is that these goobers get lost constantly in the maze of this game. The Amazing Mirror, if you didn't know, is actually a pun. This game is a Metroidvania. Instead of a linear path to bosses and goals, you have a whole open world to explore with secret passageways, required items to get to certain places, and a lot of rooms to explore. In order to reveal the map for any given area, you actually need to find the map item to the place, which is marked via the big colored squares in your pause menu. This is the ultimate evolution of the world map idea I mentioned when I was playing through Superstar Ultra in Dynablade. And this is a complex map. I spent hours and hours in this game just struggling to find my way, and you have to route carefully to reach all the necessary bosses that hold the shards of the Shattered Amazing Mirror. Speaking of which, that's the only real requirement to beat the true final boss of this game. However, just for fun, I also decided to visit every single room in the entire map. Along the way, you'll probably notice batteries strewn about. This is actually for one of the saving graces of this game, the cell phone. With this magical cell phone, you can either call your allies to you for 1 pip of battery, or for free, you can call the Warp Star and go back to the hub. That feature, by the way, is absolutely essential to having fun in this game. Although, when I first discovered that it was a thing I could do, I was not really aware of what I had just done.
What just happened?
And again, we really want to limit Kirby's screen time, so don't overuse this phone. I refuse to lobotomize my lord with the newfangled tech of the day. I refuse. Initially, the only place we have access to is Rainbow Route, which is the largest and most complex area by far. This is one of the last places that I completed the map for, so for the sake of keeping myself organized here, I'm gonna go over each of the worlds and any highlights for them in order of world number, not chronologically. I would be all over the place trying to map my travels otherwise. Now, the Game Boy Advance was a major step up from the Game Boy Color. With graphics so good, I honestly repeatedly forgot that this was not a DS game. The controls are incredibly smooth in this game, and I think that out of all the Kirby games I played so far, this is the one I really managed to get my schmoove on the most. The music and animations are both very charming, especially Kirby himself again. Every time you impact the wall, he squishes against it and flattens. Same thing with the ceiling. I love this little detail, it's so cute. In the Rainbow Route, there are a ton of paths and a ton of options, with a great many of the rooms changing palettes to appear more like the areas you are approaching. There's not really a whole lot to say though, since this is the only world that doesn't have any bosses, and it's basically just the main hub to access all the other worlds. As you adventure in this game, you will undoubtedly cross the Rainbow Route hundreds of times, so learning it like the back of your hand is in your best interest. In the Moonlight Mansion, this is a very pretty purple haunted mansion type world, and one of the very first major walls that I hit. Right off the bat, navigation was fairly simple, but there were many times I ran into hard blocks and these platforms on strings, which really dictated the pace of my adventuring. I don't know if this is just my brain wired differently from the average. It is. But I could not let these go, and tried for a very long while to find ways to access these areas. To be honest, I should have let it go, but despite the Metroidvania nature of this game, I really insisted for some reason on playing through all of the worlds in order as much as I could. These two hard blocks in particular really vexed me, and they really shouldn't have. I'm just an idiot who forgot that you can use burning to smash through them, and had forgotten that I had already done that earlier. Seriously, looking back at the footage, I just look like a dumbass. What was I doing? The boss of the Moonlight Mansion was not hard to reach at all, and the Golem King, who is not Wispy Woods and therefore I am incredibly sad, went down without too much fanfare. Now this was actually something I found personally odd. I managed to get to the first boss and defeat it within about 15 minutes of playing. That's fairly typical for a Kirby game. But I would not get to the next boss for another hour and a half of gameplay. That's a substantially long time. Cabbage Cavern was the most Metroid-looking area of the whole game. I felt like I was in an alien world, half expecting the Metroids to show up like they did in Dreamland 3. I only realized as I was writing the script that it's supposed to be purple cabbage and not alien flesh, so whoops. Throughout this whole adventure, I was getting lost a lot. It really doesn't help that Rainbow Route has a ton of locations that have the same color palette as all the other worlds. Doors are hidden in boxes, behind hard blocks, or guarded by whatever these Diglett-looking freaks are that just sort of peek around and wait until you're about to hit them to hide in the dirt. At this point, you can also see the exact moment I realized this was gonna take a while.
Oh, goodness. What the hell?
The boss of Cabbage Cavern is Moly, but he's really not that difficult. The biggest issue I had was that I got motion sickness with screen shake and I was using a laser to hit him, so after the fight I had to take a bit of a break. Jeez. It's probably not optimal to be playing this game on a PC instead of the little Game Boy Advance. Mustard Mountain was just annoying. It's tucked away in the top right section of Rainbow Route, and unlike most of the rest of the game, is composed of one-way paths. This means that to get to any specific location, you need to access an entirely different entrance. Not only that, but it's covered in holes that will drop you off right into the Rainbow Route, and this stupid map room is not connected to anywhere else in the mountain. That one room had me stressing trying to find it, I swear. It was also here where I discovered how useless the other Kirbys are and why our Lord and Savior is the superior life form. Look at this. I am begging these brain-dead morons to hit this button so I can progress, but no, they have Daisy Bell playing in their head on loop or something. This door opens and closes very quickly, so I need to go fast. Now I will admit I can't get too upset given that the enemy right there has a bomb, and you can place a bomb next to the button to open it up, but still. The boss of this area is Kracko, which I find odd given that Kracko is a denizen of Dreamland and not the Mirror World, but whatever. I have plenty of experience fighting this guy at this point, so he was also no problem. Carrot Castle was where the difficulty really started to ramp up. The map is not that complex at first glance, but it tricks you often, with all sorts of ways to access all sorts of rooms. This is certainly not helped by the fact that some are loops, others are dead ends, and the boss is tucked all the way inside the castle. Speaking of the boss, it's one of the hardest in the game, the Mega Titan. This is a very difficult fight, and the one I struggle with the most besides the final boss. The Mega Titan can only be harmed by Spark, Beam, and UFO's Beam. Alternatively, you can knock it into the electrified walls of its enclosure. I did not know that at first, so I got rocked. And it just so happened to be that that was the life that made me game over in that room, so I got sent all the way back to the hub. Why is this still a feature? Back when arcade games were big, game over was like, all right, you're done, pay us more. But nowadays, it's just unnecessary, not to mention annoying. I'll come back to this guy later. Carrot Castle also featured by far my least favorite enemy in this game, the Block-In. These little shitheads disguise themselves as blocks and emerge once interacted with to lunge at you. They constantly caught me off guard. I hate them. The hardest room in the entire castle is here, entirely covered in spikes floor to ceiling, with the only method of traversal being timing your shots in these cannons. What's the purpose of this room in the castle? Competitive goring? I figured that at the end of this trial I would be rewarded with something sweet. But no, you have to pass this other door. Cool, thanks game. A little further on you get this core of places to go, so that got confusing fast. Here, however, I also discovered my favorite copy ability. Not because it's good, it's not, but because it's adorable. This mini-form is necessary for some secret pathways. The Olive Ocean is, of course, the primary water level. And look, water in these games is just not fun to traverse very often. Platformers always have something like a water world to take away your primary movement options, which is always a drag, but in this game it's even worse. You no longer have the ability to inhale underwater for some reason, and that means if you ever get hit, you are unable to retrieve the star that holds your power-up. A power-up that may be essential to reaching an area of the ocean you need to get to. It certainly doesn't help that these bouncy fuckers are resolutely against ever letting you get them again once dropped. I'm sorry, baby, just please, just come in my mouth. Anyway, one particular highlight of this world is this moment here where I beat Bonkers and Kirby took the hammer, then proceeded to do fuck all about it when the damn thing was right there for him to hit it. So that was fun. Thankfully, if you do manage to reach the boss, it's not particularly tough. It's a shark with a floaty. You already know Gobbler ain't shit. He went down, no problem. Peppermint Palace. Oh boy. Besides the rainbow route, I'd say I spent the most time in this icy palace. I saw myself lost constantly, slipped and slid so often, stood surrounded by saboteurs salivating at the chance to slice my sorry ass, and surmised that the sauciest scion of Sir Meta Knight was this Sword Knight. I swear, I simply struggled severely just to saunter past him, sadly resorting to sacrificing my supernatural prowess so I could somewhat safely slip past his saber. This single scumbag scared me silly, seriously cementing my scorn against all of his siblings. Worse still, as I searched the sections of the palace, I seem to circle back to once again get screwed by his superior speed. This sadistic son of a bitch has slain me so many times, he started to siphon my sanity, and that's not all. The Sub-Zero sector concealed its secrets well, and I confess I straight up stupidly cycled these 6 sections, somehow missing this sleek little pass. I sighed serenely when I saw it segue to the salubrious site of the 7th vessel for the survey slip I so desperately sought. Alright, enough S-words. That was fun as hell to write, by the way. Let me know what you thought of all that in the comments. Perhaps a James Webb ASMR is due? Oh, what? I thought I was being clever. Did you not see my lightning come out? The boss of the palace is Wiz, this hat with eyes and hands. This guy was a bit tougher than the rest of the bosses so far, mostly because he's just much faster. His movement is the deadliest thing here for sure, but after clocking that and dialing in the dodges, his attack pattern is extremely consistent and you should have no problems. Especially if Meta Knight suddenly decides to just barge on in and screen nuke the wizard? Thanks, I guess? Radish Ruins is next, and it's an odd one. Just like with the Mustard Mountain, this world has a ton of one-way paths, with certain copy abilities essential to progress. I love how you start by digging the temple out of a ton of rocks, and that throughout the temple there are booby traps like Gordos waiting to smack you once you enter their domain. The aesthetic is really nice here, but honestly, there's a missed opportunity to have more mumbies in this area. These mummy orbs are particularly dangerous enemies in the series, with higher than average durability and immunity to being inhaled. Now I also love how you can unlock a special door here that leads to every copy ability in the game. Really nice touch, it's like a treasure trove. Regardless of my opinions, which you know Nintendo does not care about in the slightest, I navigated my way to the various goals and then the boss, Meta Knight, or Dark Meta Knight. Identity theft is a serious problem, sir. How dare you? Dark Meta Knight was another tough boss, and that ultimately stems from 3 factors. First, he can block your attacks with his sword, which may have always been the case. I don't know, I never actually paid attention to that. Second, he swings stupidly fast, and third, he has an attack where he makes a tornado that is impossible to dodge or block if you are in front of it. And here is where I'd like to mention. In the first video I made of this series, I said that modern Kirby games are quite easy, and that the early ones threw me for a loop. This is what I'm talking about here. Even the harder bosses here were not particularly threatening because whenever I wanted, I could call the gang round to jump these dumbasses like I was part of the Dreamland cartel. Get it, boys. Finally, Candy Constellation, which I think was my favorite world of the game. I love space and sci-fi, so the aesthetic here was awesome. And navigation was interesting too. This underwater section was a very interesting way to start it off too. Really gave an insight into the fact that this was going to be a world that really played with the game's mechanics. I spent a decent amount of time here struggling to figure out how to get to the map, but all in all, besides the floorless room of blocks embarrassing me a few times, this was not a big deal.
I got this!
Oh my god, I'm trash. The bosses of this world are Master Hand and Crazy Hand. That's right, the Smash Bros antagonists. The gloves are off this time and looking to mess up my day, but despite them both appearing at once, I once again called the lads and we proceeded to stomp these 2 deity figures like nothing. Let's hope they're this easy to topple in the world of light. Alright, I finally made it to the boss of Carrot Castle again. Let's just call in the boys and... Shit. I'll be right back. Alright, made it. Now, this is one of the last bosses we need to beat. Showdown time. The Mega Titan is definitely the most difficult boss, even with the Dreamland Mafia around, since you cannot do damage to it directly. There is a lot happening on this screen right now, which makes everything a lot harder. The 4 rocket hands are much too fast, and the stars they release fade faster than any other boss's usable projectiles. With some patience and some S-tier movement, I was able to die. God damn it! Once I had run it back, I finally managed to defeat this Mad Titan, only for his head to pop out and start its revenge quest. This marks the only normal boss in the game with more than 1 stage. After defeating all the bosses, the mirror to the final boss is finally repaired, and you can challenge Dark Mind. Now before I did that, the last roughly 2 hours of my gameplay was spent just getting to all of the rooms. Once I had done that, I got started with the final showdown. I also decided to take a brief detour and vibrate. Before you fight the final boss, you get to fight Meta Knight. Oh, sorry. Dark Meta Knight. Ooh! He is not an easy start, and without a power-up, you are in trouble. Because again, he can block your attacks, he slashes quickly, and he's extremely good at catching up to you. I personally wasted no time dealing with this schmuck, because I knew he was not going to be the main event. Once Dark Meta Knight is killed, a portal opens up that sucks all the Kirbys in, with Meta Knight doing his best impression of Bellatrix Lestrange to throw his sword into the portal before we vanish forever. Thank God that none of us ended up getting stabbed. Here, the honor of being the final challenge goes to Dark Mind. It looks like somebody decided to combine Nightmare and Dark Matter, add a mirror in the Giga Chad chin, and slap the eye of Sauron on his ass. I don't know, this boss looks like a Castlevania boss, or a Superman comic book villain, not a Kirby boss. Anyway, he certainly does his best to piss me off because this fight is so stupid. At first, he telegraphs his attacks and teleports around a bit, shooting stars at you and being vulnerable to Meta Knight's Master Sword here, or whatever. But that's phase 1. Phase 2 is exactly the same, except now there's little platforms here. What's different? Good question. I just stabbed his entire eye butt until I won. Phase 3 is super different though, with 2 small pools of water on the side. Wow! Between each phase, you have the chance to heal and gain 1-ups, making these first 3 no problem. And then phase 4. Alright, so his attacks have so far been extremely samey, but now he adds something new. He drops this crash ball here, which if you don't destroy real quick, will explode and do unavoidable damage to you. Oh, but wait, he also does it a lot. Even better, the floor is icy, so turning around takes like 6 quintillion years. Fuck this attack. As if that was not bad enough, he teleports like crazy, which is so cool because he is utterly untouchable in this, and if you don't hit his eye butt, he takes no damage and just shatters. So you get to wait until he attacks, whenever that is, to do any damage. Cool, so after losing to him and getting to start over, I beat this phase and was met with this lovely sight. Need I remind you that this giant red eyeball is his entire ass? I don't want to think about what it is I'm hitting here to do damage, but this phase is possibly even worse than the previous one. It's a super cool final phase, don't get me wrong, but it's even harder than before with some honestly stupid attacks. He will often fling these mirrors around him, which I am absolutely certain are designed specifically to catch dumbasses like me mid-dodge and embarrassing them. Then they can travel off-screen, at random, mind you, and randomly return to hit you from out of nowhere, or summon enemies right on top of you, which is so awesome. And the hardest attack by far, these lasers that he reflects across his mirrors. The biggest issue being that it is extremely hard to tell which direction the beams are going just by looking at the mirrors, because you often also have enemies to deal with. You don't want to smack into the boss itself, and if you have helpers, losing where you are is super easy. Granted, that last one is probably my fault. I just didn't want to deal with this annoying man since I had lost to him multiple times. Where this gets extra fun for you all and exclusively not me, I got to fight this shitty final boss in its entirety again because my footage corrupted right around the same time my game soft locked somehow. Not gonna lie, I don't know how this happened. Maybe it was simply time for the vessel to be discarded again. Once I had finally gotten back to that stupid final phase again, I moved along. Oh look! Looks like the glutton ain't done getting his ass beat. Final shmup section and the credits are rolling. The credits are rolling, and he's still Can you fuck off? He finally gives up and dies. God. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, I hated this final boss. The fact that he just sort of kept coming back, adding new ways to be annoying, and really remained mostly unchanged was extremely tedious. There really wasn't anything particularly interesting about him as a boss in general, let alone as the final boss of this game. He had nothing to do with any of the other bosses, as far as I could tell, and only had a vaguely relevant connection to the namesake. I genuinely think that Dark Meta Knight would have been a better final boss, maybe with a sort of Galactonite style of second form. Maybe Mirror Dark Matter could have shown up to change the gameplay somehow, empowering Kirby with the power of light and not being a creep. I don't know. He was annoying to fight, especially multiple times, and I just never really got invested in all of his multiple phases. After defeating him, we are told that Kirby will be protecting the Mirror Realm from any future threats. Right, because he was so helpful this time. Fraud. But how did I enjoy the game overall? Well, I can say with confidence that I loved playing through it. I mentioned this in my playthrough of the Great Cave Offensive in Superstar Ultra. Non-linear gameplay styles and the emphasis on exploration is a lot of fun for me. Needing to be meticulous about exploration, going through the process of learning the map, finding new secret passageways, and even struggling my way across the areas was a lot of fun. I can't say I enjoyed all of it, especially since there were more than a few times I got lost for like 30 minutes at a time, but apparently I do enjoy Metroidvanias. As it stands, the style is alright, and I was pleasantly surprised with how well the game was able to keep my attention. Now, full disclosure, the specific way I'm playing these games is not by far the primary way they should be played. I want to make that very clear. I'm basically marathoning the series, trying to beat the games as comprehensively and quickly as possible to get y'all the entertainment I believe y'all deserve. And so I don't spend hundreds of hours on a single project, I will often look up guides and even where to get items like the maps. This is not how you are supposed to play the games. The hours and hours and hours of gameplay I have in no way and under no circumstances are meant to be examples of how to go about enjoying any of these titles. You are supposed to navigate this maze for dozens of hours. You're meant to be able to pick this title up again and again, spend hundreds of hours messing around, happen across secrets, and get lost forever. You can go through this entire game having no idea that the map feature even exists and still beat it. You can defeat every single boss in the exact opposite order as I did. You can miss the obvious doors and find the hardest chests. This is the beauty of this game and others like it. The experience is entirely personalized, if not directly, then consequentially, by the simple fact that at any given point, every single decision you make snowballs into vastly different experiences. Y'all cannot understand how long I just spent sort of ambling about. I'm sure I've just about given my poor editor a seizure with how often I went through door after door because I forgot for the undecillionth time where the fuck burning was, and I'm sure watching through the footage was unbelievably tedious. Thank God I already did all that shit for him so I could pinpoint the funny moments. With all that said, I had fun with this entry in the main series. I enjoyed the music, even if it did get a little repetitive, and I truly felt like I had total control of Kirby the entire time. I'm finally good at video games, guys! Are you proud of me? With that being said, I do have some criticisms. Obviously, the final boss was a negative for me, but besides that, I have to say, I'm not sure the Kirby games really benefit from the Metroidvania style. This game took a huge risk in doing this, and I appreciate the hell out of that. Success is about pushing the limits of what you think may work and achieving something great regardless. But given the fact that the games themselves are so simple, and the mechanics so cater to replayability, I believe that Superstar Ultra had a better form of this in the Great Cave Offensive. The replayability of this game is not terribly high. Once you know where to go and how to get the things that you're looking for, it gets easier and easier to beat the game. I should know. I was able to memorize whole swaths of the map after just a few visits to any given area. Between that and the fact that the map is often not actually entirely accurate with warps and the occasional literally random teleports, you have an experience that is really only ever fun to explore once and then not again. I can't see myself putting this any higher than C tier, all things considered. Don't get me wrong, it was fun, but would I ever play it again? Maybe if I had someone to play it with. Kirby's Squeak Squad was a reset of sorts, especially as compared to Crystal Shards, Amazing Mirror, and the entire Shinichi Shimomura subseries. This game ultimately simplified the structure of Kirby quite a bit, following a linear gameplay sequence with an emphasis on the core of what makes Kirby so appealing, and no secret super boss. Instead of having deeply disturbing undertones and a rather grindy set of difficult collectibles, or a vast complex of interconnected pathways, Squeak Squad stays pretty much as simple as possible lore-wise and focuses on pure, unadulterated gameplay. The main idea is simple. Kirby's strawberry shortcake has been stolen, and he suspects Dedede. Yeah, that's the whole story so far. See what I mean? Simple, easy, relatable, and adorable. Kirby's calling card. Now for first impressions. This game looks and plays nearly identically to the Amazing Mirror, but with a few major changes that I think are a huge improvement for the yay factor that Kirby games are so well known for. Case in point, the entire bottom screen is dedicated solely to Kirby's bottomless pit of a stomach, which is something I'm sure a small portion of the internet would be very keen on, in which you can hold up to 5 items, ranging from treasure chests to bubbles with food, copy abilities, or other extras. Within this copy palette, which Kirby can apparently affect at will, you can pop bubbles to access the powers within, mix and match copy abilities to make new ones, make Maxim tomatoes out of lesser foods, and spit the bubbles back out to make room, usually for more treasure. Every time you eat anything, it visibly drops into his stomach and dissolves if not within a bubble, which is a little horrifying if you are an enemy of the God Killer, to be honest, but we do not care about the problems of insignificant fodder. This feature is definitely the most used one in the game, but it has a lot of mechanics that are not at all obvious at first glance. I didn't even know about some of these until I wrote the script. In the second level, you will find the first treasure chest. Every level besides the first has 1 to 3 treasures, with one big one guaranteed and then the smaller ones. Something that I found to be a huge relief for this series is you do not need every treasure to fight the final boss of the game. These treasures include aesthetic changes to Kirby's color or palette, music, extra health expansions, and the 3 gameplay pieces I'll get to in a second. The big treasure chests contain the most important items, and you will always need to challenge the squeaks for them. These enemies are actually a bit different from the standard Kirby foe. They are the only enemies in the game that force you to drop treasure when you get hit by them, and they throw bombs ranging from normal to Hiroshima. Vine boom sound effect. The 4 main leaders of this squad include the Brute, who is slow and tanky, the Speedster, who also throws ninja stars, and the nerd in his spaceship, who I bullied the most because that is what he deserves for wearing those stupid glasses. They really aren't difficult to deal with, but the struggles to get the chests back can be quite intense. It's a lot of fun to get them back, and it's made even better by the fact that if they do escape into their little castle, you gotta break and enter to steal the chests back. Though they are absolute show-offs, so they usually stand at the entrance yucking it up so you can stop them. Once you've beaten a level, you will be popped out into a simplistic world map, where you can revisit any level you want in case you missed some chests, are looking for a specific copy ability, or just want to find more secrets. There are plenty. Somewhere along the way in every world except the final one, you can find big chests with keys that unlock extra optional levels, if you're into that sort of thing. In the 3rd level, you are introduced to what is probably my favorite part of this game, the elemental affinities. Copy abilities like fire, ice, and spark actually have some effects on the world you're playing in. With fire, you can melt metal blocks, break cloud blocks, and commit arson. With ice, you can freeze lava and water to stand and run across pools, and if you're in a metal room, you can send bolts of electricity across the floor and walls to shock distant opponents with spark. This is really cool, and it's made even better by copy ability scrolls, which are introduced in this game and feature in plenty of others in the series. If you find these, you will unlock extra abilities for their relevant copies, or better still, if you have certain scrolls, you can combine abilities like sword and wheel with an element to add those properties to the ability. The possibilities this opens up are incredible, and the replayability of the game is quite high off this concept alone. There are a few new abilities, which I'll get to, and there are some changes made to the elemental ones that I really enjoy, such as fire and burning no longer being separate abilities. I always found that odd in Amazing Mirror. With one, you could breathe fire. With the other, you dashed as a fireball. In this game, they are combined into one, which set the standard for Kirby games that copy abilities can have multiple different manifestations of their use, and be upgraded and combined with others. This just leads to so much more fun for the player as they experiment with all the different powers. There's also Animal, which turns Kirby into a furry. Just thought you should know, if you're into that sort of thing. This lets you dig around to obtain things and pounce on enemies like a feral cat girl in a bad isekai. Speaking of bad isekai, these slimes can't be inhaled and will instead kiss Kirby to death if you try. This is both a tremendous irritation and kinda hot. Anyway, the first boss of the game is DDD, and I can show you how that went here. In the first few games of the series, DDD was a genuine threat. Took me 20 minutes to beat him. I feel like Kirby is growing in power like a Dragon Ball Z character. Arc to arc, game to game, he's just way stronger than before. Anyway, it turns out DDD is not the shortcake thief, and the Squeak Squad comes along to steal his treasure as well. In response, DDD does the only thing that makes sense. He grabs Kirby's ass, if you're into that sort of thing, and throws him at the Squeaks. Everybody falls into a ditch. Here I was introduced to what is definitely the most broken copy ability in Kirby games so far, Metal. You are very slow and can barely float, but you can float and jump, and you are indestructible. Enemies? Nah. Spikes? You mean background elements? This power is honestly straight up ridiculous, and it allows for some absurd moments. Not 2 rooms later, we get Bubble too, and this one can turn any enemy into a bubble that will contain their copy ability. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Modern Kirby games are quite easy, and these 2 abilities certainly aren't here to argue that. Here's a highlight of the game for me. Every single chase with the Speedster. I know they have real names, but I don't care. Whenever the Speedster shows up, the intensity skyrockets, and you already know that means that I'm gonna choke. I was getting London in 1940 until I turned around, pulled out my electric whip, and started tormenting this mouse, if you're into that sort of thing. Then I got wrecked by the geek in his pod.
Bye. Oh no.
Bruh.
Shit! No, I'm losing.
The boss of World 2 is Molly's mom or something from the prior game, looking to get revenge for the death of her son. Sorry, lady. Gosh. Might I suggest anger management classes? No? Okay, I'll just burn your ass instead. Get out of here. For beating each of these bosses, you get these little trophies, and if you collect all of them, you unlock a boss rush mode. And for beating a grieving mother to death, you gain access to the Worlds map. I always loved this in games, where you could jump between worlds like this and then go to each level. It's nostalgic. World 3 was nothing too special really, more of the same. I was just entertaining myself with magic though. World 3 introduces wind and clouds that can be destroyed, but the level design is a bit simplistic until the boss. Mecha Krakow here is definitely the hardest iteration of Krakow so far, with 2 phases and a new tactic, removing the floor. This marked what I am fairly certain is my first death in this game, and that's not because I was bad. It was not. It's because Tornado is trash. World 4 starts with a demonstration of my 300 IQ galactic brain.
I did it. Oh my gosh. I'm a genius?
And before I continue here, I need you all to listen to the bizarre droning music playing in the background. What is that bass line? This is the music the Outer Gods play for Azathoth to keep reality around, I swear. I guess the main gimmick of this world is supposed to be an unexplored jungle, but the theming is all over the place, to be honest. We go from caves to a forest to a temple to an industrial feel, and I gotta say, I was not expecting eco-terrorism to be a gimmick in a Kirby game. The boss of this world is this clawing bug-like robot piloted by the Dweeb, which takes up half the screen, shakes it like crazy, drops boulders on you, and occasionally crashes out and throws rocks at you. Without a copy ability, I'm sure this would have been a hard boss, but I was an epic ninja, so I took it out first try. Seriously, how does anyone look in the mirror, see a green walrus mustache and fawful glasses, and not immediately decide never to go outside again? The self-confidence is stunning. We move along to World 5, the Vocal Volcano, and right away, the theme is much stronger. The difficulty's starting to ramp up a bit, with hazardous floors, walls, and jets of fire everywhere. The chests are also not just on the way anymore. You actually have to put some decent effort into obtaining them, including races against time across an obstacle course I apparently didn't get the memo on, and this fire enemy showing me just how stupid I can really be. There's a tower of mini-bosses, and after you beat each one, you need to take their ability to get to the chests. There's a room full of doors that leads to puzzles and dangerous areas with fire and lava beneath breakable floors. This is starting to feel like a real game now. The boss is this gigantic bird, and it actually has one specific feature that makes it kind of a novel idea for a Kirby boss. See, usually, when you get hurt in a Kirby game, you will lose your copy ability, and it will turn into a bouncing star that I have some history with. I'm sorry, baby. I'll be better at the game, I swear. You always have the chance to get the star back, and this means that in most bosses, your main goal is to not permanently lose your ability. This bird breaks that cycle immediately by having an attack that tosses you into the lava in the center of the arena that is guaranteed to pop the star out of you and instantly melt it in the lake. This is really neat and totally wrecked me the first time I fought it, but I was more careful the second time and donned the Superman cape for the rematch. It's a bird! Now it's dead. World 6 is icy. Don't worry, I'm not gonna use like 70 S words this time. Instead, I'm gonna complain about ice.
Stop! You violated the law!
Not that one. This is not a fucking politics channel. I am playing Kirby games. Though do comment, like, and subscribe if you also hate ice in video games. Anyway, this world has way more obstacles and a decent uptick in difficulty therein. That said, the squeaks are as pathetic as ever. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure what I am doing to this poor mouse, but I do know that I'm into it. Bye-bye. Maybe I went a bit too hard here, but he doesn't know when to quit. There's a level composed entirely of just defeating the squeaks one after the other like this is a Bruce Lee movie. They really got together, had a meeting, and said, all right, sending one out at a time didn't work. Let's try one at a time, but all in a row. Dumbasses. The only threat here was their boss, Daroach, but I cheesed him with an invincibility candy because I thought it would be funny, and it was. So after Kirby devastates their squad, Meta Knight comes around on his delinquent era and steals the chest away. He locks himself behind a mystical door that needs 5 star seals to open. If you don't have them, you gotta go find them in big chests scattered around the world, but Kirby is of course a deity and already collected all 5 of them. This ain't Super Mario Land 2. Oh look, it's the orange orange ocean. Goody. Turns out after Kirby tossed the halberd into the drink like it was garbage, Meta Knight has been repairing it, and that is where he has taken this chest. Does he not remember who the fuck I am? I again am not entirely sure if the theming is on point here. There's a cloud level here, right after a water level, and then a metal level, but it isn't obvious when we entered any facility or the halberd. This is an issue I'm noticing as I write the script too, the fact that I'm barely invested in any one world because at any given moment, the memories I have of, oh, that one cloud level could mean any one of 6 in 3 different worlds. The boss is, of course, Meta Knight, who is easy, actually. I mean, I was kind of cheesing him with Wheel, but even then I noticed his stars are more numerous, he's not nearly as fast, his attacks are fewer and farther separated, and he doesn't have any huge attacks like his tornado as far as I experienced it. So he went down, no problem. So we get the chest back from Meta Knight. Daroach, true to his name, stole back the chest and immediately opened it. He gets swallowed by a huge plume of darkness, and that means you already know whose fault this is. He gets corrupted and blasts off into space. I love Kirby's reaction here.
My cake! Oh no, how horrible! At this rate, I'll never get my cake! I gotta find my cake!
Oh, and figure out what's up with that eerie smoke. This entire time, the Squeaks have been after treasure, and it turns out one such treasure was given to DDD by Meta Knight, apparently for safekeeping, and it contains some nasty evil. So he stole it from us after we knocked the Squeaks out, and then they steal it back, and the entire time all this theft and heroic attempts to save the world is happening, all Kirby can think of is, I want my shortcake. He's going to kill an eldritch horror over shortcake. I fucking love Kirby games. The final world in the game is Gamble Galaxy, and the background is amazing. You put space or sci-fi in a game, and I'll usually love it. I was right there with Markiplier when he was playing Space Simulator or whatever, and I had that Shmoyoho song stuck in my head for weeks. So a world that's built around being in space? Sign me up. The levels are the longest thus far, with plenty of more difficult platforming and lots to dodge. I wouldn't call it enemy spam, thank God, but I will say it's much more densely packed than, say, the first 4 worlds. And the difficulty of obtaining just one chest has gone way up. Because I am a greedy boy, I took the time to dig out an entire cavern over the course of 5 minutes just for one small chest. I didn't need to do that, but apparently my shoulder pain lately has been due to the vengeful spirit of Wario screaming into my ear to obtain more treasure. This level that the cavern is in, I think it's supposed to be asteroids near Popstar, which is so cool! You go from the small ones through a big one, onto some icy ones, on a warp star, past some gigantic crystals, onto some more asteroids, and oh good, this jumbo-sized, spiral-eyed, googly dickhead in his pod is back. And he brought some miners with him. Oh, joy! This was an extremely annoying fight. The UFO enemies are erratic, fast, and did I mention random? This combined with the fact they never stopped spawning meant I was getting absolutely ragdolled as I tried to drop this creep for good. The boss of this area was Dark Daroach. I hated this boss. This is the biggest gripe I think I have with the entire Kirby series. Randomly teleporting bosses with attacks that are nigh instantaneous and basically impossible to dodge. Daroach can just zip around at random, including right on top of you, leaving you with absolutely zero chance to dodge him. And you can't just stay in one place because he tosses bombs that make gigantic pillars of flame. As you try to maneuver all that, he also uses this attack that forces you into the air, and then he can randomly zip around and throw triple stars at you within a half second. What the fuck am I supposed to do about all this? This is not good boss design. It's just cheap shot after cheap shot, random nonsense, and completely inconsistent patterns that seem catered to filling the screen with as much harm as possible. So after getting destroyed numerous times, I traveled across the land, got an invincibility candy, and then got all up into Roach and touched him as much as possible. Yes, I am into that sort of thing. If it works, it works. Once that horrid abomination is dealt with, we move on to this chase sequence. We make our way over to try and stop this darkness from escaping. We know all too well that this is bad news. Meet Dark Nebula, some ancient evil sealed long ago by who I can only assume is Meta Knight. Interestingly, in the original Japanese, its name is Dark Zero. This dark being is the true final boss, and a fun one too. You hear that, Daroach? You're trash, and I hate you. We are given the triple star, Daroach's main weapon, and we cannot use it the way he did because obviously it would be overpowered otherwise. But Dark Nebula is pretty cool. It switches from fire to lightning to ice to use its many attacks, and each one moves and attacks in a different way but shares these rainbow stars. This was not a difficult fight at all, and I do kinda wish it had more health because this triple star is very powerful and it attacked pretty slowly. No multi-phase battle here either, just the one and done, and Dark Nebula is gone. The Squeaks finally realize that Popstar is full of freaks and leave, but not before making the best decision they've made this entire game and appeasing the Almighty with his shortcake at last. Look how happy he is. Everybody needs to be as happy as Kirby is one day. So, what did I think overall of Kirby Squeak Squad? I enjoyed it. It was cute, dead simple, and focused entirely on gameplay over schmancy fancy trials and tribulations. While incredibly simplistic and kinda mindless at the beginning, it really turned up the heat near the end and continuously rewarded the player for getting the treasures. This game is a great introduction to the series and gaming as a whole for kids because it is just simple, efficiently programmed fun. The elemental mechanics were simplistic but still interesting, and we shall soon see how far Nintendo will take this concept in future titles. The game set the standard for how copy abilities function for the series moving forward, including copy ability scrolls, elemental affinities, and multiple different ways to employ the powers. Breathe fire with the push of a button, do it while running, and you dash. The game was fun the whole way through. The bosses were interesting and a genuine challenge, and the options given to the player and the freedom of choice makes for an excellent replayable game that really doesn't take very long to play. There are only two major critiques I have. The rat bastard over there I've already mentioned. Get the fuck out of here, you cockroach. So the only issue I have left is with the rather inconsistent theming of the game. I've already mentioned it, but it does actually have an effect on the gameplay too. Because of the elemental attributes assigned to the environment and the copy abilities, certain enemies are far more common in some areas compared to others. And that has a lot to do with the developers placing specific opponents in areas where you can make the best use of their powers. This is obviously a good thing for the player, so you have an opportunity to see how the power-up changes the level. However, it becomes slightly muddied by the fact that every world past the third has at least one example of a jungle, cloud, and metal area, meaning that the entire game ultimately feels mostly the same throughout. Because of this, it's really hard to tell the difference between any given world unless you are paying close attention. If there was one cloudy world and you could use fire to break the clouds and lightning to power the thunderclouds, that would be fine. If there was one water world you could make use of ice in, or one lava world to freeze the lava in, that would work well. If there was one industrial section, like the halberd, that would be fine. But there is always going to be plant life to burn, water to swim in, fire to cool, and metal to zap for most of the game. So the strategy sort of devolves into always have whatever element shows up next, because that is the one you need for the chests. Once you have noticed this about Kirby games, it's really hard to ignore. Got a mini-boss? Take its power. Always take its power, and you will never miss a secret. Got an enemy in the wall? Take it. Always take the one that can do something. See multiple enemies? Pick the one that can cut, burn, or zap over the rest. It's simple, easy, and intuitive, but it does simplify the game a bit too far, and its secrets quite a bit. I think that's a shame. I'm not saying it's a bad thing necessarily, just that as the series progresses, all of the secrets are mostly just walled off by specific copy abilities instead of little puzzles, little side missions, or finding carefully hidden areas. This results in phenomenally fun, super easy, semi-memorable games that anyone can pick up and play whenever they want to have a good time, but it also results in far less of a challenge, and if you were looking for one, it can feel kinda boring. But with that being said, I did have a great time. Squeak Squad is probably my third favorite Kirby game, right behind Crystal Shards and Superstar Ultra. I'll slip this bad boy right into B tier for Best Boy in Gaming. Return to Dreamland was originally released for the Nintendo Wii and featured a much refined 3D render of the visuals with a 2D gameplay. Another sort of 2.5D game, though to be honest, I'm not entirely sure exactly what qualifies a game as being 3D, cause this one it just plays on a 2D plane. This game combined a lot of ideas from previous entries in the series, and was built off of what would have been a GameCube Kirby game canceled sometime in 2006. Why it was canceled is ultimately unknown, but there were 3 different builds, which were all experimenting with various different attributes, such as the first one working on a style closer to Kirby 64, but with a revamped helper system that would allow you to have 3 instead of just 1. Eventually, that made it to Superstar Allies instead. The second was a 3D Kirby game that wouldn't happen until Forgotten Land, and the last build was a cel-shaded treasure collectathon like Squeak Squad with super abilities for the Wii. It's this last one that allowed the team at HAL Laboratory to build Return to Dreamland within just a year and a half, taking many ideas and making a fully fledged game out of them, which ended up being one of the more successful Kirby games of all time, barely making it to the top 10. This particular game engine, as we will see in future episodes, is also used a lot in the modern titles, so expect this aesthetic to stick around for a while. Anyway, moving on from history class, we can just glide on in. Return to Dreamland tells the story of Kirby, and only Kirby, yep, don't worry about these guys, witnessing a dimensional portal open up, depositing a beautiful looking ship into a successful crash landing, a fate unfortunately shared by Kirby's shortcake. We already know what that means. Kirby is now extremely invested in the plot. They arrive on the vessel. What the fuck is Meta Knight doing? To find Magolor on the ground. Kirby, being everybody's friend, decides to help Magolor rebuild his ship out of the goodness of his heart. And so our adventure begins. First impressions time. The graphics? Excellent. Kirby has never looked better or rounder. The Wii is a very powerful console and one of the most innovative of its time. Remember, Nintendo was still trying to be excellent at this time, so they really put out a good show. The main motion feature of this game is actually really simple. If you are sucking and you really want to up your game, you can shake the Wiimote up and down to suck deeper and harder, allowing you to swallow far bigger loads than ever before. I'm not the least bit sorry. Anyway, besides Kirby's better sucking abilities, this gameplay is basically the same as the Dreamland games, down to the stage layouts. Each of the worlds on Planet Popstar has you go into a little area where you can access doors that lead to the levels, with the main goal being to collect as many of these energy spheres along the way. Thankfully, to beat the game, we actually don't need any of them. Yeah, they're entirely optional. The only things we need to do is beat the boss. I still went after them when I found the opportunity because I figured it would be fun. In this game, just like in Squeak Squad, copy abilities have a bunch of different moves you can perform under various circumstances, but there are no copy ability scrolls. Along the way, you can also find special items, such as keys that unlock doors, cannons that destroy everything, and French horns that, true to their nature, emit a constant stream of gay pride to protect you from above. Hard blocks and big enemies are now impossible to move with the standard inhale alone, and you need to use the super inhale to move them. In other words, the bigger and harder it is, the more you're gonna need to suck. Along the way, there's also a new feature, super copy abilities. Super enemies are no tougher than the average, but their abilities are insane. These aren't upgraded abilities, they are ridiculous abilities. Final Smash level abilities. Once you have them, you are basically untouchable, and each section that has them will include these star icons on the environment or exclusive enemies that you can wreak havoc on to eventually reach a dimensional rift. There is a time limit, but it's extremely generous. Within these rifts, you are being chased by the most powerful entity in creation, Screen Scroll. If you aren't quick enough, you will die of screen, and it speeds up the further away you are, so you are always stressing. These, in my opinion, are the most fun sections in the game. The excitement of the super abilities plus the enhanced difficulty of the rifts makes for a very satisfying gameplay experience. At the end of every rift is a fight against these sphere doomers, which start decently simple, but increase in power and difficulty of arena and enemy as you progress through the game. They kinda look like angry spectral Easter eggs. These will always drop 2 energy spheres for your troubles, then give you a Maxim tomato to fully replenish you. One thing I especially loved about them is that even though they are quite common mini-bosses, and you will be fighting them more often than any other, there are lots of variations in their attack patterns and difficulties as you progress, and the stages you fight on start to get very creative too. It reminds me a bit of the new Super Mario Bros. Mini-boss fights against Bowser Jr., only better in every conceivable way. This first level has all of the above very well organized and makes for a fantastic tutorial of how your experience is about to go. Easily one of the best first impressions from a Kirby game. The only problem I had at all was with the slightly floatier jumps, but I got used to that fairly quickly. This first world, like almost every first world in gaming, is based off of grasslands and caves, and it's easy but fun. Sorry, easy but fun. Wispy Woods as the boss is not surprising, but the fact that he's a grower was. After blowing me for a bit, he ended up shrinking back down with tears in his eyes. The jokes will continue until morale improves. After collecting the ores of the ship, Magalore reveals that the energy spheres unlock special stages that are completely optional. Moving on. The second world introduces the whip, and the innuendo is not even worth making. It also gives us our first taste of swimming in this game, which is actually much improved from prior games in the series. In the past, Kirby swam sideways decently, always swam upwards when you tried to hit the button to swim faster, and swam upwards very slowly. The movement was limited and slow. In this game, it seems he took some swimming lessons, and can now move freely and decently quickly in all directions equally and with exact precision. This makes water sections actually fun. I know, water in a platformer being fun? Mercury must be in retro games or something. I don't know what the astrology nonsense means. Bonkers. What the hell happened to you during production? Why do you look like you just came back from a trip to Super Mario 64? I have no idea why Bonkers looks so clunky and blocky when this mini-boss, King Doo, is completely round, and even his eyelash looks really good in 3D. As a model, not for him. He looks like the kind of guy to wear an ascot in college and never truly achieve success later in life due to nepotism and chronic arrogance, leading to his inevitable decline into drugs and eventually prison. Anyway, this second world introduces a lot of new concepts, from darkness to a new subtype of Scarfy that only chases you if you have a key, like those creepy masks from Super Mario Bros. 2, and in keeping with the Desert Temple theme, a crystal of invisibility that renders you intangible, used to sneak past these barriers to access more secret rooms. The boss of World 2 is Mr. Dooter, this ghost-looking guy right out of Luigi's Mansion. He has very simple attacks and telegraphs them like crazy, so he went down no problem. World 3 is a water world, which right away made me a bit nervous. However, because of what I mentioned before, I was pleasantly surprised. Seriously, the amount of control you have over Kirby while swimming in this game is excellent, and it is made even better by the fact that the game devs upped the level design from prior entries in the series. I really don't know why the vast majority of water levels in a game are relegated to just a cavern with water or beachside oasis, but it gets really boring really fast. In this game though, that is not the only theme. You'll be going across deep sea caverns with intense underwater flow, some intimidating rock movements, underwater temples, and later on industrial sewers and dangerous mechanisms. It's a fantastic range of themes. The boss of the Onion Ocean is, Fatty Puffer. Nintendo is really out here naming things Fatty Puffer. Okay. This boss was very easy too. Honestly, modern Kirby bosses have a trend. The first 4 or so are almost offensively easy, like Nintendo doesn't trust people to be able to fight a boss or something. Then randomly, the difficulty enormously ramps up and the final boss is genuinely very difficult. White Wafers is the ice world, and it was for sure the hardest to navigate. Ice in this game is particularly slippery. It's honestly kinda tragic. And by it, let's just say my gameplay. I did find some nukes though. We must be in Soviet Russia. The boss here is Goliath, who is actually kind of intimidating. He is smart enough to not just stand there and take everything I got, climbing onto walls to stay just out of range of my fire breath, and when he gets angry, he starts moving much, much faster. Add the slippery floors to this combo, and you will find yourself on the receiving end of a Goliath fisting you don't even want to fathom attempting to recover from. Still, he found himself on the receiving end of some Looney Tunes logic and promptly died. Nutty Noon is next and has a cloud-like dreamy aesthetic. You can see the rest of Popstar in the background. A beautiful, absolutely stunning visual with the sunset. Magalore mentions buying a vacation home here, and I don't blame the guy. It really does seem like the perfect place. This Sky Temple has really a lot going for it too. It's simply beautiful. This marks the first cloud world in a Kirby game that didn't constantly mess with falling enemies or blocking your vision too, which is a huge bonus. We eventually arrive at the final level and take the last piece we need to repair the— oh, never mind. The Grand Doomer is what I call your old, hopeless grandfather in the nursing home, but it is also the boss you see before you now. Its attacks are quite like its children in the millennial generation, but harder to avoid because it's much larger. It is also the first boss to have a second phase, where it will release enemies to harm you, and you can only use a super ability to do damage to it. The second phase is obviously extremely easy, but that didn't stop me from dying to it, of course. I do love the dramatic finish it lets you get at the end, though. Much appreciated. Now that we have all the pieces of the lore, we can solve the mystery of who killed those kids and put them into suits. No, wrong lore. The ship. Now that the ship is repaired, we go into another dimension and end up in Halcandra, a world that has parallels to Popstar. This four-headed dragon named Landia is none too happy about us and has shot the ship down again. We just fixed that. God, this is why we can't have nice things. Welcome to Egg Engines, my favorite world of the game. The industrial sci-fi elements here are reminiscent of the Shiver Star levels in Kirby 64, but my goodness, do they ever look good with the Wii hardware. In this world, you will be traveling through the factories of this place, underwater industrial sectors, and above-ground decrepit cities. Looks like the end of the world out here. And it seems somehow that Landia has someone in charge of all these things, the Metal General. This boss is immediately a cut above the rest, with extremely fast and varied attacks and a lot of health. He seems to be Halcandra's version of Meta Knight, but between the electric bolts, the missiles, and the mines, he is a genuine threat.
Oh, the dark and evil world just twisted like my mind.
You are a gingerbread cookie. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
With the general down, we go to the dragon atop the volcanic caldera. This lava world is the culmination of all the difficulty this game has to offer in the normal playthrough. The background really doesn't even look like a volcano. It looks like we are in hell, with lava falls and strange structures in the background, planetoids, and a core floating like this is some anti-gravitational landscape. Even beyond the aesthetics, the gameplay is also more involved. If you don't pay attention to where you are or act too slowly, you'll just get cruished to death. At the end of this, we fly past the core of the volcano in the Warp Star to reach the final challenger at the top. Landia has pretty quick attacks, and there's not often a lot of room to dodge, especially when she splits into 4 smaller dragons and flies around all electrically. As a final boss, though, Landia was not very tough. Sure, it knocked me around some and even got close to ending me, but once I learned the patterns, there was nothing stopping me from saving Magolor the trouble of obtaining the Master Crown from her. Wait, what? Yeah, turns out Magolor had tried to get this Crown of Power from Landia himself, and that is why he crash landed on Popstar. Then, he decided to get Kirby to help him, watched him fix the lore, watched him trounce Landia, then mocked him, and decided to threaten Popstar. Does he not know who the fuck I am? Seriously, he should have known the moment Kirby reacted to him that he was fucked. He actually mentions that the blank look Kirby gave him when he revealed his master plan infuriated him. But brother, if you steal what you call absolute power, transform, rip a hole in another dimension, and claim the entire universe is in danger because of you, and somebody is looking at you like this? You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. Anyway, Landia decides to help Kirby, and just Kirby, yep, don't worry about these guys, to chase Magolor down into another dimension. This becomes a shmup. I love shmups. The design of this other dimension is a geometric nightmare right out of any middle school student's first encounter with shapes in math, but it is beautiful. We've been traveling into this dimension over and over again to stop the Doomers, and these enemies are all basically just Doomer variants. The screen scroll is back as an obstacle, and I didn't notice this while playing, but the background has echoes of all the worlds we have visited, implying to me that this is a higher mathematical dimension. Keep that in mind. Magolor summons his boat to defeat us, but this ship clearly ain't all that durable if all it took was a few of Landia's shots to take it down before. He uses the pieces we repaired the ship with as attacks, but ultimately could not achieve a takedown. Instead, he smacks us down near this black hole, which looks so cool. Magolor has a ton of health in this fight, and a lot of attacks. None of them are insanely hard to dodge by themselves, but he throws a lot of stuff at you, especially after you tick him off. If you aren't paying attention, he can melt your health away. He also has 2 phases, only unlike the Grand Doomer, he can actually remove your super abilities. Doesn't stop him from summoning more super bad guys to help you kill him though. Once you have him down to his last bit of health, you get one final push before you cut him down to size. But the crown ain't done yet. Meet Magolor Soul. The power of the Master Crown imbued with void essence, and it is not about to back down. This is the most fun I have had with a final boss in Kirby yet. The design is off the charts. The attacks are not total nonsense, but still threaten you, and the visuals are just stunning. This is not like Dark Mind or Daroche, randomly teleporting around and randomly using attacks that take half a second and fill the screen with random bullshit. This is actually possible to dodge and fun to try to manage. Only after defeating this phase with its powerful new attacks will you have finally put an end to Magolor's somewhat idiotic attempt at power. From there, the entire entirety of the other dimension starts to fall apart. And again, Kirby does not seem all that phased. We escape with Landia's help, make it back to Popstar, and all is well with the world again. So, what did I think of Kirby's Return to Dreamland? I gotta say, it was probably my favorite game so far. It is not surprising to me at all that they decided to remake it. The environments are phenomenal and so detailed I had just as much fun watching back my footage to notice cool details as I did playing the game. The copy abilities are normalizing to a degree with the way they work firmly established, and now Nintendo can experiment with how they work. And the super abilities are an extraordinarily flashy way of doing so. The plotline of a Kirby game is never going to be complicated, but I do enjoy how they have Magolor presented as a potential ally, teaching kids that not everyone is trustworthy just because they seem nice. Friendship is a major theme of the Kirby series as a whole, and we will see that Nintendo expands upon that concept a lot in the future, with the ability to join in on any Kirby game with the push of a button, and if alone, to make friends out of the poor fools that dare stand in your way. The game is a ton of fun to play because everything feels smooth, and there are puzzles and extra challenges, and a fantastic difficulty progression that even allows adults to have fun if they want to play this extra mode. This is a game that any old fan of Kirby could pick up with their toddler and make a great bond with, and I love that. Everybody's favorite pink round ball of friend is just an absolute delight to hang out with, no matter what age you are. From the young child with little hands, to the gamer adult who wants a challenge, to the elderly grandparents whose reflexes aren't what they were 40 years ago. Anybody can play these games. And that speaks to the love that this series brings into the hearts of millions around the world. Even before I started this series, I had played 2 of the games with my now wife and my still brother. I knew I would enjoy the rest of the series from that alone, and now I get to share my experiences with you all. I hope that you all enjoy my perspective, the James Webb perspective, as we continue in our adventures to unlock Kirby in the world of light. To do that, we will be going into Kirby Triple Deluxe. Originally released on the 3DS in 2014, this entry continued to expand upon my confusion as to what qualifies as a 3D game by having the gameplay primarily revolve around enemies, obstacles, and Kirby himself being able to interact with the background and foreground at will. No longer is our Lord and Savior limited to being accosted from in front or behind. Now, Waddle Dees can swing back and forth, wall panels can push from the background and literally slap you into the fourth wall, and most bosses usually have attacks that come from the mysterious dimension of depth. I think this is an incredibly cool gimmick right off the bat, and the game uses it extremely well, especially for a handheld console. We will get more into that in a bit, but let's just dive right in, shall we? Why waste any time? Our story begins with Kirby having a good day in Dreamland and then falling asleep. As he sleeps, it seems a gigantic plant called the Dreamstalk has grown his house into the sky.
Damn it, Jack, did you spill your beans all over the fucking Popstar? Jack!
He notices DDD's castle has also been pushed up into the sky and goes to investigate, encountering the mysterious spider mage named Taranza. Though I am sure that DDD's army of Ds did their very best, Taranza blasts them all away and captures the king. Kirby is not about to let an old rival turned friend just get manhandled like that, so he chases after Taranza. First impressions time. Right off the bat, the game looks pretty good, right up there with Return to Dreamland, and that makes sense considering how similar its game engine is to the Wii title. I mentioned last time how this was going to be the primary aesthetic for Kirby games moving forwards, and I was not lying to you. This game, along with Planet Robobot and Star Allies in the future, all carry the same engine's visual flair. Beyond that though, I think that it's just impressive that a handheld device is capable of this kind of power, and it's made even more impressive by the fact that the 3DS can actually make things look like they are in stereoscopic 3D with just the push of a slider. It's crazy how far technology had improved in just 10 years, only for it to apparently stop improving altogether for the next 10. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. We can now generate endless AI girlfriends to usher in the end of civilization as we know it, so there's that. The game looks good, plays well, and doesn't feel as slow as Return to Dreamland did, though I have to imagine that is due to me getting used to it. Right away, we are introduced to the main gimmick of the game in these little 3D warp stars, which will take you to the background or foreground so you can continue your gameplay there. I cannot stress enough how cool this is for the game design aspect alone. This game forces you to pay attention to both both parts equally, or risk getting snuck up on. If you aren't being careful enough, you will find yourself totally confused by whatever the heck just hit you. It is literally adding a whole new layer of fun, danger, and secrets, and I love it. Along the way, you may also find these keychains, which do nothing at all, but they are cute. And in this first level, we are also introduced to the most fun aspect of the game, the Miracle Fruit. Upon consumption of this radical new fruit, Kirby will become rainbow colored and gain the ability to suck harder and swallow bigger loads than ever before. So I now understand where the title for Star Allies comes from. The jokes will never end, people. It's too easy. The Hypernova ability is such dumb, simple fun. You are just insanely powerful and can inhale anything, and I do mean anything. Trees, trains, giant missiles, mini-bosses, you name it. It is far and away the most powerful ability Kirby has ever had, and using it is a tremendous amount of fun. Now, what are we doing to beat this game? It's pretty simple, actually. Scattered throughout the world are these sunstones, which you need a small number of to access the bosses of any given world. Though you do not need all of them, you do need at least a few for each boss, so they are our top priority. Other than that, once we beat the final boss, that's it. Whenever you complete a mission, I also love how Kirby always sounds totally disgusted by the progress. Just listen to him. Why does he say ew? Regardless, we also come across these new tilt control sections where you could tilt the 3DS to make things happen. Now, as cool as this is, I am playing on an emulator with an old-ass Xbox controller that I have forced to function like a PlayStation controller, because that is the console I grew up with and I am a heathenous man, so this was tricky to figure out. For as funny as I'm sure it must be to imagine some dumbass playing a game that requires motion controls with just a standard controller, I was the one who had to figure out how on earth I was gonna do it. Eventually, I settled on the immensely overcomplicated method of telling my computer to treat the controller like it was a whole separate joystick with Joy-to-Key, which controlled the mouse, but only when I had a trigger button held. Insanity, I know, but it works, okay? God knows I'm gonna figure out Skyward Sword or Mario Galaxy. Oh, man. Before each boss and mini-boss, Bandana Waddle Dee tosses you an item in a star, which the game tells you can be improved if you get a street pass. I do not have the means to adequately describe to you all how little I gave a fuck about this concept even back then, and I cannot believe that people still somehow defend the concept. Two devices sharing data, even in sleep mode, between any two people who happen to have devices is insanity. Some games even required street pass for certain unlocks, which is even more stupid, and you can already imagine how needing to meet strangers to transfer data landed with some parents. At the risk of getting any angrier or any further with this, we move on. Thank you, Mr. Frosty, for the cake. Another example of the game using its 3D capacity to the fullest is found in this section here, with Gordos in the background and foreground giving you only one option for where to go. The 3D nature of this play area and the thin rail that Kirby occupies reminds me of Kirby 64, since you'll occasionally find windy areas with Gordos arranged in such a way that you actually don't need to move to avoid them. Waddle Dees swing back and forth across the path, and mini-bosses have attacks that can only hit you when they cross the little line you were using to walk around. This feature does a lot to immerse players in the world. The boss of this first world is Flowery Woods, and honestly, I was not expecting the very first boss in this game to be as dynamic and interesting as Flowery Woods. Taranza over there is just kinda tugging DDD along and uses their incredible magical power to make a random flower an entire tree. Not quite sure if that is how that works in real life, but okay, sure, my disbelief is suspended. Every boss in this game has 2 stages, and once you drop them to 50%, they enter their second stage. I was fully prepared for this to be a standard Wispy Woods fight where you blow fire on him for like 30 seconds and that was basically it, but no, the background is obviously going to be used. Once Flowey over here is half dead, this gigantic tree will uproot itself and use the background to make an island to shoot at you. I'm also not quite sure that plants can do that, but sure, suspension is still happening. Even this very first boss was pretty dang cool, with lots of varied attacks. It's definitely going to be a trend moving on that copy abilities are just not powerful enough to do sufficient damage to the bosses, so you're better off using the stars they drop to harm them. Still, you can't ask for a better counter to plant life than fire! Somehow or other, I always end up committing eco-terrorism with Kirby. Like, am I the problem? No, it's those kids always being on their damn phones. Fucking tablet babies. World 2 reintroduces us to water, which for some reason Kirby is worse at dealing with again. You have to actually press the swim button to achieve the same level of control as you had in the last game, Return to Dreamland, and I'm really not sure why that is the case. At least it's still preferable to the old ways where you had very little control. Speaking of having very little control, the tilting. I really should not be attempting to emulate all of these games. My goodness, is it ever fickle. It took me far longer than it should have to figure out the best control system for it. So enjoy me getting tilted at not being able to tilt the fucking rope sideways. This world also introduces us to still further uses for the depth mechanic. Remember in Return to Dreamland how we had the cannons that destroyed everything? In this game, Kirby fires into the depth instead, which is only made better by the Irish jig he performs while he does it. You can also find these giant laser pole things that beam into the depth, and you can find missile emplacements too. I was not expecting to have access to missile warfare in a Kirby game, but there I go again, assuming I know fuck all about how this series works. I don't know, fucking Jesus Christ. Speaking of which, I'd like to introduce you to the single most powerful copy ability in the entire game, Archer. Now, you may think I am joking, because despite the fact that I just told you it's the most powerful ability in the game, you don't listen. Here's the deal. With Archer, if you duck, you are unable to be harmed by enemies. No, I mean it. Environmental hazards, enemies, mini-bosses, bosses, the final boss, it does not matter. You pull up this little cardboard bush, and Kirby's unimaginable will makes you indestructible. It's insanity! You could beat the entire game with this ability alone. Once I realized this, I decided I was just gonna do away with it entirely. Like, we have seen some pretty broken powers in the last few Kirby games, from Metal to the super abilities to Hypernova, but this is beyond stupid. It is a normal copy ability that just straight up makes you unkillable. It would trivialize the difficulty of the already easy game in a heartbeat, so because I am the best gamer of all time, I decided I did not want to use it. The second world's major highlight, however, is in the carnival type levels where the depth has mirrors that show you invisible ghosties and what lies behind foreground elements, along with fake floors and fake ghost doors. This feels straight out of Luigi's Mansion 2. God, I am so excited to play Luigi's Mansion again. I want all of you actually in the comments, if you have the opportunity to, let me know, what game are you most excited for me to play in the World of Light? Whether that's because you want me to suffer or because you want me to have a good time with it. Let me know, and I'll take a look at the comments. We'll see what happens. Bring back my DDD, bitch! At the beginning of each boss, Taranza can be seen just chugging along some more. I imagine that this is just the fastest that Taranza can pull his heft around. The boss here is Paintra, a living painting of a paintbrush lady. Nintendo and paintings, man. They're portals and they're living beings. It's kind of crazy how consistent this trend is. She mostly interacts with the foreground by blocking your view with paint, but besides her spot the difference games, we defeat her without difficulty. Side note, I absolutely love how they are referencing the Three Little Piggies story here. I find that to be incredibly endearing. Kracko is the boss of this next world, and yeah, I didn't have anything interesting to say about his world, sue me. Kracko was always an interesting boss to fight, since you could never truly do too much to harm him until he approached the floor, but in this game, that advantage is even higher. Kracko is much more powerful, which makes sense considering how high up we are. He starts... Rude. He starts by using rain and lightning and trying to ram you, whatever. But it's his second phase where he starts to get a bit upset. Cumulo Nincompoop over here starts getting a bit Dragon Ball Z on my ass, and it's genuinely intimidating if you aren't ready for it. Still, I think Mecha Kracko from Squeak Squad was harder to deal with, if only because his attacks were much faster. The next world is themed after ancient jungle temples with traps and secret treasure troves galore. Oh my. Why these Waddle Dees are working so hard to spin this giant spiky death trap is beyond me, but hey, I appreciate the grind, fellas. There's a nice haunted house in this world where the background is more accurate than the foreground again, now featuring missing floor spaces, invisible platforms and walls, and oh, would you look at that? The subscribe button and the little like and bell icons. You shouldn't have, Sakurai. Anyway, once you collect the miracle fruit here, Kirby does his best impression of a poltergeist and starts sucking on ghosts. Gross! Anyway, I mentioned this haunted house because right at the end there is a king ghost that will do everything in his power to possess inanimate objects, including the legendary, indestructible eldritch horror from the depths of the abyss of Super Mario 64, the dreaded piano. Following this, we enter a temple worthy of the glory of Kirby, covered from foundation to top in pure gold. A temple so massive, it takes up multiple levels of treasure, at the end of which sits this false idol that Taranza has the gall to animate against our lord. The coily rattler was no major threat to a true deity, of course, and with just a few minor issues, like getting grabbed out of nowhere, we were able to take him down. With that, we are greeted with the next world. Endless explosions. Editor, you know what to do.
Okay.
So, Endless Explosions is the lava world, and a huge step up in difficulty. Nintendo loves making at least one of the levels in their lava world have falling rocks or lava, apparently. That is a trend I'm also noticing. Great googly moogly. That's quite the mouthful. Moving on from that, we have a level that is almost entirely composed of gigantic moving walls ready to crush you to death. A level that is just a mini boss rush, which most modern Kirby games have for some reason, and then the boss fight against a giant lava frog. Okay, sure, why not? Disbelief is suspension still. This boss uses the background more than any other, from shooting fireballs, to bouncing around, to unleashing lava, and so on. But despite dirtying up my screen with his fire breath and doing his best impression of a McDonald's sign, he went down without too much issue. Now, we get to the final world of the game, the Royal Road. This is one big castle, basically, and we are on the final path to eliminate the threat. Taranza over here is still just chugging along, holding on to DDD, so we gotta save our main rival and make sure that he retains his loyalty to the superior life form. I mean, make sure that he's okay. Yeah, that's what I meant. You'll travel from the outskirts to the interior, which is a crazy-looking sci-fi structure. This is an incredible design, and it really makes you wonder what sort of tech these skybugs have to their name. Now, this second level would be a lot cooler if it wasn't just a boss rush of the same bosses we just beat. Whatever, I guess they were cool. We beat the coily rattler and Kracko again, then move along. In stage 3, just in case you forgot what a cool gimmick the miracle fruit was, here's every single thing you can super suck. Also, in case you forgot this was the world that Nintendo ran out of ideas for, you can fight the other bosses all in a row in the next level. Ooh! This sucks, man. Aha! Finally, a good level. This is a fantastic, beautiful place, covered in gigantic gemstones floating in constellations, where we have to save these flower spirit-looking creatures so they can open the door to the final boss. Apparently, they are an oppressed race of sky people that the ruler of this sky realm decided to oppress. Cute fairy girls being in trouble? You already know that Kirby is here to save the day. Along the way, we also, unfortunately, ran out of shrimp.
No.
We don't have leftovers, but we have more shrimp. Okay.
Before we defeat the final boss, we get to slaughter dozens of mini-bosses with a miracle fruit. And these aren't just normal mini-bosses, they are buffed up versions of the mini-bosses called DX editions. So it is very satisfying to watch them explode when Kirby swallows them. I didn't even mean that one. With that, we move along at last to the final level, where we discover that Taranza thinks that DDD is the hero of Popstar and decides to possess him and sick him on us. Clearly, you didn't know then, and you don't know now, who the fuck I am! Masked possessed Dedede over here is not a difficult boss fight. I mean, come on, it's fucking Dedede. This guy hasn't been relevant since the gourmet race. But after defeating him, Taranza looks hilariously shocked that he lost, and gives him a shot of adrenaline or something, and now he's angry. The second phase is much harder than the first, that's for sure. But ultimately, despite Taranza's aid, Kirby once again proved that he is the true hero of Popstar by beating the shit out of the poor penguin. He's not been having a good day, man. Once Taranza realizes who's standing before him, apparently Taranza was a dude. Could have sworn this whole time he was a chick, wow. He calls mommy Sectonia over to help him out. Right away, she blasts a loyal servant because they made a mistake like a spoiled Disney villain, claims she is ruler of the heavens and that her beauty rivals the divine. So it's only been, give or take 15 seconds, and I already need her to die with a burning passion. That is what I call fantastic character design. Her theme is absolutely banging though. DJ editor, drop that to me.
Okay.
Fuck, it's good. Anyway, Sectonia is actually a really dangerous boss. She's not just another pretty face for the Rule 34 artist to experiment proportions on. She's actually a decent fighter. She uses twin swords and 2 magical staves because just one is for fucking amateurs, plus her magical powers that definitely make up for her distinct lack of arms. Once defeated, she's actually amused, making her the first Kirby boss to feel his wrath that isn't a total bitch. Well, I mean, she is, but not a weak one. She decides to merge with the Dreamstalk to become a massive, flowering, eldritch horror that is threatening to consume all the life on Popstar, which is honestly super badass. We experience more of me getting tilted at tilt controls as we try to, shoot Kirby into eyeballs on the vines of the Dreamstalk for some fucking reason instead of, I don't know, literally any other plan. Then we shoot him towards the final encounter. Now, for the vast majority of this fight, we aren't actually hitting Sectonia herself. We're mostly dealing with her, I don't know what to call these, eye stalks? Eye stalks. This is probably one of the dumbest deaths I've had in the series so far. Anyway, there's a lot to enjoy about this final boss. The attacks are varied, use the 3D perspective to their significant advantage constantly, and look clean. It's like a beautiful eldritch horror, punctuated by the theme that sounds like Sectonia herself singing as she fights. She's freaking massive too. She's large even in the distance, really making this a spectacle. The vast majority of the fight is actually against her super invested minion pods, or simps for short. But even then, they will do whatever it takes to defend their queen. What really sets this boss apart is the fact that after you beat her, she is the only boss thus far that has ever actually had Kirby on the back foot. She caught him as he celebrated and has him dead to rights until Taranza does his favorite thing in the world and tugs DDD along so that the king can both repay his debt to Kirby and get his own payback for getting beat up earlier by smacking the shit out of Kirby to knock him loose from the tangle. It's like a debt moratorium both ways. Taranza throws us a miracle fruit and the final confrontation begins, and it is epic. The most epic that Kirby has ever been. You'll be using the airstrikes these simps send out to deflect the fucking nukes that Sectonia is releasing, dodging massive brambles and super lasers, and then using the very same simps as projectiles to beat her down. The final stand is Sectonia shooting her super laser at Kirby, only for him to inhale the whole of it and a sizable chunk of Sectonia's wings before... Look at that face. He's not fucking around now. I fucking love Kirby games. Oh, with Sectonia defeated, the Floralians have been liberated, and peace returns to Dreamland again. So, what did I think of Kirby Triple Deluxe? I liked it. It was thematically not too dissimilar from Return to Dreamland, but it played with the main gimmick quite a bit. I loved the use of depth in this game every single time. There was never a moment where I got tired of popping back and forth or got bored of the mechanics of the game up until the very end, with what was supposed to be the final world being a rehash of what we just did, basically. Each world used its theme extremely well, and there were a ton of super imaginative locations, from a Luxor-looking Temple of Gold to the crazy sci-fi gears of the final world to the mirrored funhouses and haunted mansions. Everything looked phenomenal, played just as well, and had fantastic animations throughout. This game is just fun, and it's so easy to pick back up. More so than any other game in the series thus far, I found myself able to effortlessly pick this one up and mow down a world or two. I think that speaks volumes for how interesting and engaging the levels were, and a lot of that has to come from just how immersive the 3D is. It may look kind of flat on your screen, and to be honest, even on mine, but this is a truly three-dimensional game. It's a novel take on platformers for sure, and one of the most unique ways I have ever experienced the depths. Sometimes that did result in some attacks coming out of nowhere, and occasionally my depth perception was just wrong, but I think that more so stems from the fact that I was still repeatedly treating the background as, well, a background while I was in front, and vice versa, when both interacted with each other much more than that. I cannot really say there were any issues with the game's mechanics. It was easier than other games in the series for sure, but I don't find that to be a problem. It was pure simple fun, and the fact that I want to play it more, even after beating it once already, just for fun, is extremely telling. I have no other place to put this in the tier list besides an A+. I love this game. This is a good game, and I highly recommend it to anybody who wants some simple, easy fun. getting a little bored of the same visual and gameplay engine as the last two games have had, so let's take a little detour. You clicked on this video, you saw the thumbnail, you read the title, I assume. Anyway, I don't know your life, so you must be quite surprised at the fact that I am playing a spin-off title when I expressly said I would only be playing the mainline games for the character unlocks in this series. However, I have a few reasons I want to play this game. First of all, I got bored of the mainline format, and it's good to add some variety to the gameplay so that you don't also get bored. Secondly, this is a game I owned when I was a wee lad, and I have fond memories of it. Third, it's not too far off of the format of a mainline Kirby game in my opinion. It's still a platformer, still has the same sort of general aesthetic and layout, and is still definitely a game with plot and progression, unlike, say, Pinball Land or Battle Royale. It's not just a Kirby-themed game, it's its own thing, unique from any other game I've ever played, and as you will soon see, one that offers a lot of fun regardless. Fourth of all, it pads out the series, and I like that, not only because these are fun to play, fun to script, fun to record, and fun for my editor, but it's also more fun for you all. Finally, the biggest reason.
I do what I want.
Anyway, Kirby Mass Attack is a DS game released in 2011 and offers a completely unique approach to the Kirby formula, as we shall soon see. Let's just pop right in, shall we? Right away, we are set to explore the Popopo Islands. If you remember correctly, Popopo is the name of the white Kirby, which is one of the skins in Smash Ultimate, so there, 7th reason to play this game. Anyway, Kirby is napping peacefully on a hill when, all of a sudden, he is struck by lightning and split into 10 small, weak copies. This is not the first time this has happened to him. He should really be on his guard. It turns out the lightning came from this handsome fellow named Necrodius, which is such a badass name, honestly, in an effort to kill the hero of Popstar for good. This was actually an excellent villain plan. First one to really immediately inconvenience Kirby, and we shall soon see just how rough this becomes for Kirby as Necrodius kills all but one of the little pinkies, leaving only the disembodied heart of Kirby and one small boy alive. First impressions time. The fuck? Turns out Kirby is even more bizarre than I stated in my video on Kirby 64, which you should check out, it's good, since he now apparently has the ability to be a floating soul. So long as there is one Kirby, there will always be Kirby. Anyway, listen to how fucking cute these pinkies are in the world maps as you move around, they're so cute. Ah! Now, in this game, you do not control these pinkies. You control the heart telling them what to do. Tap the screen and they'll run to that spot. Tap a fruit and they'll get it and eat it. Flick them with the stylus and you slap them into things with tremendous force. You can press and hold to grab the pinkies and double tap to make them hurry. It's a very unique method of moving things around. Combat is totally different too. The pinkies actually can't inhale, use copy abilities, or float. They can jump, get flicked, and my favorite, gang up on unsuspecting fools and pile drive them into the ground. This is how fighting works in the game. Guess that means jokes about Kirby sucking can't happen. Time for the jokes about gang violence instead. The stronger the enemy, the more pinkies you need to smack them down, and you can get more of them by eating 100 points worth of fruit. Apples are 1, bananas 10, these melons 30, and a maxim is 100. Once that happens, you get a shiny new Kirby in the mail, ready to commit organized crime. If they take damage, they become blues, and if they take damage again, they become sad little angels. But Kirby, being an all-powerful deity, can smack his soul down to resuscitate the blue. This first level acts as an easy way to figure out the basics of the controls, and also shows us our first rainbow sphere of the game, which you need to pop in order to access the next few levels. In order to enter any given level, you need a certain number of pinkies, and to beat a world, you need to beat the boss. Speaking of beating things, what do we need to do to beat the game? Well, unlike Return to Dreamland or Triple Deluxe, unfortunately, we do need to collect all the collectibles of a certain type. Thankfully, it's not all the medals, just these rainbow medals. Without all of them, the final world cannot be unlocked, so that is our top priority. Reason number 8 I wanted to play this game. It was supposed to be a shorter game so I could complete it faster to have more videos as a buffer between my latest release and where I am in the series in real life, but here I am, 18 hours instead of 8 later. So that was funny. Now, I'm not going to tell you everything I had to do to get the rainbow medals, but I will be giving you highlights. Also, there is no particular order you have to beat any given set of levels in, so I arbitrarily decided to beat them in order of highest number of pinkies needed to enter in the first place, as I figured getting the hard stuff out of the way first was going to be helpful. level. In Stage 3 of World 1, you will fight this mama bird, because earlier in Stage 1, you smacked her and dropped all her fruit. There are actually a lot of mini-bosses in this game, and they aren't the standard foes either. Every mini-boss is basically unique, which is a really good show. This game does a great job of never feeling stale, honestly, which is good, because usually Kirby games have 6 worlds with 5 levels each, but this one has 4 main worlds with 11 levels each, plus the final world with 5. So there's a lot of game to get through, especially if I'm doing dumb shit like this. Stage 10 introduces us to water, which in this game is a bit stressful. To move around underwater, you still need to tell the Pinkies how to swim and where to go, but now you only have a certain number of bars of breath, equal to how many Pinkies you have. I'm pretty sure that 10 Pinkies in the water at once does not equate to 10 bars of air. Pretty sure Avatar: The Last Airbender was right about how that works. Anyway, these Pinkies are actually good swimmers, but remember, they're also really fucking stupid. They'll snag on anything, everything. It's so frustrating, and even worse than that, swimming introduces a struggle that I personally had while playing the game. To flick a Kirby into something, you need the Kirby to not already be right on it. If you are on land, you can always manage to move a little and just flick to the side, upwards and sideways, no issue. The problem arises when you are trying to flick them down, because as you flick, the heart of Kirby is actively telling them to go wherever you are touching. So if you need to flick downwards, especially in a rush, it can be really imprecise and difficult to make that happen. The only way I managed to do so is panicking, so that's cool. I don't like how this guy jiggles, so I'm gonna show all of you. Immediately thereafter, we meet the Wispy Wood family. The old oak grandpas, the little cousins that we are murdering, the nephew whose corpse we used to travel the lake, the nephew's dying father, the spin-happy grandkids, everyone's here, except Wispy Woods. We're gonna beat him up next. Wispy adds some new tactics to his game here. From wiggling to bump us off, to mushrooms and spikes, to spiky apples, he's actually a much more involved boss than he usually is, though I imagine that is more due to not having fire than it is due to his actual power. Once you have beaten a world, the Skull Gang, that Necrodius is the boss of, will reset the number of Pinkies you have to 1. And no, you cannot cheat the system by going back to the prior world and eating a bunch of fruit. I tried. Thankfully, if you've already beaten a level, at some point in it, you will find warp doors that will lead you to the end real quick. World 2 is Sandy Canyon, which has my favorite world theme. It's so soothing to me for some reason, and nostalgic too. I'm really not sure why. There's just something about the slow, gentle whistling tune and the wind blowing sand that sort of brings me back to the small town I used to live in. This is a desert world, so obviously it has to introduce quicksand and cacti. These stupid stacked cactus, is that actually what they're called? Oh my god, it is! Anyway, these are the most dangerous enemy thus far. I am so good at just flinging my poor Pinkies into the spiky bits. I'm so sorry, Kirby. This marks the first Rainbow Metal highlight. In Stage 2, you gotta make this thundercloud enemy rain on plants to make them grow. Little helicopter plants with fruit, big pods, and huge pods can all grow, as can Stacti. Problem is, he also shoots lightning, and those two elements do not mix well for the plant. So here I am, clutching the big pod plant, hoping to knock it down, and Depression over there decides to literally rain on my parade. Fuck you! Hey, remember that time I mentioned how difficult it was to flick downwards? Yeah, this is what that looks like under pressure. I'm just pressed into the blocks, so they have nowhere to go, and it cost me. I don't know how Nintendo expects me not to be stressing and doing just that when I am in danger of dying of screen, but whatever. Thankfully, if you lose all your poor Pinkies, you aren't set back to 1. You return instead with however many you had when you got cruished. I say cruished specifically because that is the only way I have died in this game, besides spikes in 3 levels. In Stage 11, we encounter these cute chicks in a cage, who are apparently the babies of the big bird we scuffled with in World 1. Kirby, being everybody's friend, decides to help out. It turns out I was both wrong earlier and stupid. Look at this trash. What the hell am I doing? I am never going to be good at video games, apparently. Regardless of my absolute incompetence, I was able to get them back to their mama. This will pay dividends later. From here, the levels are upping in difficulty. Sinking temples like Avatar had. There's some thematic stuff going on here. Sandstorms so dangerous they will kill you. Hot air balloons with big Gordos around, and then a nice refreshing dip in an oasis. The boss of World 2 is this piranha plant wannabe that you actually can't directly harm. You have to instead weigh down this seesaw to smack him in the head. I hate seesaws. Not in games, I mean real seesaws. I remember being in middle school and playing on one of these, and managing somehow to get my tiny, delicate frame matched up with a big boy on the other side. So of course, I went up up real fast, then forward, and smashed my face into the damn thing and fell off. So what I'm saying is, I feel this plant's pain. Let's kill it. Despite his best attempts to weigh down the seesaw with his, boil, and my spending half the time in this fight fucking around, I was eventually able to give this plant permanent brain damage and move along. World 3 is DDD Resort. This is a weird one. The first 4 stages are basically mini games that you have to ace to get the rainbow medals for, which is trickier than you might think. There's one where you have to flick a Kirby to get the right card 4 times, which you can't mess up on. There's a pinball machine, a surfing type game. But then you get to the middle levels and suddenly you are spelunking into sunken ships, underwater caves with 2 different paths you need to take, and a level that is wholly locked until you press a specific button in one of those paths. In other words, the difficulty is rapidly rising. Case in point, this fucking level. Tilted Towers, but it's a tree. This is the most insane, most ridiculous level type in the game. The tree leans like crazy depending on the weight of the pinkies on one end or the other of a room. It's like a 45-degree angle in any direction, and it threatens to topple if you stay on it for too long. Avert your eyes if you get motion sick, cause holy fuck. Thankfully, Mama Bird is here to bail us out with, I assume these much bigger birds we are riding are the chicks we saved? They grow up so quickly.
Oh, okay.
Suddenly, what is that? This monstrous T-Rex-type, crimson-chin-looking, duck-footed, fat-belly fuck really brings it. I love all the different mini-bosses and enemies in this game. Look at this! It only features in a single level, as do most of the mini-bosses and even some enemies. Whole sprites, behaviors, hitboxes, and more were designed for a single level and no more. That kind of dedication is why this game is so cool. Reason number 9, I wanted to play it. We infiltrate DDD's castle, steal some artwork because Kirby is a chaos gremlin, then get punished by being dropped off in an ice-themed level. Ice is just not conducive to controlling a bunch of these little pinkies. Look at this poor fool, running for his life, barely moving. It's my entire YouTube career so far, right there. Please like and subscribe. The boss of this world is DDD, of course, and to be honest, I don't really even blame him for immediately deciding we are being a problem and throwing bombs at us. Perfectly valid crash out considering the breaking and entering, the trespassing on his hotel grounds. Yeah, not a good look for Kirby. Regardless, this fight actually takes a very different approach to damaging him at first. He's got bombs in bubbles, and you can bounce the bubbles around to both keep them off of you and keep them on him. But he's tricksy. See, he's got bombs with short timers and bombs with longer timers. The short fuses go off by the time you bounce the bombs once, but the longer ones can bounce twice or even 3 times. You can very easily lose track of that once he starts throwing them faster. After getting exploded a bunch, he goes back to Old Faithful, the hammer. This is the part where he loses because he is still literally a fat penguin, and Kirby, even a 10th of him, is a god. We beat the Penguin King, obviously, and move on to the next world. This is a volcano world, as all final worlds must be. Whatever, I'm in a tank. I am in a tank shooting pinkies at enemies. Your argument is invalid. This world is awesome. It has the aforementioned argument invalidator, plus it has zombies, another tilted tower, this time featuring the Thing forming giant hands to falcon punch it as you are in it, bloody murky water, lightning illuminating shadowy abandoned homes, haunted mansions, and lava monsters. Stage 5, though, kinda sucked in terms of the rainbow medal. You need to bring this big skull key at the beginning of the level all the way to the end without killing the Kirby holding it. Problem is, the level is not exactly easy and features insta-kill spikes, crushing flying gravestones, an elevator with rising lava that is absolutely not OSHA compliant, featuring the biggest Gordo I have ever seen, and then an ambush by these stupid skull freaks. Once that's dealt with, you get to fight a mini-boss for it. This is a lot to ask for, but you already know that I am up to the challenge, or at least failing at it for almost an hour before getting it done. You wanna know what's way worse than all of that though? Murky water. Murky water drains your air way faster than regular water in this game, to a ridiculous degree. In prior water sections, I could take my time and just chill without a care in the world, like this was a snuba trip. Murky water, on the other hand, drains your air supply faster than an emphysema diagnosis. It's really stressful actually, and that means that it led to some really stupid deaths. My favorite part of this world, however, was stage 10 and 11. Stage 10 starts with witnessing a button that we need to press being stolen by some space apes. We infiltrate the Spape mothership to find all the pieces we need for our own spaceship, which is hard enough on its own, especially if you do not put some respect on a Murky Waters name. And then we get to be continued at the end of the level. I've never seen this before in a Kirby game, a level with a part 2? Even before you get to that exciting cliffhanger, you get to run through the spaceship, which you already know I love because sci-fi. The Murky Water section was rough, and the dark rundown sector with the flickering lights was kinda spooky, cue SpongeBob and Patrick on the baby coaster. After that, you get to go in space and shoot asteroids and aliens and a mothership down. Come on, what's not to love? The only issue I had was with the rainbow medal, which you get one chance to obtain, and if you miss it flying by, sucks to suck. Try again next time. As for that part 2, we are floating in space. It's like swimming, but you don't lose air because you are in outer space. Don't question our Lord, he does what he wants. After all that effort to unlock this stage, it's actually really difficult. It's basically a mini boss rush to break open a door that has the stage's final boss. This makes things very tricky, especially since one of those mini bosses is a gigantic bonefish thing fought in murky water. This thing was tough enough earlier in normal water, so this was an adventure for sure. And this is just half of the levels in detail. I could go on. However, this video needs to come out soon and I am behind schedule, so let's skip ahead to the boss. It's a giant pig called the Skull Lord, which I am 100% sure is a Warhammer 40k demon, and it's kinda strange to fight. You start by preventing it from breaking the ground you are standing on by collecting its projectiles that I just realized it is shooting from its snout. Gross. Then you launch yourself into the volcano it's in, and once in there, you play a small timing minigame to shoot into its head over and over again till it dies. Kirby out here is giving so much brain damage. What a nice guy. Induct him into the NFL. Welcome to the final world of the game. In order to even enter this place, you need all the rainbow medals, which is a much harder task than the mainline Kirby games have had since Shinichi Shimomura was head developer. However, I was a little disappointed. As is apparently the case in all Kirby games from 2010 onwards, just in case you forgot what a cool set of bosses this game had, here are all 4 world bosses again. That kinda sucks, to be honest. At least the final boss is finally upon us. Necrodius is not as powerful of a boss as some later final antagonists, for sure. He definitely did the best work when he was sneak attacking Kirby, because in a direct fight, he is slow, even if his attacks instantly kill your pinkies, and he doesn't offer much variety in his attacks. The main pull is just the catharsis of finally getting your revenge on him after all the stress he put us through. Once you have destroyed his hands and then cracked his skull open, holy crap, Kirby! The magic staff he used to split Kirby like a single-celled organism falls into the hands of our Lord, and all 10 pinkies finally become one punk. As Kirby flew home, he looked out across the cosmos. The stars were so beautiful. Darkness had its place just as much as light, he thought, for the stars sparkled twice as bright in the dark depths of space. What a beautiful ending to this fantastic game. So, what did I think of Kirby Mass Attack? This game was a weird one for sure, and it's kind of a shame that it is not considered a mainline title. I understand to a degree that its primary gameplay is not the standard for platformers, and that experimental titles often end up kind of shoved into the second class of games for a franchise, but there's some real gems in there. I was beginning to get it. I knew that was gonna happen. I was beginning to get a bit fatigued of the standard Kirby formula. The way his powers worked, his movement, the enemy types, it was all starting to feel a bit samey. And that was not helped by the fact that the last 2 games I played on this channel, as well as the next 2 titles I will play in the mainline series, all use basically the same engine. Taking a break from the mainline series and playing a totally different thing that, in my opinion, still holds up well to being a platformer in the Kirby style was definitely a great choice. I feel refreshed and ready to get back into the swing of things with Planet Robobot in the next episode. As for the game itself, well, it was a ton of fun. Some of the mechanics, like flicking downwards or how stupid these poor pinkies are with routing, and especially how easy it is to get one stuck somewhere when you need to go fast, can get really frustrating. But that is part of the challenge. My favorite part of this game is the fact that every single level feels completely different. Every single level is unique, offers unique mechanics, even one-off enemies and mini-bosses. Every boss is defeated in a wholly special way. Every jump in difficulty builds off the last one, and level themes are not stuck in a tired old routine. Sure, you can call the world the grass, desert, water, and lava worlds respectively if you want, but that is definitely not the full picture. All 4 of these offer way more complexity than that, and it makes for an experience that never once gets tedious, even though the mechanics of the gameplay are extremely simple. Think about it. Copy abilities in modern titles are quite complex. They have all sorts of moves to them, sometimes can combine with other elemental affinities, sometimes can be upgraded, and so on. In this game, you can do 3 things. Tell the Pinkies to go somewhere, pick them up, and flick them. And yet, 44 levels in, 4 bosses later, there is still fun to be had. I think that's remarkable. There's so much to see, so much to find, so many secrets, and so many times you can pop into a level only to realize you need more Kirbys, or should have moved faster for that medal. That's not even going into all the mini games you unlock for finding them. This game benefits from the sheer animal charisma of Kirby 2. I don't mean this puffball's rizzing people up. I mean he's like a cute, smart pet. Kirby is so lovable, so freaking cute, and so joyful even in his toughest times that all you want to do is hang out with the little guy. Maybe hold him, maybe squish him around a little like a water balloon. He's just so appealing. I really do believe that Kirby's success is due to the accessibility of his games combined with the interesting lore. Kids love him because small and simple. Adults like myself love the challenge and the fun implications of the eldritch bosses. And the internet has fallen in love with the puffball's personality when faced with insurmountable odds. This game rocks, and the only reason I can say I wouldn't place it any higher is that it is kind of irritating to babysit these poor jelly beans sometimes. I feel like a fucking chaperone at a first grade field trip. Anyway, I place this lovely game with some reluctance into A tier. Planet Robobot, a pretty much direct sequel to Triple Deluxe that was released on the 3DS as well, featuring the same aesthetics, main gameplay sequences, and mechanics as the prior game, down to the gimmick of the warp stars taking you from foreground to background and vice versa. With the similarity between the 2 games so high, first impressions are mostly just what I said about Triple Deluxe, so go watch that video. I'll wait. Planet Robobot opens up with the Harvester mothership from Independence Day Resurgence landing on Popstar and beginning its sci-fiization. This absolutely immense vessel industrializes the entire planet into a sci-fi masterclass. And though DDD and Meta Knight do what I am sure is their very best to help, they are literally side characters, and Kirby is not. So with Kirby sleeping through the Industrial Revolution, he awakens to the disastrous consequences and sets off to show once again that people need to leave Popstar the fuck alone. Now, I lied earlier because I am on the internet, and that is what people on the internet do, about first impressions being the same as the last game. Every single world in this game has a totally different corporatist vibe to it, which influences the way the world works and what gameplay sequences we can expect. Popstar is an idyllic paradise, with simple lives and simple folk whose biggest concerns outside of getting invaded by so many eldritch horrors tend to be, am I gonna eat bananas or ice cream today? So because the modern era literally needs a job market or democracy will collapse, this massive vessel has decided to modify every single enemy in this game to enact its will on the planet. So expect to see plenty of head implants on these foes moving on. Now that every single person on Popstar has internalized the corporate agenda, our adventure can begin. This first world is predominantly based off of the second wave of industrialization, where electricity and radio communication facilitated mass production for the very first time in human history. You're gonna notice that a ton of the aesthetics and settings of this game are rooted in the history and future of technology. The number of references is actually kind of insane. Now, I am a huge sci-fi nerd, and this is just my bread and butter. I immediately love the concept of a major corporation finding a beautiful place like Popstar and deciding, actually, you don't use your resources correctly. You need to be absolutely draining the land and dismantling ecosystems or you aren't superior life forms, obviously. Fucking idiots. Because that is how real life is. Kirby is now literally eligible for the title of Luddite, which, if you don't know what that means, textile workers during the first Industrial Revolution that destroyed machines to protest unsafe work environments and wage reductions. Importantly, this movement was so threatening to the power of the government at the time that the British government sent more soldiers to quell the Luddites than they did to fight motherfucking Napoleon Bonaparte. Profit has literally always run the world. Anyway, this first world features pipes and barrels of what I am assuming is oil. The whole world has a sort of mechanized nature aesthetic to it, as if the plants themselves were becoming metal. Toxic sludge is fucking up the environment, and robots are being sent out to convert the natives into obedient wage slaves. This is a Kirby game, by the way. This is not Cyberpunk 2077 or fucking Death Stranding. It's a Kirby game, and they are not even trying to be subtle here. In this first level, you get met with all this and learn the basics of the game and how the rest of your experience is basically about to go. The camera is a bit more dynamic in this game compared to Triple Deluxe, and I personally believe that the 3D environments actually look look like they have more depth to them. I'm not sure how to explain it, really. I was just much more easily able to tell where stuff was in this game compared to the last one. Now, to beat this game, we are after these code cubes. These are scattered about in the levels, often requiring you to find a secret nook or do something puzzly for them, and you need a small number of them per world to unlock the boss of that world. Out of 100 code cubes in the game, you only need 35 to beat the final boss, so this was not a hard task. Otherwise, once we beat the big bad evil corporate boss, we are done here. The second level in the game introduces us to why this game rocks. I'm in a mech. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Kirby is literally in a mech. Your arguments against this game are invalid. Look, the last few years of mainline Kirby games have all felt mostly the same. I'm not about to deny that. It's true. But you cannot possibly tell me with a straight face that the ability to use a mech suit, complete with unique variants of every copy ability, is boring. I challenge anyone to say that shit to my face and mean it. They are so powerful, and you can just feel the impact and energy behind the flamethrowers, bombs, plasma blades, and electric bolts, and it's only gonna get better from here. In the rest of the levels, we board a train and make our way through the old-timey railway, immediately fight this giant robot, then infiltrate their giant laser-defended chemical factory. Come on, look at this place. Before we make our way to the world boss. Now, the bosses in this game are all cinematic and all quite a ways more difficult than the average Kirby boss, for sure. I was not expecting the very first boss to give me a run for my money, but Clanky Woods here had a lot of tricks up its branches. The arena is dynamic, as is the actual fight. In this game, bosses have 3 phases, so you can never truly get comfy fighting them. Once you've gotten to the point where you have them figured out, they switch things up on you. This, I think, is a major boon for the game as a whole, since it keeps the experience fresh and interesting every step of the way. Clanky Woods, for example, starts in a standard combat arena in 2D, but then you start fighting him in a circular arena where he can chase you down and shoot missiles at you, and then he looms in the background and attacks you from there. The developers really use the 3D landscape to its fullest potential here, and that makes things awesome for the player. And it's not like the developers were unaware of fan perspectives on the games either. Wispy Woods has always been a really easy boss in the series, and the first one, of course. So for them to subvert expectations and have you fighting a walking, roaring missile tree is a fantastic way to tell the player this game is different. Despite the same engine being used, this game is a visual and cinematic pleasure to experience. Alright, enough glazing. This ain't a Krispy Kreme. We defeat Clanky Woods and move along. World 2 features Society! No! Kirby in a cityscape is kinda out of place. And the Waddle Dees, I swear, they are so adaptable. They take on new technology like white dogs take on iCrusty. It's kinda crazy that they haven't been privy to cars, roads, or electricity for longer than, I don't know, maybe an hour of gameplay, and they are following traffic laws and using machinery like it's nothing. Did I mention that there were mechs in this game? Yeah, and if you copy Jet, you are now playing a shoot 'em up. I love shmups. This is so cool! Suddenly we are careening across the sky in a jet mech. I fucking love Kirby games. Hey, wanna see something cool? Take a look at this. Kirby is canonically in possession of infinite energy. Gonna have to update the holy books for this one. Aw, yeah, it's time to do what every boomer that thinks they're better than the new generations have done for the last 80 years and gamble the greatest amount of wealth ever gathered by a generation to casino operators in the middle of the desert. Let's do it. The boss of World 2 is this holographic defense unit. Now, I actually had a bit of an issue with this boss pretty much instantly. See, the way this boss is supposed to look is holographic renditions of prior bosses in the series, like Kracko, Sphere Doomers, and the Coily Rattler. What I got was basically a rendering issue, so the bosses were basically invisible. Look at this! This is straight up unfair, but I suppose it just goes to show that I am, in fact, the best gamer of all time, because though I did get beat up quite a bit, I was still able to fight 4 different mini-bosses, all mostly invisible, and not die once. I felt pretty good about that, honestly, and it did make the boss more exciting than I think it otherwise would have been. Still wouldn't recommend this though, it was really disconcerting. World 3 is a water world, whatever. I'm in a Hot Wheels car, and thus your argument is invalid once again. The rest of this world has a cozy sort of port aesthetic, like Rico Harbor from Mario Sunshine, with ships and cargo mechanisms and a gigantic ice cream factory that creates and then instantly wastes immense quantities of ice cream like a true corporation. I'm so proud of them. I love this factory though. The floor is popsicles and ice cream sandwiches, and you can see gigantic containers of ice cream in the background. The whimsy of this series is just stellar, even if we're facing some of the worst horrors that humanity has to offer. The boss of this world is Oh, well, hello there. This cutie is named Susie, and she is the executive secretary for the president of the Haltman Company that has been destroying Popstar. She seems to be of the opinion that natives are literally not people, and that their natural resources are there to be taken and exploited, so she dons a mech suit and starts her assault. Side note, she calls it her business suit, which is very funny. Honestly, cute secretaries are practically a staple of high-end corporate bosses, so she makes sense, but Kirby's hands are rated E for everyone. Equal rights, equal fights. Despite her best efforts, she is taken down. Credit to her though, she tanked that mech's explosion like an absolute badass. Didn't even seem phased. She escapes our Lord's wrath. For now. And we can move on to the next world. Welcome to the desert world. Why are there giant blenders of toxic sludge in the background? Why the hell are you asking me? Do I look like ExxonMobil? Oh, look! The mysterious desert alien temple that keeps showing up in Kirby games. I wonder what the hell it's doing here. Oh, actually, there's a lot of them. That's a little concerning, actually, because these extraterrestrials definitely knew exactly what they were doing when they arrived on Popstar. They had no hesitation as they attacked, so they clearly knew what was up. Was this gigantic pyramid gathering information for Haltman Industries as far back as Kirby 64? As far back as Dreamland 3? Get your tinfoil hats on, this shit's getting conspiratorial! You might think I'm reaching here, but honestly, I'm not so sure. Haltman Industries has some serious tech on its hands. Just the ship alone is incredible. It's a planet-sized monster. But then they also have lasers, robots, AI, mechs that can turn creatures into pure raw data and absorb that data to transform, cyborg tech, and the apparent ability to mechanize anything. Its technology is so immense that it looks like magic, and that is what the pyramid has always looked like. The fact that it can move of its own accord doesn't hurt the theory either. This thing's just straight up as a scout. We face off against Cogs and then the second phase Kabula, taking no damage, by the way. Sorry, ladies, this gamer is taken. Sorry, this idiot is taken. The boss of this world is, oh, it's the secretary. The main theme of this game is the cult-like song sung by the employees of the Haltman Company treating their CEO like a god. So Walmart team building exercises are commonplace here too. Got it. Anyway, Susie Q over here is absolutely crushing on Meta Knight before revealing that he was forced into some upgrades and then sicking him on us. Holy shit, this game is dark. Mecha Knight is so dangerous. He moves fast as fuck, boy, and is really hard to predict, especially with this move where as soon as you jump over him, he decides that Kirby needs a new anus and pokes upwards, which has got to hurt. His finest efforts are for naught, however, as Kirby defeats him yet again. I love this. He goes to check on Meta Knight, gets startled by him, is ready to fight some more, then Meta Knight falls over and fucking explodes, and Kirby 2 seconds later is like, all right, let's dance. It's amazing. He doesn't give a fuck. Our next world is a bumpin' musical city straight out of a combination of Cyberpunk and fucking Deltarune. I half expected Queen to show up and start handing out bananas. Instead, we get to go back to the casino, now featuring gigantic balls. That is the joke. This is not an innuendo this time. Literal giant balls. Train! Since I am somewhere along the spectrum, you all already know I like trains. And this one is much more modern than that old-timey one in the desert. We are advancing in the tech ages for sure. Looks like the closer we get to the main body of the Haltman harvester ship, the more advanced the tech becomes. The boss of this world is once again introduced to us via Susie, who remarks that Kirby is an impressive being for trashing Mecha Knight before saying that the quote-unquote mother computer isn't perfect, and then showing off a nanogenetics gel copy of DDD. What did they do to my DDD? They fucking isekai'd my mad lad. I do love how Kirby never seems to be at all that concerned. He just tilts his head like a puppy. All this is way over his head. He doesn't care. He sees no threat until the DDD clone is attacking. Initially, this is just a fight against DDD, no problem. But once enough damage is done, the clone splits into 3, and now things get difficult. They can very quickly overwhelm you, so you gotta be careful. Once you have sufficiently beaten these toddler Ds down enough times, they enter their next phase. The D3 cannon is an interesting boss because it can move in 3D, but you cannot. I can only imagine this is because Kirby is intentionally not putting his best efforts into defeating DDD because he knows that DDD is not a threat, but I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. The entire time we have been beating these bosses, we have also been destroying the legs of the Haltman Harvester, so now that it has collapsed, we can access the main body of the ship. Listen to its theme song! DJ Editor, play that shit!
Okay.
Oh, straight fucking electronic badassery.
The first level is like a big fancy atrium and a monument to the ego of the corporate businessmen. Security bots that behave exactly like the metal general from Halcandra show up to ruin our day. More tech that Haltman Industries must be responsible for. Is all of Halcandra's tech due to them too? The second level features Rubik's Cubes and a gigantic central strand of cosmic DNA, which is concerning, but that is nothing compared to the vast virtual dataverse that you can access from the second level onwards. We skip from the modern cityscape to the Matrix. Holy crap. This data zone for the most part was just a mini boss rush, which is fine. It's still cool as hell.
We're doomed from the start, buddy. My wife's watching me play.
Doesn't that normally make you worse?
No.
But with that, we have arrived at the final boss. We rise through the elevator, watching the dataverse fade and the simulated environment go inert before arriving at the portal door to the head office of the company. Susie is there and almost immediately 6 Mechanite plus on us. This is basically the same as the prior fight, complete with taint poker, but now, once you have done enough damage to him, he creates a massive clawed tail, which really changes the pace of the fight. Now you have to avoid that and the rest of his attacks. Once defeated, his mask breaks, and the embarrassment of this badass Chad being cute will immediately cause him to regain selfhood and fly off. At this point, Haltman has seen enough. Susie is about to fight us again, but he interrupts and dismisses her. Mind you, Susie's full name is Susanna Patria Haltman. She is this guy's daughter, and he dismisses her like she's nothing, has her call him sir, and thanks Kirby for looking after his secretary. So it's only been, 15 seconds, and I'm already about to Luigi Mangione this guy. That's just good character design, honestly. Anyway, he shows us his computer wife or something, and then puts on his shiny golden business suit and begins fighting us. This is actually pretty similar to the fight against Susie, though he has a few new attacks, like shooting money at us to block our vision. I love that. And making a lot of little golden copies of Susie. I like that a lot less. I also love how immediately after his big shiny suit gets destroyed, he starts singing his favorite Pocahontas song and calls us a savage like 5 times, sorry. He decides it is time to use the supercomputer named Star Dream to kill us, but right as he's about to, Susie comes in and snatches the control helmet away, causing him to pass out from the strain. I think that these two are robotic. I'm honestly not sure. Regardless, she's basically usurping her father here, and is just about to don the helmet for herself before the computer shoots her with lightning and has its Ultron moment. I mean, what else do you call it? Waking up and deciding within 10 fucking seconds that it is best to end history. Susie's not about that, so she hands us a mech, and Meta Knight pops in with the halberd that Kirby scans and becomes one with as we approach the final fight. What the fuck is happening in this game? Star Dream is an almost angelic supercomputer, and that combined with the absolutely stunning background of this fight as it becomes a shoot 'em up like Star Fox and the epic music really makes for a cinematic experience. Kirby has never been more epic. In this first phase, Star Dream uses portals to summon lasers, drones, meteors, and code cubes to smash the halberdy out of the sky! In phase 2, Star Dream merges with the whole of the Haltman Harvester ship, and suddenly things start getting weird. The music takes on a far more somber sort of tone, as if things are getting really bad, and then the entire planet-sized ship starts weaving in and out of reality. This is not natural. This is godlike technology. This thing is the size of a planet, and it's just moving like this. It's uncanny. As you fight, pieces of the armor start flying off, and once you have beaten this phase, this is the true form of Star Dream. Remember in Superstar Ultra that Galactic Nova was an ancient piece of tech with godlike capacities? Yeah, this is a rebuilt, even more powerful, similar thing to that. It's cute, but it is whimsically indifferent to the cosmos and its effect on them. It immediately begins warping the fabric of reality, then turns back time to possess old technologies to combat us. There is a seriously eldritch aspect to this monster, far more than any other Kirby final boss, and I am genuinely extremely creeped out by it. We have, as human beings, a notion of how stuff in the world is supposed to work. Matter and energy, electricity, and especially large technology. All of these things are cemented in our heads as having certain properties. Gigantic things move slower than smaller things. Just compare how you move to how a fly moves, and you will feel so sluggish. Matter is not supposed to be able to teleport, and technology, despite the rise in AI lately, cannot think, right? But here, Star Dream ignores all of that. It is vast. It is teleporting in and out of reality as if it straight up doesn't participate in it, and it is serene, playful, unbothered, and learning as it fights. Once it has run out of ideas and we blast it in the face, it finally proves it was always capable of instantly ending us by shooting the halberdy down. But all that means is that Kirby is now pissed off and just bum rushes the mighty machine. With a final brutal hurrah, Kirby rips right through the top of this machine's head all the way through, proving he is an accomplished medical doctor with experience in both lobotomy and AI pattern recognition management, as we finally put an end to Haltman and the company that has caused us so much trouble in this game. The technology it created fades away, proving it was all also using the insane magitech of Star Dream to function, and peace returns to Popstar once more. Holy crap, guys. This was insane. From the moment the Haltman arc landed to the final confrontation with the biggest boss Kirby has ever fought, this game was an absolute sci-fi treat. The music, the design, the cinematic bosses, just the whole gameplay shtick of mechs and tech, it was all just stellar. This game is a ton of fun not just to play, but to look at, listen to, mess around in, and get better at. There was a lot of political commentary under the scenes here. I mean, it's all over the screen. But even besides the forced takeover, mass industrialization of natural landscapes, pollution and desecration of beauty, and non-consensual modifications of the citizens of Popstar, you also see just how insane greed can become. Max Prophet Haltman, that is his actual full name, I did not make that up, is one of the most heartless bosses in Kirby. And I say that with the full knowledge that 02, Sectonia, and Marx exist. 02 and all of Dark Matter read to me less like actual beings and more like an eldritch disease, or a blight upon the cosmos. It's basically an intelligent predator. Sectonia was beyond vain and arrogant, but all tyrants need to promise something to their constituents to run their empires, and she pretty much lost the moment she stopped respecting her second in command. Marx is a manipulator and intends to take over Popstar, but he's basically a child, and a spoiled one at that. But Max Haltman. Supplementary material says, quote, he once lost his only daughter in an accident, and ever since then, the man has been casting aside his heart and even his memories, living only for the sake of his company's growth. But even that too was only for the sake of granting his wish, to see his daughter once more. This man lost Susie thanks to the mother computer and got to the point that he built his company in an effort to get her back, only to end up replacing his emotions, memories, and almost all of his selfhood, so that by the time she was returned to him, he didn't even remember her. That is fucking haunting. No wonder she was angry at him, and even happy to see him go when she stole the helmet. This game has a lot to say about the horrors of corporatist society. And yes, I keep saying corporatist because this shit is not capitalism. This is a single monopolized super company making what amounts to unilateral socio-cultural and political decisions utterly in spite of the local wildlife, resources, and natives. This is the Dutch East Indies Company. This is Nestle. This is Cargill. And if you do not understand how mind-bendingly evil these companies can be, you have not learned how cruel humanity is. This seems like, look at this insane exaggeration of corporate evils, but no, not at all, not even a little. Anyway, regardless of all that insane drama, we have some final thoughts to make. I say final as in for this game. I'm hoping that upon release of this video, the bankers that invest in all these mega corporations don't send a sniper after me. I guess you'll all find out if I post next week. Anyway, the only issue I even had with the game at all was that the levels were short, and thus I felt like the game ended quite quickly. Some of the secret code cube rooms, these orange doors that usually lead to puzzles to try and solve for a collectible, were extremely simple. I never struggled in this game, really. Not against the levels, not in the puzzles, not against Meta Knight, not against the final boss. Not like I did in Triple Deluxe anyway, and that made the intensity a bit less than I'd like. But beyond that, really, this game is amazing. I love the soundtrack, the visuals, and I love the fact that I'm in a fucking mech half the time. That's a major bonus. A-tier game for sure. It's a great time. I know that a lot of Kirby games are scoring quite high, but really, platformers are my jam. Copy abilities are fun as hell to get good at, and I've loved all the gimmicks so far, so I stick by that decision. I still fundamentally believe that the biggest pull to Kirby is that anyone can pick up the games and play no matter how you like to play video games. None of the kids are gonna get all the corporate references. Most of the adults aren't gonna care too much about the platformer. They want to learn, whoa, what the heck is going on? And most of the older generations don't really care about either of those two things. They just want to have fun with their kids and grandkids. Kirby's Epic Yarn was released initially for the Wii and received an enhanced edition known as Extra Epic Yarn that was the last 3DS title ever released by Nintendo, which is the version I decided to play, mostly just because I already had the 3DS emulator all set up. It featured a totally different vibe from the standard Kirby game, catered much more to younger audiences, and with a very child-friendly tone that is made exceptionally clear from the very beginning as you boot up the game with almost daycare-like aesthetics and the soothing warm voice of a calm narrator playfully telling the story. Since again, the mainline Kirby series has basically felt like I've been playing the exact same game due to the exact same engine being used for 4 games in a row, I figured taking this break was going to be a breath of fresh air. It also broadens the genres of game I'm playing here, which is partially the point of this series. It's supposed to be a walkthrough of all the games featured in Smash Ultimate, and that means variety, the spice of life. So sit back, relax, and let's just cozy ourselves into the delightful little game of Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. The story of Epic Yarn begins with the narrator telling us that Dreamland is a paradise, if you're into that sort of thing, and telling us that Kirby was just having a great time. He chooses to eat a tomato that had apparently belonged to this weirdo named Yin Yarn, who's been going around turning people into yarn. Why? I don't know, guy's a freak. Anyway, he decides to suck Kirby into his magic sock, which I don't like that he just has a sock. What are you doing with that sock, you freak? Anyway, Kirby ends up in Patchland, a wholly crafted world inside the magic sock. Everyone, I want you all to meet the final member of the Kirby alternate costume gang, Prince Fluff of Patchland. Kirby saves him from a yarn monster, or yarnster if you're hip and cool like me, and tells him that the magic yarn that holds Patchland together was stolen. So Kirby, being everyone's friend, is here to help. First impressions time. This is really cute, actually. The game right away is giving such cuddly vibes. I love it. Everything looks like it was handmade, and it seems it kinda was. The production teams at HAL Laboratory and Good Feel, who by the way also produced Yoshi's Woolly and Crafted World, took digital images of handcrafted structures and modeled them in 3D. This means that everything you see in this game had to be either crafted by hand or modeled to look like it was crafted by hand from images of the crafts, which is so cool. The aesthetic works so well for Kirby, which is why I was surprised to learn that this game was not originally even a Kirby game. It was actually called Prince Fluff's Epic Yarn, and originally told the story of Fluff searching for his lost mother. But Good Feel didn't like that too much, so they made it a Kirby game instead. The game plays so differently too. Instead of being able to float, inhale, or puff like normal, Kirby's yarn body can morph into a parachute to gently descend, a car to dash, a submarine to swim, and a bobble to swing from buttons. You use a yarn whip to collect power-ups, unravel enemies, spin their yarn into balls you can toss, and pull ribbons to reveal treasures. The game feels smooth, simple, and to be honest, really floaty. But it's so cute, and there is a lot to admire about the aesthetic offered here. Really take a second anytime you see animations, bosses, or particle effects, and you'll notice a ton of work went into the visuals. Smoke clouds are made of raw fluff, liquids are just wavy yarn strings, the enemies actually unravel when you whip them, if you're into that sort of thing, and all the morphings are totally consistent with how much yarn Kirby seems to be composed of, and I love that about this game. And something else y'all should know, I'm basically a goblin when it comes to collecting shiny things in games. So these beads, which are the main collectible in currency, I want it all of it. I want every single little piece because I'm a greedy boy. Now, what do we need to do to beat the game? Pretty simple, actually. Defeat all the bosses and the final boss. We don't need gold medals in all the levels, we don't need any fancy schmancy stuff, just get to and defeat Yin Yarn. Fun fact, it is impossible to lose in this game. Enemies do not damage you, they mug you, making you drop all your beads, which is so infuriating! If you fall into a pit, Kirby drops mad cash into the abyss, which is such bullshit! And if you don't get enough beads for a gold medal, you can just move on from the levels, feeling absolutely no worse for the wear. Like a peasant! Full disclosure, I get really mad when I get smacked in games like this and lose cash, cause I feel literally robbed. So I did my best to play this game well. I did not succeed. I also skipped making literally any purchases in any shops and never once visited the apartment given to me by Fluff's landlord. I'm on the grind 24/7, I ain't got time for that. Throughout the game, you'll find a bunch of different power-ups, including one that lets you always make a ball of yarn even if you didn't unravel an enemy, one that lets you whirlwind, one that's just a sword, and my personal favorite, the pin thrower. This one is awesome because it actually lets you whip faster, even nay, I'm not funny, God. And it tosses these pins that can kill enemies at greater distances. But while you are in the whip animation, you can greatly extend your horizontal momentum after a jump, giving you lots of movement options. You can even barely moderately increase the height of a jump, but this is not as useful. You can also enter these metamortex vortexes and transform into... I'm in a tank. Arguments are invalid again. These metamortex sections basically completely change the gameplay. You can become the aforementioned argument invalidator, a dolphin, a train, a monster truck, and more. Each transformation has different power-ups, and this keeps the gameplay fresh. After every single level, you get a patch that allows you to open the next door, and every single patch has a unique one-time animation that plays when you throw it. The amount of love that went into this game is just stellar. The first world is a casual little romp through Patchland's first area until you get to the boss Fangora. This is a really easy fight. Fangora will spit fireballs and occasionally fly into the background to fly into the foreground and hurt ya. Whip the button at the end of Fangora's tongue and pull back to smack the dragon in the face 3 times to win. Easy stuff. Every time you get a gold medal from the beads in a boss, you unlock a bonus level that you can play to unlock another bonus level. I ended up playing these when I managed to make it happen, but they are not necessary to beat the game. With Fangora's magic yarn retrieved, we stitch the next world into place. Little adorable cutscenes play in between each world, which are just so cozy and fun. Like Kirby searching for food and getting shaken off a tree by Fluff, which makes him so mad he chases him off, or them getting into a cake eating competition. It's just 2 wee lads having a good time. World 2 is a desert and heat-based world, so we have quicksand, rising lava set to remarkably calm piano music, which is kind of weird, beautiful crystal caves that Kirby has to spelunk into, which are so thin and tiny that Kirby has to literally unwind himself into a little snake to do it on some nutty putty cave timing. Please be careful. Oh my gosh, and dinosaurs! That's all I have to say about this level. The boss of this world is Hot Wings, which is a very funny boss name. And for as cool as it looks, it's pretty easy too. Smack it down, smack it into the wall, avoid lava. Now I want Hot Wings. Dang. You'll be happy to know I got them after I wrote this line. And while I enjoyed my prize, Yin Yarn was making fake people with yarn. Fucking weirdo. Where's the body pillow, Yin Yarn? Don't tell me you don't have it. The themes that make you smile continue with this lovely level of felt instruments that actually play as you navigate the world. From pianos to drums and cymbals, harps, and the French horn that, true to its nature, plays a stream of rainbow-colored notes for you to collect once you emerge from it. It's such a pretty little theme, complete with the notes that bounce out having gems in them so you want to interact with the environment. They're accurate too. The notes are all played in a row as expected and don't just play one little tune. The boss of this world is Squashini, who uses a slot machine to determine how he's going to attack you, like the Boo King from Mario Sunshine. He throws cards at you, magics up some bombs to toss at you, and overall is just a dramatic goof. I love this attack where he ties Kirby up in a knot attached to a huge bomb with a long fuse. Like, bro, are you not trying to win this fight? He's in it for the entertainment value, it seems. I gotta respect that. Guess what? It's time for the water world. Yeah, water world time. Swimming in this game has been really slow. The movement is floatier and Kirby is just so ponderous as you use this little propeller to amble forth. It's like trying to navigate a grocery store with a cart that has a pallet of water bottles on it, or a semi-truck. The semi-truck was a better analogy, I guess. And I'm a dolphin now. Wow, I am living every 6-year-old mermaid girl's dream right now. Look at me go.
Am I a pretty girl?
This solves every single problem I had with the swimming, never mind. Water levels in this game are real pretty too. Even though water is usually just marked by a single blue line of yarn, it's very funny to see how little it takes to really sell the illusion. Since everything is made of felt and yarn, it can be easy to forget that I am probably the best gamer of all time until it is right in front of you. Not to worry, I obviously expertly achieved all of my goals the instant that I gained total control over swimming in this game, and never once did I fail to make a jump or, for example, forget that if you press the A button, you could swim faster. It is, however, a shame that I just lied to you all and I am in fact bare minimum totally coping. The boss of the water world is Kappamari, who I admit also took me a while to figure out. He starts this fight off by trying to grab you with his tentacles. I think I saw an anime like this once. You have to unravel the top of his head, and then he goes full creeper mode, shuts off the lights, and seeks to drill you with his tentacles. Now I know I've seen an anime like this. I then thought that you had to kill all these little octopi, and that was not the case, but it is the case that you should like, comment, and subscribe if you've been enjoying the video so far. Anyway, we deliver his stringy carcass to the Olive Garden for their appetizers and learn that back in Popstar, DDD has been captured by Yin Yarn, who reveals his master plan. He has no master plan. Brother's just doing this for the fun of it, apparently. I gotta respect that. Honestly, what a chat. The next world is an icy one, and man, I usually hate that, but the fact that Kirby twirls when you turn around on ice is so cute, I don't even care. What I do care about is these stupid fucking Waddle Dees that are making fluff snowballs that carry me into the pit. My favorite part of this world is the fact that every single new level animation is basically just slowly unraveling the snowman in the background till he's just gone. Fuck that guy, I guess. Oh, fuck me! That was just sad. I swear on my life I meant to double tap and run, but nope. This level's cute too, though, since instead of turning into a little car when you dash, you turn into a little sled. It has different properties too, since if you're sliding fast enough, you can keep running on water. I think that's super cool. Comedy genius. So the boss is DDD, cause this is a Kirby game and there's an ice world, and he's been possessed again. Dude, how many times are you gonna relapse? How many times do I need to teach you that getting possessed means I need to beat you off? I meant up, guys. Anyway, for DDD, guess what it took me a long time to do in this fight? If you said, figure out how to beat him, you'd be correct. It took me a truly tremendous length of time to figure out that I needed to down smash him when he lunged at me. No other boss had you doing this, so I was very confused for a while about what on earth the game expected of me here. Once you do that, you need to literally pull his puppet strings off, and he has 4 hit points instead of 3. Looks like we finally have some difficulty. Defeating him was not too problematic as we moved along to the next world, themed after aliens.
What the fuck?
The aliens world is pretty cool too. We start off on a roller coasters before encountering some sick platforming sections where you are on square sine waves or needing to tie off electrical floors by pulling the string taut. I love this. It's so cutesy. We all need a bit of whimsy in our lives, honestly. Never mind. Fuck this game. My favorite level in this world, no, the whole game, is this one with the low gravity. With the pin power-up, your mobility is just stellar. You can basically clear a whole room in a single jump. Better still, I discovered that if you have the pin power-up, hold the button down after you jump so you start floating, then hold a direction and time your pins properly, you can literally just fly forever. This level was so much fun. I spent a good deal of time just having fun in it. It wasn't difficult, just memorable. The next few levels were a lot harder. Falling meteors, more enemies, zapping platforms, and then a shoot 'em up. I was not expecting this, to be honest, but I am not complaining either. The boss of this world is a hypnotized Meta Knight, and boy, howdy was he tough. Meta Knight is the hardest boss in this game, and it's honestly embarrassing for every other boss in that ranking. Every single other boss was balls easy. Let them do a thing, grab them, smack them into the wall, done. Meta Knight? He's playing a whole different game. He sends slashes in your direction that you need to pick up to smack him with, but he also moves a ton and slashes so fast right next to you, just slices you to pieces. Also, if he is actively jumping around and you toss a yarn at him, he'll just cut it. You need to hit him only when he has overcommitted to a slash and ends up spinning, but the timing window's pretty tight. He uses various colored swords to attack, and once you've done 2 points of damage at you, he has a slash that just fills the screen, which is stupid fast and just unfair. And at 3 points of damage, he adds huge tornadoes too. Seriously, Meta Knight is a beast, and by far the most dangerous thing this game has to offer. Good for him. Once we finally defeat him, he apologizes for being a burden and says that Yin Yarn has done the thing, whatever that is. Kirby wants to get back to Dreamland, so Prince Fluff pulls out a magic sock to take him back. How long have you had that? This is the fairy godmother from Wizard of Oz saying Dorothy could have gone home whenever she wanted and only didn't tell her because she was sure that Dorothy was not going to believe her. That is some bullshit. Ugh. Regardless, we do manage to make it back to a now yarnified Dreamland and make our way to DDD Castle where Mr. Yiga has taken up shop. Here in Dreamland, we have such amazing sights and scenes as using a tank to blow up wispy woods, continuing our tradition of committing eco-terrorism in Kirby games, harsh blowing winds that I hate with every fiber of my being, oh my god, fuck this theme, a second shoot 'em up because Nintendo needed to apologize for their sins, complete with Kracko as a mini-boss, and then a romp through Castle DDD before facing Yin Yarn himself, who immediately 6 Fangora on us, and then other bosses throughout. In between, he attacks us himself. It's a bit weird to have a final boss be a boss rush redux, but I guess it makes sense since this wizard created all of the other monsters. We defeat him in due time with the enemies that he summons at us and manage to retrieve the final piece of the magic yarn. Never mind, his sticks reformed him. Okay. We are now in a mech and fighting a yarn stick man. Kirby games make no sense. We finally defeat Yin Yarn once and for all and bring peace to both Patchland and Dreamland, adding yet another friend to our growing list list of people that we like. Kirby keeps the magic sock and uses it as a pillow, even though it kinda smells. Gross! So, what did I think of Epic Yarn? Gosh, it's so cute. This game is so creative and sweet. Obviously, it was intended for a much younger audience than the already kid-oriented series, but it still had a lot to offer as a game, in variety of levels, power-ups, ways to play, and aesthetics. Aside from the village builder that I never ended up touching because I didn't need to care, the optional challenges and slow increase in difficulty made for a fun experience. And seeing how the environment was crafted and animated to achieve the looks of lightning, clouds, water, and fire is like watching an artist stitch together a masterpiece. The music is calm, soothing, and relaxing. The sound effects are cute and cuddly. Kirby himself has never looked cuter, especially when he's celebrating opening a new door, and the narrator is so warm and kind sounding. It reminds me of the Winnie the Pooh narrator. I loved the animated series, the movies, the PS1 video game, the cute little books. This game gave me some nostalgia for those cozy moments where I just curl up as a kid and watch the old cartoons. If I had anything negative to say, it would be that the game is occasionally a bit wonky in terms of movement. For some reason I cannot understand, in this game, be it slightly slower animation, maybe just the slower startup that he has, I had a harder time making Kirby run by double tapping the D-pad. This led to a lot of really stupid moments, and I was getting really frustrated by that because of the aforementioned getting mugged problem. In addition, and I know this is personal, every time I got smacked and lost beads, and especially every time I'd fall in a pit and just drop my life savings into it as this thing put me back in my place, I'd get so angry. I do not understand what it is about this kind of mechanic, but man, out of every game I've played so far besides Kirby's Adventure, somehow this is the game that pissed me off the most. Give me my money back, you fuck! Whatever, that's literally a skill issue. Besides that and the really stupid train power-up that is so slow and so weird to control, I had a great time with this game. It's not hard, it's not cinematic, it's not even hugely novel as a platformer. It's just good, and thus I will place it gently in C tier for cozy, yarny Kirby gaming. I'd recommend it for any kids that really enjoy this kind of cute little aesthetic. But otherwise, it's not all that impressive. Kirby Star Allies is the first Nintendo Switch game that we will be playing on our list, and our penultimate challenge to unlock our boy in the World of Light. After this, we only have the Forgotten Land, and then we will have finished our lessons in the power of Kirby, and will have earned the right to join Sakurai's favorite puffball as he puts yet another godlike entity into the dirt. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's just dive right into this game. Star Allies starts with a cute, comic-style intro to the main elemental affinities mechanic of this game, followed by a movie-quality intro sequence of a mysterious hooded figure far across the galaxy performing what appears to be some form of cultish ritual on a giant crystal heart with pins in it. Whether he meant to do it or not, this causes the Jamba heart to explode and send Jamba heart pieces across the galaxy, one of which lands in DDD's castle and possesses him because he's just into being dominated, apparently. It happens in every freaking game at this point, seriously. One of those pieces lands on Kirby and wakes him up only to witness as DDD is once again stealing all the food from Dreamland. So we make our way to the first stop in our quest. First impressions time. The quality of the visuals? Damn! I was genuinely shocked at how good this game looked when I booted it up. This is an exquisite visual experience. Right away, we are placed on a lively little world map we can freely explore. Kirby in 3D, no fucking way! Anyway, we can immediately enter level 1 and see how this game is about to go for us. Instantly, I realized I was wrong. I know, me being wrong? Sound the alarms, call the news, get a priest! It's shocking. I know, the game engine is actually not shared between this game, Return to Dreamland, and Planet Robobot. This one is much crispier, a bit smoother, with slightly faster animations, and best of all, a far less floaty jump. This makes it far easier to control and judge jump distances for me, which is excellent news because oh boy was I needing to get used to the very next feature. Any enemy that you can get a copy ability from, you can also throw a friend heart at. Very similar to Superstar Ultra's gimmick of making a friend out of powers you had, only now you can have up to 3 of them. Now, the ethical ramifications of tossing vital organs laced with cosmic aphrodisiacs is beyond my pay grade to discuss, but it does make for a very lively group chat. Any enemies you convert using these friend hearts will be at your side, fighting, collecting items, and automatically routing scouting to avoid damage whenever possible. They aren't brain-dead idiots either, as there are numerous times in this game where you will encounter specific obstacles that need specific powers to get past, such as fuses that need fire, logs that need a hammer or a heavy stone, flaming logs that need ice, and so on. The enemies will not wait to be prompted to do what they need to do, they'll just go and do it. In addition, we have a major extension to copy abilities for the first time since Squeak Squad. Most abilities in this game, especially the ones where you are using objects like sword or cutter, can be augmented with elemental powers that subtly change the behaviors and greatly increase the damage of those abilities. Fire, water, ice, lightning, and air all change the ways that attacks interact with the world. With fire or fire affinities, you can melt ice blocks, light fuses, and burn grass. With water, you can douse flames. With ice, you can also douse flames and freeze water and enemies solid. Lightning can power cables, lights, and combine with things like bomb to reach much further distances. And air usually increases mobility, allows you to sweep away leaves, and launches allies at things. All of these can be easily applied to your weapons by holding up and waiting for one of your lads to provide it. If you hold the up button longer, allies will also hold up their own weapons to be enchanted. It's a really in-depth system actually. Given how many copy abilities there are, plus all their elemental attributes, the versatility is off the charts here. It's like a whole magic system. It's made even better by the fact that if you hit a mini-boss or a boss with an element they are weak to, they take significantly more damage. You can only have 3 friends though, and if you ever try to make another, you must pop an old one out of existence. Kirby is not free access after all. Being in his presence is a great honor and subject to his capricious whims. Optionally, we also have the ability to summon dream friends with the Dream Rod, which is what I call my dick. These dream allies are unique and have their own powers, and include the Animal Friends, Dark Meta Knight, Adeline and Ribbon from Kirby 64, to Roach and a bunch of others. I never ended up using them, but since this game is a multiplayer for up to 4 people, the range of possibilities is pretty fun. The main theme of this game being friendship, of course, means that there's space for any combination of special powers and abilities to make progress in the game. I should mention what we need to do to beat the game. It's really simple. Reach the final boss and beat it.
No shit.
In the first level, all of this is available to you, presented in such a way that there's no major sense of overwhelm despite how complex the system is. In the very next level, true to the whimsy of the series, we encounter gigantic masses of Waddle Dees that have somehow managed to get themselves rolling off of hills. How did this happen, lads? How did we get here? There's something else sort of unique about this game in that bosses don't just exist at the final level of any world. Wispy Woods, for example, is not the world boss for Dreamland. He's just on the way to DDD, a persistent thorn in my side. True to form, we easily defeat him and move right along. The boss of this world is DDD, who got swole. Holy crap. All this guy does is eat and tell Waddle Dees what to do. How did he get this jacked? With DDD absolutely swinging for us, we crash through multiple floors of his castle and defeat him, finally extracting the ominous purple heart from his soul. Credits roll, peace returns to Dreamland once again. So, what did I think of Star Allies? Psych! The Jamba Heart escapes to possess some other schmuck, gathering energy as it does so. We are now in World 2, all of Popstar. Here we are introduced to the most violently extra feature in the game, the friend powers. For these, all 4 friends join together to do something incredible like make a circle and cartwheel with enough force to obliterate solid stone, or stacking one on top of the other and then putting an astronomical amount of energy into showing off and spinning in circles just to help these little key-bearing runners cross gaps. Why Kirby has decided to show off the power of friendship via extreme human flagpoling is beyond me, but more power to ya, I guess. Popstar has plenty of levels that are really more of the same we have come to expect from Popstar. Idyllic ocean sides, icy tundras, lava worlds with giant spinning blades, normal biomes like we have here on Earth. There isn't anything too crazy here besides, the weird icebreakers Kirby insists his friends perform until we get to the world boss. Meta Knight is a powerful and dangerous opponent, and the only boss I ended up dying to. He's honestly always been a pretty huge threat in these games, like more so than the final bosses quite often. I gotta say, I respect the hell out of him for that. He's been possessed by the Jamba Heart and is out for blood with the full force of his never-ending train training, increased flight speed, and new magical powers at display. I think it's super cool how he uses what is basically his final smash animation in Smash Bros. To do extra damage if he catches you just wrong, and that if you have sword and slash at him at the same time he slashes at you, the blades clash dramatically. Super cool detail. Once he is defeated, the enemy cult lands the gigantic Jam Bastion onto Popstar, which is World 3. Our goal then is to fight our way through this gothic-looking structure to the core. It was also at this point that the game told me that I could, at any point, mount my allies and control them a la Ratatouille. This game is weird, man. If you eat food, you can kiss your friends to heal them like a mama bird. You can possess people, you can swallow your friends whole for their powers, you can mount them. This game is called Star Allies for a reason, and I gotta say, I'm very proud of Nintendo for the representation. A lot of the gimmick of the Jam Bastion as a world is buttons that move massive chunks of the level around, which will crush you if you aren't careful. It's a bit unstable, kind of like cultists themselves are. The gates are guarded by these goobers, Pon and Con, who fight us with their entire extended families to prevent our access to the Jam Bastion. So after slaughtering an entire happy family, possessing their parents, and dancing in celebration, our heroic quartet presses onwards. Along the way, Bonkers decided to be true to his name and give himself horrific brain damage for my entertainment. The bosses we encounter in the Jam Bastion itself are these three Sisters of Magic. Now, despite being called the Sisters of Magic, it seems that the relationships between them are not blood siblings, more like a witch coven. The first of the three sisters is Francisca, the Ice Witch, that uses a badass-looking snowflake axe and has a shy, playful attitude. She has way too much fun using the water gun, though. I mean, listen to her. With icicles and difficult icy terrain generated across the battlefield, Francisca proves to be a formidable opponent, but not one that can defeat us. We continue down the path and find the most ludicrous friend ability yet, Friend Train. Last I checked, running a train on your friends is, not a platonic act, but okay. This friend power is really silly, because by the power of friendship, you can apparently tell gravity to fuck off and scale vertical walls and go upside down at your leisure. I love Kirby games, man. The second Sister of Magic is Flamberge, the redhead fire witch that has A, a fiery temper, B, fire-based powers, C, a cool Flamberge sword that is a flame, and D, almost certainly a lesbian relationship with Francisca. Again, these witches are not siblings, and these two in particular are hinted to have a much deeper relationship than just friends by the developers. She is pissed that we defeated Francisca and uses her fire magic to, well, try to burn us alive, but instead she gets cooked. Very shortly thereafter, we encounter the eldest of the mages, Zan Partizan, who wields both an electric pike and the drums of the Buddhist Oni responsible for thunder and storms, Raijin, which I think is super cool. She is definitely the most dangerous member because she is fast. She darts around like a methed up chihuahua, attacking just as frenetically, and uses her electric touch to attempt to kill our favorite pink boy once and for all. Once she is defeated, she decides that the best answer to Kirby is to destroy the entire damn bastion around him. We escape using all of our friend abilities and witness the destruction of the invaders' gigantic space station, pressing onwards into space. This is the coolest world in the game. Look at this! We're all up in space! There's a huge spiral of stuff in the background, which I am pretty sure is the result of the Star Dream boss warping reality in the last game, and we can dash around across space to reach the biggest structure in all of Kirby. More on that in a bit. For now, we are going into other planets to open a link between the power of Planet Popstar and the gigantic station to break down its barrier. Each planet has a unique theme and then a moon with a boss we need to beat. This first one, for example, is an autumnal little haven covered in treasure, with Wispy Woods as the boss. Again, he goes down like before, no problem. However, his father, Yiggy Woods, as in Yggdrasil, Iggy Woods, has a lot to say about that and is way tougher. The second planet has a lot of flowing water, and the boss is basically just a harder version of the gate boss before the Jam Bastion, and the whole inbred hillbilly family after us. The third planet has the end of the level immediately in the center, and you need to go through all these rooms to open all the doors. The boss is way cooler though. Grand Ma'am. Look at this monster. Huge ass boss with armor so heavy nothing can harm her, and the gigantic ball and chains we need to cut. This absolute unit of a MILF is not too much of a problem to beat though, since all you need to do is cut her balls off and ignite the bombs to strip her to her skivvies so you can brutally murder her. Now that was a sentence. The next world is ice-themed and features Francisca again, only boosted, though I am very confused as to why she says that she always wanted an ice sculpture as a trophy in her collection. Like, lady, you can freeze people solid. Why don't you have a collection of ice statues of your enemies? Regardless, we defeat her and move right along to the next level, which is mostly just about not getting crushed before we encounter Krakow, who is easily defeated, and then, oh fuck, mitosis. They're multiplying! This boss was actually the most hectic shit I have ever experienced in a Kirby game. 2 giant Krakows, both attacking at the same time with 3 helpers, summoning dudes, and all the movement going on. I couldn't tell where the hell I was in this absolute pile. Despite this, I was able to defeat them and move along to the final epic level of the game, the Divine Terminus. Kirby games are so dramatic. We first take the time to beat a blonde woman again because she got in our way. Then she calls out to this cultist we saw in the beginning, Lord Highness, who also beats her because she got in his way. And the media is totally silent about this? Double standards, I tell ya. But Lord Highness? There are a lot of unhinged cult types in media, and they are often portrayed with a sort of frantic extremist personality, like a madman barely holding himself together as he attempts to achieve his goals. But Highness? He's almost calm. He starts quiet, gentle, and doing what I am sure is his very best to keep himself from exploding, only to, well, just look at this.
Go crazy! Go stupid!
That is simply not right. I'll go over what he said in that super speed tirade in a bit, but first, listen to his boss fight theme for Phase 1. There is something deeply wrong with this man, as if his whole being is fit to burst with the effort it takes to maintain his sanity. It's eerie, it's quiet, and his attacks are slow and strange. Once you have defeated him, he loses his hood and, oh, please put that back on, dude. Your gonzo is showing. Highness and the Sisters of Magic have a sort of complicated history. In supplementary material, besides confirming that they are all unrelated and therefore it is totally acceptable to draw them scissoring, actually, I don't even think they have legs, so never mind. It is confirmed that Highness rescued each of these girls from terrible fates. Zan Partizan from a terrible lightning storm, Flamberge from a fire, and Francisca from freezing to death. And they love him like a father figure, even as he went increasingly more and more insane and his treatment of them worsened. So knowing this and seeing him now use his most loyal and powerful wards as tools, weapons, and even obstacles to defeat Kirby is really creepy. This is the result of a madman losing himself to an ideal. So much so that when you do defeat him, he chooses to sacrifice their lives and his own just to reanimate his deity. Ladies and gentlemen, betweenies and not quites, I want you to meet Void Termina, the source of dark matter, the source origin of the Jamba Heart, the primordial darkness. This boss fight takes a wholly different approach from the standard Kirby format, fought on a fully 3D arena in a shoot-'em-up style. In order to avoid the shots, you have to navigate around the whole giant arena that seems to be made of some sort of cracked crystal and shoot down the jewelry holding this monster together. This first phase is really no problem, just a lumbering beast with gigantic, sick-ass, jagged lightning hands with slow attacks until we pop his head off and enter the strange inner self. This has given me some major Majin Buu vibes. Look at this, we have fleshy, stringy grossness enveloping the sacrifices as we fight within the stomach of Void Termina, hoping to liberate the Sisters of Magic and destroy the core. While we do manage that first one, we do not succeed all the way, and Void Termina decides to grow huge wings and a tail, making the rest of the fight that much harder. It's epic, it's amazing, it's fantastic, the aesthetics are off the charts. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Once we break apart the gems again, we meet a very familiar looking round pink face. Void Termina, Darkness of the Void, Shadow of Evil, and Kirby, the most precious little boy, have the same shape, the same face, and the same morphic properties. This is the core of Void Termina, and it is very reminiscent of the Heart of Kirby that we saw when he had been split into 10 by Necrodius back in Mass Attack. He even has the same face when dropped to 0 HP as Kirby does when he gets bopped. With the body destroyed, the core and Kirby do their best impression of Goku and Vegeta during the Saiyan Saga and fire their lasers until Kirby's power of friendship proves superior.
By the power of friendship, fuck 'em up!
I use Get 'em, boys!
The wife will always be a win. With all the friends we have gathered along the way, we beat the literal manifestation of the void to death, and in a great cosmic explosion, we have cleared away the wickedness of the dark matter scourge, hopefully once and for all. We play one final minigame and return to Popstar, beating DDD into the ground yet again. All is well once more. So, what did I think of Star Allies? Well, this game was really fun. Right away, the mechanics in the gameplay felt pretty good to play around with, and the whole time, the visuals were stellar. The Switch is a very powerful console, capable of some incredible stuff, though Kirby games may not be the best way to display that. The ability to roofie yourself some friends whenever you wanted was a fantastic way to make Redditors feel included, and the plot was decently solid. The puzzle mechanics were significantly improved from Planet Robobot, which in my opinion was way too easy to solve puzzles in, and the bosses were incredibly cool, especially the final boss. It was always interesting to see how different copy abilities interacted with the elemental affinities, how they interacted with the environment, and especially how they did extra damage against certain bosses. There's a lot of fun to be had with all the Dream Friends, even though I didn't use them in the gameplay, and I enjoyed the progression from Dreamland to Popstar to the damn mansion, and finally space. The Mage Sisters were thematic and had tons of personality, and the final boss was funny, terrifying, weird, and fun as hell to fight. Now about that major gigantic rant, let's take some time to talk about what on earth he said, because I know for a fact that that was way too fast for any of you to read. We are the masters of a power driven to the far reaches of the universe, and we have but one desire. Can one such as you possibly fathom how dearly we have clung to this dream across the aeons? How could you? You couldn't. Never, ever, ever. We who once faced those who were in such fear of our power that they sealed us away and banished us to the edge of the galaxy. Now, this tells me that Highness is way, way older than he seems. Not to mention, he was stopped by some kind of extremely powerful entity in the past, perhaps Galactonite himself. This connects two very interesting pieces of the lore right off the bat, for sure. As if that loveliness wasn't enough, they tried to erase our very existence from history. Rude! Only through our magic were we able to overcome their science and achieve great prosperity. Interesting. We alone were responsible for stopping that repulsive nightmare of a galactic crisis, yet this is how you repay us. This won't stand. It won't be forgiven. It won't be forgotten. Never, ever, ever. Those who called us mad, are you listening? You left us at the edge of the galaxy to be forgotten, then went along your merry way, probably living somewhere pretty and peaceful. But know this, your future is a farce. You have none. We, masters of a matter most dark, vow to be restored as foretold in the book of legend, which everyone thought was just a fairy tale. It wasn't. We have already obtained the vessel that contains our Dark Lord, and he will soon awaken and shower us in compassion. Look, the vessel of our Dark Lord is filling up even as we speak. Now, the time for his greatness to enter our world has come. We welcome to a new history, a new age, the age of awesome. Happy birthday, Dark Lord. Happy birthday. Now this rant is terrifying, because this implies that at some point, Highness or his organization was responsible for some kind of power and was driven to the furthest reaches of the universe, that there was an immense amount of ultra-powerful technology that stopped them from achieving their release of Void Termina. This tells me that Star Dream and the whole Haltman Industries situation, plus Galactic Nova, were all part of this major technological event. Godlike levels of powerful technology being used to stop this major threat. Star Dream and Galactic Nova, wish-granting monsters, and Galactonite, one of the most powerful warriors in history, recognized by the machine as the most powerful warrior of ancient history, locked away for some time. This is crazy lore. This is amazing stuff. Something is going on here. There is something here that the developers of Kirby aren't revealing, and I am absolutely so excited to play through the Forgotten Land, because I think that it may hold the key to revealing the true origins of all of the Kirby lore, especially because of this line. You left us at the edge of the galaxy to be forgotten, then went along your merry way, probably living somewhere pretty and peaceful. Like top star. The contents of this rant, the implications are crazy. Now, Highness is a very questionable character, and it's the information goes by really freaking fast. It's really hard to imagine that he was in any capacity sane, but still, it's fun to play lore master with this. When Kirby and the Forgotten Land comes out, I'm gonna do a lot of research into the whole event and see if I can find a commonality for y'all so I can present my theories on the whole complicated story of Kirby, which yes, it is a decently complicated story, shut up. Anyway, moving on from all of that, as far as critical analysis of the gameplay, it is definitely very easy to lose where you are with all this chaos happening. The three friends plus Kirby plus the mini-bosses makes for a very busy screen. Besides that, let's be honest, this is a pretty safe Kirby game. By that I mean, there isn't a tremendous amount of experimentation going on here. In the early days of Kirby, there was always an attempt to push the boundaries with this little guy, maximizing efficacy of the Game Boy for Dreamland 2, the art style and secondary objectives of Dreamland 3, the 3D visuals of Kirby 64, and the new era visuals of Return to Dreamland, the Metroidvania of Amazing Mirror, even the mind-blowing visuals of Robobot and the whole thematic elements of it. This game didn't do anything huge like that. The biggest thing it did was take the idea of a helper and add 2 more. That's not novel. And the elemental attributes weren't even unique to this game either. That was done in Squeak Squad. Other than the final boss and the odd friend abilities, this was just a Kirby game. It's not particularly interesting outside of that as a Kirby game because it is about as formulaic as it can possibly be, which definitely knocks it down a few pegs. With that being said, I also believe that it is a grand old time with friends, and I had played it earlier with my wife a couple of years ago. I remembered it fondly from then, and it offers plenty of fun as you compete to be less shit at the game with pals. So all in all, I'd give this game a B tier ranking. I hope you all had a fun time watching me muck about in this game for children. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is the first fully 3D, for real this time, actually plays in 3 dimensions, you can move back and forth and all around, for real this time, first 3D Kirby game. It was released for the Nintendo Switch and is the most popular and the best-selling game in the entire series by far. It's not even by a little bit. Second place has like 50% fewer sales. Now, is there a reason for this popularity and critical acclaim? I didn't know going into it, so let's find out together, shall we? The game starts with a beautiful cutscene of Kirby hanging around in Dreamland, his favorite place to hang out. He hops on a warp star and then the sky opens up and starts Kirby maxing on all of Dreamland. I love Kirby's reaction here. The shocked expression on his face never fails to make me laugh. He does his best to escape the portal's massive gravitational pull but ends up smacking into a tree and falling in, apparently morphing dramatically due to what I can only imagine are the effects of spontaneously being pulled into the other dimension, which if you recall is the higher mathematical plane of existence above standard reality that Magolor uses for faster-than-light travel. Landing on a beach like Leonardo DiCaprio in Inception, or much more iconically, Alex the Lion in the Madagascar video game for the PlayStation 2.
So if you could just point us towards the administrative offices, we'll just,
Hi.
Kirby wakes up to begin exploring this brand new world. First impressions time. Getting used to Kirby in true 3D was an interesting experience, actually. There are a lot of strange new properties to controlling Kirby in this game that just were not present in older games. For one thing, I usually use the D-pad to control him in prior games, but that doesn't work in this one because the D-pad is used for emotes. The Fortnite effect is on full display right now. Instead, you use the joystick. This is fine, of course, no big deal. The visuals are once again stellar. I said in the last video I wasn't sure if Kirby games were the definitive way to demonstrate how powerful of a console the Switch truly was, and I have to say I was wrong. This is one hell of a visual to be met by right off the bat. The island beachside, into a dark, humid clearing, into a huge abandoned cityscape. It's a treat for the eyes for sure. The controls are quite excellent, and intuitive no less, which is fantastic because you are going to need to know exactly where Kirby is at all times in this game. And from there, the first new major changes are with inhaling and copy abilities. Inhaling can now be done while moving, kind of like in Return to Dreamland and Triple Deluxe, and you can spin to grab anything around you. If you inhale an enemy that can give you a copy ability, you will immediately absorb it instead of needing to hit down to swallow, which is greatly appreciated. Finally, Kirby can no longer float infinitely, getting tired and slowly descending if in the air for too long. He also seems to have a problem with getting any higher than about a jump and a half half high off the ground for some fucking reason, which is, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, easily my least favorite part about this game. This intro level at the landing point introduces us to the basic movements and gameplay features as we make our way across the cityscape to find out where the heck we landed. Very soon we arrive at an abandoned car store, get confronted by these adorable awoofies, which, by the way, I love how in this game you can see each individual freaking strand of fur on their bodies, and then their eyes are basically just images on top of that texture. I find that very funny looking. But we decide to inhale them and accidentally end up bringing this slug bug looking car along for the ride. Kirby, however, is more than equipped to handle extremely large loads into his mouth and braves the effort needed to... Look, let's get this out of the way right now. This is fucking hilarious. The mouthful modes in this game basically amount to Kirby demonstrating his immense deep-throating talents and wrapping his entire body around massive objects in order to use them as he sees fit. I am going to make more off-color jokes about it, but I have to get the next comment out of my system or I'm going to fucking explode. Throat goat Kirby mode. Alright, moving on. Car mouth mode allows you to push the car at blazing speeds to ram into poor fools unfortunate or stupid enough to still be in front of our Lord. This section is super short and leads into the official song and intro sequence as Kirby takes a wonderful ride around town, which, to be honest, aside from him looking like a tarp wrapped around this car, does seem very relaxing. Tell me how Kirby is horking down the top half of this vehicle and yet can control the steering wheel and drive around? How is this possible? Yes, I'm questioning the logic, why the hell not? This doesn't make any sense. None of the mouthful modes make any sense. When he rams into things, why doesn't it hurt him's little face? Does it hurt to be in mouthful mode, or is it more like pressure and he just controls his gag reflex? These are legitimate questions. Anyway, after we make it far enough that we need to abandon the car to continue, we see the Beast Pack in the middle of capturing all the Waddle Dees around and putting them in cages. A particularly striking, cyan-colored, adorable flying creature named Elfilin is also being accosted, and despite having the ability to fly as much as she, or he, wants, apparently this is also a guy, voiced by a woman named Kurumi Mamiya, which is really confusing since my brain takes these colors, the sound of his voice, which is super cute, the smallness, and the name Elfilin, and just goes, girl. This is the same thing as with Poir in Dragon Ball, who I thought for the longest time was a girl because of the same reasons. Small, blue, voiced by a female, even referred to as female in older dubs, and recently, and problematically, turning into a sexy woman in a bunny suit to help old perverted Master Roshi get over his tendencies. What the fuck, Dragon Ball? Anyway, fortunately for us, Elfilin is not about to turn into a hot chick anytime soon, so I'm gonna do my best to recall that he is male, and if I do slip up, sorry to propagate the confusion. Anyway, this dumbass, despite being able to fly pretty much without limitations, manages to get cornered by awoofies that can barely run. Guess he was too sad to fly, or some shit, I don't know. Now, we gotta rescue them. Also, Elfilin, you fucking fit between those bars! The fuck are you doing? Just fly! Whatever. Kirby, being everyone's friend, is here to help, as the birds that carry the cage also just sit there and... Look, every single enemy in this game is really stupid, okay? They've had all this time to rebuild their society and... nope, just vibing. We save Elfilin and move along to actually start the campaign. Now, what do we need to do to beat this game? It's actually pretty simple. There are technically two endings, and I am going for the true ending. To do that, we gotta save Waddle Dees. In every single level of this game, there are a bunch of Waddle Dees trapped in cages. The end of the level has 3. There are anywhere from 3 to like 7 hidden Waddle Dees around in the level, and you can perform secret little tasks to save more. If you manage to free enough of them, they'll destroy the barrier to that world's boss, which you can then defeat to unlock the next world. Rinse and repeat until the final boss. Upon defeating the final boss for the first ending, we'll revisit the requirements. How we are just provided Waddle Dees for secret actions in this game is beyond me, since some of them are just freed when we knock over enough wanted posters or eat enough food. Like, that's weird too. Imagine getting trapped, and the only way out is for Kirby to happen across a pool and take a nap. I'm not joking, that is one of the requirements. Or in order to be freed, Kirby has to beat the boss without getting hit. Like, come on, what is this? Anyway, I am definitely not gonna go over everything I had to do to get Waddle Dees, but I will be giving y'all the highlights because I love making you feel happy. In this first level, we are introduced to the most powerful mouthful ability, Bending Mouth. The damage output of this form is insane, and the projectiles, if they land on on the floor become sodas that heal you. You often have as many as 700 sodas to work with. That's so ridiculous. This game is so ridiculous. Cone mouth. This is my favorite mouthful ability. Look at him waddle, it's so cute. In cone mouth, you can slam the top of Kirby's head into the ground and do massive damage to the floor, which is useful for secrets, breaking open water pipes, and killing these turtle monster things that cannot be damaged any other way. Dome mouth is only used to pop open these water tank looking things for secrets, which is kinda lame, to be honest. And then we have stare mouth, which is the most absurd looking one. Look at this. This is kinda gross, actually. Whenever you have the stairs mouth ability, you actually can't reorient the stairs. You can only shift them and fall over to cruise things. There's so much nonsense going on, but I gotta say, I am deeply impressed by the versatility and skill on display here. Also, he can jump, technically, which is just delightful. Most of the time when you beat a level in this game, a rift will open up on the world map similar to the one that sucked us in before, that leads to the same higher mathematical plane of existence. Going into these treasure roads, you can complete a small time-based challenge using copy abilities. The reward is these rare stones, which are going to be useful later. I went ahead and did as many of these as I could, but they are technically optional. Later on, you'll also see that I ran out of cash and decided I didn't like that, so I beat all the target times as well for 50 extra coins. There are a lot of treasure roads, so this was fun, even if it did take a while. The main theme of the first world, the nature plains, is a grasslands, but like an abandoned city being overtaken by grasslands rather than just some basic flowery fields. The civilization that left this all behind is an odd one for sure. Their language is smooth and built of natural shapes, and clearly the inhabitants were decently advanced. Not like Haltman Industries advanced, but well off. I'm gonna use my world-building nerd brain to see if I can't decipher how the inhabitants must have looked based on details I see. Let's take a Livel Mall, for example. The entrance suggests that the inhabitants were at least 4 to 5 times Kirby's height, which makes sense, roughly human-sized. Nothing gives me any major indication of weird body types. Let's see later on if that changes. Now is when I should talk about Waddle Dee Town. This is a really cool part of this game, and my favorite thing about it. The Waddle Dees that you have been rescuing this entire time travel via Warp Star off to the place where you initially saved Elfilin, and true to their industrious nature, construct new buildings the more of them you save. They are vast, and can build whole structures within mere hours that would take humans forever to build. In Waddle Dee Town, you'll be able to do a whole host of things, depending on the number of residents, including buy Maxim tomatoes you can hold in your reserves for a pinch, purchase supplements that double your health or increase damage output, play minigames, watch movies, upgrade copy abilities, more on that later, and fight in a gigantic fucking coliseum. Because somehow, after Kirby has defeated any being in the whole world, the Waddle Dees can contain them like the animals they are and force them to fight in gladiatorial combat. I fucking love Kirby games. The boss of this world is Gorimondo, this gigantic gorilla who has made the mall his territory and commands the beast pack from it. He is a very big boy, my goodness, though despite being caked up, damn, he's certainly skipped leg day more than a few times. Now, I elected not to use copy abilities against most of the bosses because I found it in this game it is much easier to just use the stars the bosses drop against them. In a pinch, you can avoid their attacks by blocking and then either slide kicking with the jump button or flicking a direction and evading the attack wholesale, which I only found out on the last world I played made you invincible. Fuck's sake. Gorimondo is not a complex boss. Most of his attacks involve swiping at you, throwing rocks at you, and squishing you like you're a fine lime about to be used up on street tacos. Fuck, I've made myself hungry again. Once he's at about 1/3 of health, he will enter a rage mode and spin. He is slow, but he's enormous, so once he's done being the Tasmanian devil, you can fell the King of Kongs and retrieve the lovely lady he's captured. Or Waddle Dees. I guess he had Waddle Dees. Hot Waddle Dees. Once Gorimondo has been defeated, the weapons shop opens. The best part of the entire game. Let's talk copy abilities. You got your basic ones, sword, fire, cutter, whatever, no big deal. But in this game, the abilities, despite having the same properties as they do in 2D games, have wholly different applications during gameplay. Usually in the side-scrolling platformers, I like cutter and fire, since both are highly versatile, can be used to great effect basically anywhere, and allow you to reach all over the screen or dash very quickly. In this game, they are both honestly basically useless to me. Fire's cone of flame is small and slow, and the dash can only be done in the air since there is no sprinting in this game. Tornado, meanwhile, is usually trash since there is really no way to control where you are going. But in this game, Tornado is busted since you do not change elevation while in the Nado. The way these copy abilities work is so different from how they work in the 2D games that I basically completely changed my roster of favorites for this game exclusively. And the weapons shop is the best place to get any of them if you'd like. But beyond that, we have an upgrade system. Remember those rare stones? I sure hope you do. It has not been that long since I last talked about them, but they are the main way to upgrade your copy abilities into stronger forms. When I say stronger, I mean very strong. Every single upgrade is incredibly more powerful than the last and gets more and more expensive. I played this game in wild mode, which is a higher difficulty, and it pays out more coin, which is great because you are going to run out fast. Even if all you do is spend your coin on these abilities, you will need tens of thousands of coins to purchase them all. In order to be able to upgrade these abilities, you need copy ability scrolls, making their return from the revolutionary Squeak Squad. You hand these to this badass Waddle Dee, and he will somehow be able to make it so that Kirby can take an enemy he could copy and just have the higher level of the copy ability. I don't know how that works, but I know that this is my favorite character in the game. Look at him put on his goggles and aura farm as his chair moves back for him to work, and tell me you aren't suddenly a little flushed. I dare you. You can practice with these abilities against the dummy in the back, and if you find out you actually don't much like an upgrade, you can revert to a prior one whenever you want. This is really cool, and it means that as the game gets harder, your weapons will also be leveling up alongside you. Once you reach the highest level, you can even spend more rare stones to greatly boost the damage output of your already crazy weapon. The second world is a beautiful ocean and beachside adventure, and good news, there's no slow-ass swimming sections. You move just as fast in the water as you do on land, and none of your abilities are affected by being used in the water. Major bonus to this game, honestly. Look at this crocodile. Look at him. Look at how fucking big his head is. Look at him waddle in the water. Look upon the face of God and tell me this is not the best thing to ever exist in any video game. I dare you. It's in this world we are introduced to my least favorite mouthful ability, rim job. I mean, ring mouth. Same thing. God, that's disgusting. Almost as disgusting as how fucking awful this ability is. Ring mouth is pretty basic at first glance. You can use this to blow powerful bursts of air at enemies to trigger these windmills, and when you get on a boat, you can sail with it and massively boost the speed of the boat to ram things. Kinda neat. So why do I hate it so much? The answer is simple. When you hit the button to blow, Kirby has a brief startup animation where he takes a deep breath, as if considering if he's really ready for this kind of act. Only once he has steeled himself for what can feel like eternity, as I ache for him to get on with it, will he actually blow the air out of his giant round mouth. In that tiny space right before he commits, anything can interrupt your attack. Better still, when you boost the boat you are in with the blow attack, you cannot chain these together perfectly. There will always be a teeny tiny little moment where the boat slows down and you are vulnerable to attack, and for the life of me, I could never figure out the timing ever. I hate this ability. It's so awkward and weirdly slow, difficult to aim, and way more trouble than I think it's worth. Now that I've gotten that out of my system, let's continue. Pipe and scissor lift mouth are not particularly interesting to talk about, so I'm not going to. Lamau. And then there's this bitch, Florina, my nemesis. This mini-boss is the hardest part of the game. No, I'm not kidding. Florina is harder to dodge for me than the true final boss was. Harder than any boss in this game to dodge. Her spin attack is no big deal, but these little tornadoes? Oh my god, I have never felt more like a dragonfly on the highway, like in the intro to the first ever Men in Black movie, than I did when I was attempting to dodge Florina's tornadoes. These prescient little gales of wind were so good at finding me and fucking up my day and up my ass. I don't think I have dodged Florina's tornadoes more than a single time in my entire life, and I likely never will again. I don't imagine that many of you have ever had the displeasure of attempting to adequately avoid gusts of dusty wind in a desert town, and it is my professional opinion you should count yourself lucky for it. Where I'm from, we get what are called haboobs, which is both a funny name and a really bad weather pattern. Thunderstorms come along and toss dirt into the air like an angrily digging Yorkie. And if you get hit by one of these, you can kiss the top layer of your skin goodbye, along with your corneas, your dirt-free hair, and comfort for the next 10 hours as you discover just how contagious sand can really be. This fucking mini-boss just about made me want to twirl jump into the fucking Grand Canyon, because I know I am better at the game than this. I know how to dodge, but our stupid fucking ballerinados will find me, will kill me, and I messed up the Liam Neeson joke. God damn it! The boss of this world is Tropic Woods, who is also a decently difficult fight, actually. I promise I am good at Kirby games, guys. It's all I've done on this channel. I swear I'm good at that. Tropic Woods has a few pretty basic attacks at first. He'll puff air at you and drop explosive coconuts on you. That's really it. When enraged, the difficulty ramps up significantly. Now he has a huge wave of air he puffs, he's into spearing you with his roots, and he'll pull up a fence that blocks projectiles. The roots in particular are the dangerous part. They're pretty fast, but Tropic Woods is a huge boss, so you should have no issues hitting him unless you are an idiot like I am. World 3 is Wonderia Remains, an amusement park. I love this world. Probably my favorite world aesthetically. I find it so fun to run around abandoned amusement parkour. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just a nerd who's into all those defunct land videos. But this world features oil slicks, or mud, I guess it's mud, that slows you down, runaway rides, and coaster mouth. This honestly looks like a lot of fun as a ride. In these sections, all you have to do is turn left, right, or stay neutral to make sure you don't ram into something and end up in a horrific accident. I recommend you do not look up roller coaster accidents. Jesus Lord, they are violent. This first level also introduces us to Water Balloon Mouth. The comment needs to be made. Kirby makes like your mom and swallows an absolute deluge, swelling in size like Bender when he became human, and then spraying the water out of his distended, inflated form to clean slicks, clear away poison, and cause massive damage to the environment. The mouthful abilities are all really powerful for sure. Well, except for Light Bulb Mouth. This is not a powerful ability at all, but the mechanics are solid. The only thing you can do with Light Bulb Mouth is illuminate your surroundings. Side note, do not put a light bulb into your mouth. You will be able to do it, you will not be able to remove it. Anyway, these dark sections are interesting too. Whenever you shine bright like a diamond, these ogling ghost Gordos will behold the light of God and start making their way over to get some of that booty. You can always choose not to illuminate, but then you also won't be able to see. I know, crazy concept. So you can fall into the abyss of unrelenting consumerist horror, and because Kirby is all-powerful, he will simply spawn back up to where he last fell. Which is quite nice, because in earlier Kirby titles, you just died when you fell. Making our way out of this maze, we encounter the beautiful nighttime level. It's honestly fantastic out here. The bright neon lights and the gorgeous carnival aesthetics. Living in the Forgotten Land must have been nice, honestly. I wonder what happened to the people. These rides are pretty small, actually. I love how as you progress through the level, the sun rises and the lighting changes subtly. That's such an immersive detail. The boss of this world is Claraline, who is thick with a capital C for cougar. She's a leopard, whatever. Why is this boss so curvaceous? Who at Nintendo decided that the only obviously female member of the entire cast needed to be a cat girl with an hourglass figure and thunder thighs? Why? The furries. Never mind. Not my thing, but hey, between Water Balloon Mouth, Claraline, and Weapon Shop Waddle Dee, there seems to be no shortage of fan service so far, so I'm keeping my eyes out for when it's my turn. Claraline is a very fast boss, and she's quite small. Some would say petite. Her claw attacks are not too hard to avoid, but she also has very fast dashes, this weird trick of the lights where she just vanishes and then pops back in, and she will jump and slam into the ground with tremendous force. Once enraged, she will hop onto the scaffolding of the tent you are in, throw knives at you, and slam into you like an overexcited puppy and get her claws stuck on the ground like an overzealous kitten on your brand new curtains. Upon her defeat, we move on to the Northern Horns, the ice-themed world. I wanted to talk about this world, but to be honest, I don't really have almost anything to say about it, so instead, have a compilation of me being a dumbass on ice stages.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah, that's all the ice world had to offer me. It was so boring. The boss of this world is a possessed DDD. Yeah, we've seen him get dominated before, whatever. He's got a pretty sick moveset though. He runs at you faster than in any game prior, tries to slam you with his hammer, and his jump slam produces a huge shockwave. When enraged, he decides to forgo the hammer completely and uses an entire fucking pillar from the background instead. That is so badass. And he slams it into the ground, producing a huge spider web of cracks in front of him that quickly bursts into ice. Upon his defeat, the game does something kinda cool, showing us DDD getting up while the end screen results are showing and preparing to capture Elfilin in the background. He manages to do so and escapes with little birdies, leaving us alone without our new friend. He actually travels all the way to a far-off continent, which I thought was super cool, and we are forced to traverse the original wasteland to find Elfilin. However, before I did that, I wanted to upgrade my stuff and fight in the Colosseum. Now, the Colosseum is really simple. It's a boss rush, but the final threat of the arena is Meta Knight, who is a very difficult boss. He is pretty fast and swings his sword, of course, but the projectile slashes he has, his dash attacks, and his slight dodges are one thing. When he gets enraged, it becomes obvious that since the last time he got possessed, he's learned a bit of magic himself. Look at this. This is straight up wind magic. He boosts his flight using some kind of dark magic, uses blue fire, and massively increases his speed and slashing area of effect. He is quickly becoming as powerful as Kirby himself is, and I am so proud of him for that. Now, you may be wondering why I even bothered, since this is a totally optional side mission for the game. One of the reasons is that completing this for the first time gives you access to the Meta Knight sword upgrade, which is one of the most powerful tools in the game. I haven't talked about the upgrades yet because I'm saving that for when you like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. We start off the desert world strongly with the wastes where life began. Now, that is a very interesting name for a level. I'll get more into what I think this means later, but given the nature of this forgotten land, I'm immediately theorizing they don't just mean life on this planet. Regardless, this much more open area was one of my favorite sections in the game, despite being pretty basic in general. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I actually love desert-themed worlds and games. Living in a desert for most of my life, I've grown rather fond of the biome in my time. Why did I say that like I'm 50 years old? God. Anyway, desert themes are usually gonna fall into three categories. The empty wasteland, like in Jak 3 and this level, the mythical pyramid inspired by Middle Eastern aesthetics, or Arizona. The original wasteland features categories 1 and 3, as we travel from this dusty open area to an oasis resort, to a deep dark cave we illuminate with lightbulb mouth. Not a great place for a nap, I guess. The boss here is Wacky Dildo. I mean, Silly Dillo. Look at this guy. He's so goofy looking. This kleptomaniac has a bit of an obsession with Kirby. He was probably assigned by his boss to prevent Kirby from making it further than this point, but still, it's quite creepy to see handmade Kirby dolls just hanging off the ceiling. He attacks by attempting to cage you up like you've been a bad kitten, and then rolling at top speed to crush you. Once enraged, he pulls out his handmade wives and dances with them, or spins them as projectiles into you. What the heck is going on with this weirdo? What do you do with all these fake wives, you freak? Defeating him grants us access to the Redgar Forbidden Lands, which has by far the best world theme song in the game. I should mention at this point, every world has had the same melody, that being the main theme of the game, but each one follows a completely different genre of music, and it transitions seamlessly as you navigate between worlds on the map. I think that is super cool, but man, the Redgar world theme is so cool. This world is apparently the Beast Pack's main base of operations, but honestly, it seems deeply unsafe to be around here. Meteors fall from the sky, walkways sink into the lava, and then there's the pollution and the OSHA violations going on in the burning, churning power plant. Look at this place. Reminds me of the wall crushing scene from 13 Ghosts. Should not have watched that movie when I was 8. I get really fucking nervous, even in video games, around heavy machinery moving around, because I've seen way too many live leak videos in my time, and damn. They say the OSHA guidelines were written in blood for a reason. So levels like this one, where the heavy metal threatens to flatten you into a human patty, is nerve-wracking in a totally different way than most other games I've ever played. The Beast Council has united against us in this next level. We have to defeat all the bosses we have already beaten before to proceed. Pretty typical stuff for a modern Kirby game, honestly. And then we experience a level where we have to use all the mouthful abilities we have ever used to their fullest in order to progress. I actually like the way that this game does this revisitation of the game mechanics way more than I did for Triple Deluxe. It's more than just section after section of the same broken mechanic each time, since in the Beast Pack's last stand, you actually have a decently valid reason to be using all of these abilities, navigate your way across the vast industrial landscape, and collapse whole sectors of the structure to make it to the end. Once the army has been reduced to shambles, the boss of this world is revealed. It's actually DDD again, which I thought was cool, now boosted via this mask that seems to have double possessed him, because my man is tweaking. What did they put in that mask's snout? Pure fucking crack? Forgodididi, which is a string of syllables you utter during a stroke, has 2 hammers, which means he is taking you to Pound Town twice as fast. In addition, they seem to be imbued with the power of fire, and he can spin with them too, or toss them to make lava geysers. He seems to have an unlimited supply of hammers up his ass, since after he's thrown them, boop, there are more. Just as before, when he slams, he makes a shockwave, only now he slams faster. Once you have defeated him, his second phase is way more primal and animalistic. He runs on all fours, slams his hands into the ground to make little fire tornadoes, produces lava when he slams, and has a super inhale that is honestly kind of intimidating. It's like he's really putting everything he has into trying to kill you. Upon his defeat, his mask breaks, and he has finally gotten enough of getting his ass beat. We free the Waddle Dees and help him up. Look how happy he is to see Kirby. I'm sure at this point that waking up confused and sore around Kirby is normal for him. Pause. We move along into an elevator as the Beast Pack chases us down, only for one of the Waddle Dees to trip and fall, then spend the rest of their useless life lying there like a sack of wet potatoes, awaiting the gangbangers on their way like, oh no, I tripped and fell and I'm so weak. Fucking get up! So of course, DDD has to return to save him, tosses him into the elevator, and fends off the Beast Pack alone. It would be heroic if it weren't for this dumbass deciding he would rather be saved than safe. Fuck you! The elevator door closes, and we hear the system awaken. Welcome to Lab Discoverer. The friendly voice tells us that this is a tour where we will meet the ultimate life form, who had better be Shadow the Hedgehog, or I'll fuck. Anyway, apparently the denizens of this world found the ultimate life form in a meteor that fell on their planet, which was 100% an invasive attack, and after defeating it, somehow managed to gather the specimen to study its powers. It seems that this being had the ability to alter space and time to the point that the Forgotten Land was able to develop interplanetary warp travel. Warp travel as in what Magalore uses to travel across the cosmos? As in Stardream's ability to phase in and out of reality? As in the gigantic rift that sucked us into this place in the first place? Very interesting. We also see that the Waddle Dees that have been captured are being used as slave labor to power something. We aren't sure what yet. The voice then describes how about quote-unquote 30 years ago, the ultimate life form split off a sub-entity and then went dormant, while the sub-entity escaped containment. We find out literally a minute later that the sub-entity is Elfilin, so no need to theory craft. Kirby games, man. If they weren't so cutesy and weird, you'd swear on your life they'd be horror. Oh, there it is. The supposed ultimate life form. And it isn't Shadow the Hedgehog. Well, looks like I'm fucking. Hello. You'll do. Meet Leongar, the king of the Beast Pack. Mr. Fanservice over here explains that the quote-unquote Great One granted the people of the Forgotten Land their great power, and that these people left the Forgotten Lands to enter, quote, a land of dreams. What an incredibly specific thing to say. After telling us that he will eat us for meddling in his plans, please do, by the way, sounds hot, he summons a bunch of minions. I've noticed that they actually do just kind of seem to teleport in, and I'm not sure why they say they don't have access to the warp powers. They are obviously teleporting in. Anyway, they don't pose a threat, obviously, and the main man himself chooses to handle us. Leongar is a decently dangerous boss, but a slow one. All that musculature is slowing him down a bit, you see. His claw swipes almost always come too close for comfort, to be honest, and I don't even know how I dodge some of them half the time. He'll sprint and slash at you, pounce on you actual style, and slam the ground with a two-handed hammer strike. He's not particularly difficult, but that is probably because he hasn't locked in yet. He's just aura forming. Once enraged, he becomes much more dangerous. The ultimate life form possesses him and channels its immense power through him to unleash massive X-Men logos, feral rushes as he tries to bite your head off, and a massive Gallic gun that he fires from his mouth. Holy shit! Upon his defeat, we send him flying into the containment chamber for the ultimate life form and free Elfilin. However, he is not done. The life form, Fecto, speaks through him, then reveals it was planning all of this for years to retrieve its other half. It starts tweaking and decides to expand violently, becoming a symbiotic merging goop that immediately begins consuming all organic matter, including Leon, and then chasing us down the hallway. Fecto Forgo is one of those bosses you need to constantly be running away from, and it's a hideous and terrifying monster. Look at this neon Shoggoth wannabe. Is this not the craziest shit you have ever seen in your life? By the way, this looks quite a bit like the nanogenetic gel that the Haltman company used to make copies of DDD. I'm just pointing that out. This sticky, wet monstrosity slaps its way across the hallway in an effort to consume Kirby and Elfilin. Its only attacks are to spit globs at you and rush you with a bite that is really easy to dodge, so this is more of a glorified cutscene than an actual boss. Once Fecto Forgo is defeated, they absorb Elfilin anyway, and escape to morph into their final form. The beautiful Fecto Elfilis. This game has been really easy up to this point, but Elfilis is actually a very dangerous opponent. They fly at immense speeds, summon these blue spine-looking things, rush at you to smack you with their weapon that they summoned out of nowhere, summon portals to split their spear into multiples that smash into the ground, producing shockwaves, slash at incredible speeds, shoot giant lasers, spear rush you, do flybys. It's crazy out here. Once enraged, they stop fucking around. The entire space-time continuum starts dosing on acid, and they start ripping open portals to hit you with meteors, splitting into 3 to heal themselves with latent energy. And once on their last legs, we're finally able to use the dome mouth ability to suck Elfilin out from Elfilis from behind. Now that was a sentence. But the boss ain't done yet. Oh no. It decides to rip the largest portal open thus far and send the entire planet of Popstar out at us in an effort to destroy both worlds because fuck you. Kirby decides to throw an entire semi and rushes the monster, using Elfilin's own magical power to boost his immense fury as he uses the power of friendship and imagination to atomize this false god to nothing. With a final triumphant example of why we shouldn't hand out commercial driver's licenses to underqualified people, Kirby lands on Popstar, only to find both worlds still on the verge of collision. Elfilin chooses to intervene and channels the power they felt while merged with Elfilis to shut the portals for good, bidding Kirby a heartfelt farewell. Now, if you thought that was the end, I'm afraid I have a lot left to say. Credits roll as we see that Elfilin figured out how to open portals to Popstar by themselves, which is odd because later on we figure out they passed out, and Claraline nursed them back to health, took care of them, and they spent some time recovering before returning to Popstar, which would be, I don't know, at least a few months of time, but to Kirby that took 10 seconds. This is similar to what happened with DDD. He and Kirby were basically sucked into the portal at the same time, but apparently, according to the supplementary material and the fact he was literally a high-ranking member of the Beast Pack, he was there for a few months at least as well. Time dilation between the Dreamland and Forgo is really intense, holy crap. But we are not done with Fecto yet. Oh no, we have one more person to save, Leon. His soul was absorbed by Fecto as well, and a new rift appears in Waddle Dee Town, in which we gain access to the much more difficult 7th world of the game. Unlike an extra mode that is just more difficult with extra bosses in there, this is straight after the main story of the game. Credits rolled, yes, but the canon of the Kirby world cannot simply be ignored. Our Lord and Savior, Kirby of Popstar, is everybody's friend, and Leon needs our help. DDD is also chilling in the town, and he even rewards us for it with the Masked Hammer blueprint. More on that later. Now, before I went into the Isolated Isles, I took took the enormous length of time needed to make my way around the entire map of the main game, find all the secret treasure roads, and beat the target time for extra cash, knowing that I was gonna need it, since extra mode and Kirby games are seriously not fucking around. Now, did I have to do that? No. But it does give me the opportunity to finally talk about the copyability system in this game. Along the way, I'll also take the time to highlight some of the treasure roads themselves because the target times are not easy to get. You actually have to get real good and optimize your movement at the game. All of the copy abilities are accessible in the weapons shop once you have first encountered and used them, and hidden across the lands are blueprints for their evolutions. Every single ability has at least 2 evolutions, and they are powerful. These are some of the most powerful copy abilities that Kirby has ever had access to, and I think that is a great deal of fun for the player, especially since this game is already kinda easy, but ramps up in difficulty greatly. Once you give the blueprint to the weapons Waddle Dee, he will be able to upgrade the ability if you pay him some rare stones and a stack of cash. That is why I played all the treasure roads again. You get 50 coin for each target time beaten, and I was broke as fuck at this point, so on the grind I got. Every ability also has a multitude of ways it can be used, and the treasure roads are a fantastic way to teach certain skills to the player. Let's take Bomb, for example. If you aren't moving and tap the attack button, you'll plop the bomb right in front of you. If you are moving, you'll send the bomb off like a bowling ball and it'll roll for a bit, obeying gravity as normal. If you press and hold the button at a standstill, you'll be able to see an arc and throw the bomb more precisely. That's a decent bit of versatility for a single ability, but the upgrades massively increase this capacity. Chain Bomb has the same mechanics, only now if you place the bombs close enough together, they will form a link that will boost them. And when they pop on contact with another bomb or an enemy, the explosions will be much bigger and last much longer, up to 6 chained bombs boosted. The final upgrade, Homing Bomb, does this, and the bombs actively search for explodable targets, meaning you can fight bosses without needing to look or even aim for them. They can even jump pretty high. Overall, Bomb is pretty weak until the Homing Bomb ability, and then it's one of the most versatile abilities in the game. Drill is one of the weakest abilities, really only useful as a utility. You dig into the ground and are mostly immune from being damaged, though poison and lava will still hurt you, somehow. When you emerge, you do damage and cannot stay underground forever. If you make a circle, everything in the circle will crunch upwards and do damage, somehow. If you use the ability in the air, you'll dash forward until you hit the ground. The upgrades are kinda weak, to be honest. Pencil Drill just adds a projectile and damage, and Twin Drills allows you to move faster and for longer, do damage while underground, and shoot 2 projectiles. Wow! If it weren't for the fact Drill is the only way to get under fences, this would be literally useless. Fire is pretty simple. You can breathe fire or use it in the air to dash as a fireball. Since this game doesn't have a sprinting feature, Kirby always moves at top running speed whenever you are moving, so you can't double tap to move faster. This, in my opinion, makes fire really hard to use, as it just is not catered to the 3D environment. Kirby turns way too slowly to actually capitalize on his fire breath. The upgrades are better, but they aren't good. Volcano Fire makes your flame breath lava projectiles, which is neat, and Dragon Fire changes the color to purple, increases damage, and extends both the breath and the dash significantly. Here's the biggest problem I have with fire. It is literally useless. Fire is the only way to light these lanterns, but Hammer also has flame-based abilities, so I never really use the fire ability in this game. Speaking of Hammer, it's the best ability in this game, and it's not even close. You can hit enemies for huge damage, keep smacking to do a final slamming hammer strike that flattens enemies, which made me laugh every single time, pound nails and posts flat, swipe in the air, and do a slam if you keep the button held down. And if you are grounded, you can charge the hammer up, ignite it, and smack with immense force. Nothing in this game does as much damage as Hammer except Crash, and Hammer is so much easier to obtain. Most attacks in this game only charge twice, but Hammer charges thrice. If you hold it too long, it'll also break the hammer, which is hilarious, and I especially like it because pretty much every other ability in this game will require you strike the basic enemies multiple times to defeat them, not Hammer. That's just the basic Hammer. Now we can get the upgrades. Toy Hammer is much faster and has higher range. Wild Hammer is slower than the normal hammer, but goddamn does it ever do a ton of damage if you manage to hit a boss with it. Seriously, ridiculously brutal strike. You can kill a mini boss in one fucking hit. And Masked Hammer you can only obtain after DDD gives you the blueprint in Waddle Dee Town. It is the fastest hammer ability. The final slam shoots little fire nados, and the supercharged ability lets you spin like a tornado with fire, and this also does insane damage. Hammer is my favorite ability in this game, can you tell? Now before I perform CBT with it, let's move on. Ice has the same problems as fire does with its base abilities, but massively outclasses it in utility. When you use ice, you are no longer running, you are skating. And this allows you to skate over water, lava, mud, and even poison without a problem as long as you keep moving. The ice breath freezes opponents and allows you to kick them away like the trash they are, and sustaining your ice breath will freeze mini-bosses solid to do massive damage. Fire has something like this, but it just ignites the bosses and does damage over time instead. If you spam the button instead, you create a storm around yourself as you slide forwards, and if you guard, it does a bit of damage back to enemies. Now that is a lot of different ways to use ice. You see that, Fire? That is how you do elemental affinity. Learn from your betters. The upgrades honestly can't add too much in the way of true power, but Frosty Ice will produce adorable snowmen you can launch at foes, and Blizzard Ice will produce huge crystals, and even the trail you leave behind will harm enemies. The last ability I'll discuss in this section is Sleep. I'm skipping over Sword because, well, I want to save the best for last, and it is super cool what it can do. Sleep is hilarious. Usually, all it does is make it impossible for you to move. That's it. It's a gag. It's supposed to be an obstacle. In this game, it does the same thing, slowly making you fall asleep. But it also heals you, like a lot, and you can upgrade it and pop into a bed, fully healing you, and giving you a boost either in damage, speed, or a second fucking health bar. It's insane that this is a thing. In terms of the toughest treasure roads, basically nothing is harder than Dragonfire Road. This is such a stupidly precise, perfectionist, garbage fucking road. Other target times were often either super easy to get or I was off by like 3 seconds. No big deal, honestly. That's easy enough to optimize. But in this road, my best was like 15 seconds off. That is not an easy thing to optimize. That's a whole YouTube short. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? I'll tell you what you have to do perfectly. That is what you have to do. If you don't dash immediately upon hearing that whistle, start over. If you don't land in the cannon after the dash, start over. If you don't press and hold the guard button to make the fuse go way faster the instant you get in that cannon, start over. You cannot fall off the edge ever. You cannot get swallowed by these enemies. You cannot bump into things. You must be able to expertly and perfectly time jumps. Dash because your running is not fast enough, not dash when you need to turn a tight corner, hit every single obstacle along the way, manage to get into the second cannon at light speed, and then hope that you weren't too slow when you were doing all of that, because the last 7 seconds will be spent praying to whatever capricious gods you believe in that the fuse hurries its sorry ass over and shoots you out, at which point you'd better not waste even a 1/10 of a second of your time to make it to the end. You need to be so fast, like Gooners looking at Bowsette fast. This was the stupidest thing I did in the entire game, and I don't know why I did it, other than I am a greedy boy and want all the coin I can get my fat, greasy, grubby hands on. Why am I like this? Ugh.
Fuck, the fucking fire mechanics in this game are ass.
Have I mentioned how much I hate fire? Well, try combining stupid fire mechanics with the fact that you need to jump in order to dash, with the fact dashing covers you in fire. If you're in a top-down perspective, you can't see Kirby land on the ground. Then sprinkle on said top-down perspective on a time crunch with a fast-moving conveyor belt and a fucking temper like mine, and you get the Bubble Bash Supreme Edition limited time only fuck this power-up feeling that can't be beat. With all of that nonsense out of the way, we can finally move on to the final world, the Isolated Isles. This psionic dreamscape is entirely constructed from the memories of Fecto before they died, and features a series of amalgam levels with far greater difficulty. One per world that has at least some fragment of one of each of the levels in the world that the level represents. Now, if that made no sense to you, that's okay, I said it like a dumbass. Each level in the Isolated Isles represents a world. Say, World 1. Each level in World 1 has had a section of it pulled and collaged together into one of the sections of this level, and we get to go through this at a higher baseline difficulty. The main goal of this world is not rescuing Waddle Dees. Instead, we are searching for fragments of Leongar's soul, which is really dark. You don't need all of them, thank God, because there are 300 fragments, but you do need at least 250 of them. They usually aren't too hard to find, so getting to that point should not be difficult. And even better, Elfilin will straight up tell you when you have found all the fragments of a soul in a section. section. So the main challenge is the levels themselves. Every single enemy does far more damage, and every mini-boss is significantly upgraded as well. New attacks, more health, and far more painful attacks. Though I barely even noticed that at first because of how busted Masked Hammer is. Look at this! This is the extra mode of the game. These power-ups are so broken, seriously. There's some measure of wonkiness in the world besides that too, since none of the sections actually connect to one another. It's like stepping between scenes in a dream, where the logic is only internally coherent. Fecto's dreams are generating this, so maybe that's why this is so odd, especially when different obstacles from different worlds mix with otherwise familiar locations, such as the haywire rides from Wondaria in the Alival Mall. Each level also features a rematch with the world bosses. The Phantom bosses are hardcore too. They are not fucking around. Phantom Gorimondo is like his corporeal counterpart, only much faster. He swipes multiple times, and the rocks he throws are significantly faster too. But that's the easy shit. He also stomps and produces shockwaves, some of which you have to weave between, and others you just need to puff to avoid. The amount of health the bosses have too is greatly increased and makes for a serious endurance round. Once enraged, he does the spin move again, only now he produces tornadoes that carry rocks at you. With Gorimondo defeated, we move on to the second level. Thank you, Live Perspective. That was very informative. I would have more interesting things to say about this level if I gave a fuck. Moving on to the boss, Phantom Tropic Woods immediately has a far more dangerous assortment of attacks, including dropping Gordos on you, increasing the explosive radius of the coconuts, and puffing clouds that split into more clouds at you. Once enraged, for some reason, he sticks you in a maze of fences like it's the Harvest Festival and you got left to fend for yourself in the hay bale maze. I can't be the only one that experienced the slight panic of, oh fuck, where am I now? Right? Keeping his roots from slipping into our holes, we defeat the Phantom and move along to the next level. Wondaria was my favorite world in the main game, and the Forgo Park is my favorite level in the Isolated Isles. The main sections are just as fun to navigate with the cone ability as the dark sections are to revisit with the light bulb. It's kind of funny. The ghost Gordos will only come after you if they see you, but there are a few freak Gordos in the blackness that are just idly rotating in the absolute dark of this section, like the kids in the Goosebumps book, The Haunted School. Top 5 Goosebump books ever, by the way. Those were the days, man. I read that book at the same time I found I was a 6th grade alien, and aliens ate my homework. Bruce Coville is a fantastic sci-fi writer. You should check out his young adult novels. They are actually decent. Also, these fucking Buffalo dickheads are waiting in the shadows too. Assholes. What the fuck am I supposed to have done about most of these? And don't say get good in the comments either. I'm not. My favorite part of the Forgo Park is this section of the level with the maze. I don't know exactly why, but it felt like I was in an escape room making my way through here, and as far as I recall, this wasn't a prior section of the game either. It was wholly new. I loved it. Phantom Claraline time. Right away, this Phantom is teleporting around, throwing knives at us, splitting into multiples, dashing at us, pouncing on us, and slamming into the ground with tremendous force. Get you a girl that can do all of the above, and I promise you, you will be a very happy camper. Last time I didn't have much to say about the ice world. This time, I do. So let's dive headfirst into it, shall we? This level is very difficult. Aside from the slippery ice and the crazy wind, you also have a mini-boss rush, a goddamned ring-mouth boat section that I hate, and then Phantom DDD. Right away, he decides to pull a Smash Bros move out of his bag and toss Gordos at us, then does it again the long way, once enraged with Gordo the long way, before using a pillar to try and smash us, now featuring the creation of ice wherever he slams. Great! If it weren't for the fact that Hammer is busted, this might have been tougher. Here's a fun fact. I am both the best gamer of all time and really fucking stupid, because it wasn't until the desert level of this world that I realized how broken the dodge roll actually was. Once I realized how it worked, even Florina, my nemesis, became incredibly easy to defeat. The desert level features this hilarious darkness section where ostensibly you're supposed to use the fire ability to light these lanterns, but I had Masked Hammer, so fire was literally useless. I love Hammer. Bonk stick go brrr. I would talk about the Phantom Silly Dillo fight, but as aforementioned, the bonk stick go brrr. Wanna know how truly powerful Hammer is? The final non-boss level of this world features lava everywhere, and despite the fact that this is the case, Hammer still carries, because if you swing in midair, you can extend your jump, and Masked Hammer is a fast ability. Didn't stop me from managing to do the same thing I did in Squeak Squad, lose the most important thing in my possession, and then immediately enter the transition into the next section. Then there's the Phantom Forgo DDD. Say that 5 times fast. Right away, this boss is one of the hardest in the game. Everything he does spills lava all over the floor, and the platform you're on tilts into the lava sometimes, which is just great. Once in his second phase, he summons meteors, chases you down, and is immune to lava. But upon his defeat, we finally make our way to the final level of the game. We find Leongar in a psionic bubble, and return most of his soul to him. The rest of it is probably lost in the ether due to his time spent working in the corporate sphere before he got jacked and found a hot babe. We celebrate our achievement, and he's been possessed by Fecto again. Shit! Well, time to beat the man a second time. In this fight, he basically begins enraged, so all of his attacks are the same as they were then. Now, however, when he enters his second phase, he gains the ability to slam his fists into the ground and create lightning rings, plus shoot lasers that break the stones around. Halfway through, Fecto will increase his X-Men logos to be faster and have more of them, then manifest in the center of the screen and generate a tremendous psionic sphere. Then take pot shots at us with orbs that make shockwaves as Leon continues attacking us. A reminder that Fecto is dead, and the only reason they are still around is because they are so unwilling to die that they have managed to retain their life force within Leon by sheer willpower. What a badass concept. Once defeated, Fecto has every intention of fighting us himself, only for this orangish butterfly to land on his face. Hey, so real quick, I just want to pause here and take a second. This is a super long video, and if you have stuck around to this point, I am so thankful for it. If you've enjoyed this video and this series thus far, please consider liking, commenting, subscribing, doing all the YouTube things. I love and appreciate all my supporters. Now, Kirby games are all I have been playing up to this point in the Ultimate Gaming Run, and to be honest, I think that the experience has been overall quite positive. The eldritch horrors, the lore implications, the absurdity of Kirby's power, the sheer cinema, the various different aesthetics and feelings elicited, this game series is awesome. But you want to know what truly took this game in particular to the next level? You see that orange butterfly that just landed on the soul effecto? That is death. That is Morpho Knight. He's appeared in the series before, actually, landing on and usurping the power of Galactonite, who is canonically stated to be able to destroy planets by Star Dream, mind you, after Star Dream pulls him from another dimension, because it can do that, apparently. Peep the Japanese description of Morpho Knight. On the day of judgment, when something dies, a butterfly of Sukhavati flies in from parts unknown, sympathizing with endless cries for life from the White Knight said to be the greatest in the galaxy. It turns into a Knight of Yomi and descends. A dream battle with a being that was never meant to be fought, buried in the darkness of history, will now begin. Sukhavati, long story short, is a paradise where the Buddhas go, I think. I might be wrong about that. It's a big deal in Buddhist cosmology, and Yomi is the Japanese underworld. This butterfly is the Grim fucking Reaper. This is the god of the underworld. This is the final arbiter, and he has taken Fecto's soul to finally face judgment. Problem is, it seems that each time the Morpho Knight has taken over a soul, as the spirit of judgment and death, it knows only one thing: to judge. And it's a little hard to judge a soul when it's stuck in those pesky living bodies people seem to be carrying around. So now we are fighting the literal Grim fucking Reaper. I fucking love Kirby games. Morpho Knight is so dangerous. He attacks quite a bit like Meta Knight, only instead of using darkness, he uses hellfire, summons echoes of Fecto's soul, uses psionics to make you drunk, teleports around to both get the jump on you and dodge attacks, and definitely, absolutely has the ability to make you miss your shots for sure 100%. I'm not bad at the game. Definitely. Once enraged, he pulls out a second sword and massively engorges both of them. Meet Judgment and Arbiter. His favorite swords. Those names are not canon, by the way, but it sounded cool in my head. He swangs them things and summons really strange moving fire to try and pinch maneuver you. After this, he becomes impossible to hit unless you catch him in the middle of performing an attack, which is really convenient because I didn't feel like winning today, and all of his attacks are juiced up. Upon defeating the Morpho Knight, we see a shadow blip away, and we return to Leon as all his allies and our new friends return the rest of his soul to reawaken him, and all is well once more. Defeating this boss gives us the last blueprint. It's time to finally talk about Sword. A sword has been a copy ability forever, since Kirby's Adventure. It's practically a staple of the series. In this game, the standard sword ability is pretty simple. Swipe at enemies and they die. Hold to charge and you do a spin move. Jump and you flip slash, slide kick and weapon you can stab, ho-hum. You can upgrade this to the Geigen sword, which is a much heavier, much slower, but really painful sword attack with the slowest charge attack I've ever seen. And then you can upgrade it again once you defeat Meta Knight to get the Meta Knight sword, which is extra fun. Not only does this sword increase range and damage, it also creates slashes that you can send at range towards opponents if you have full health, or more accurately, a full health bar. Why did I specify? I'm getting to that, goddamn. Because of life up. If you have 2 health bars, one of them will always be full, so you can always use the distance slash attacks. That is all epic enough on its own, but when you defeat Morphonite, you gain access to the Morphonite sword. This is a monster of a copy ability. Now, if you complete a combo on an enemy, you can heal. If you complete a spin slash, you can heal. If you charge all the way, you can release a huge blade and summon Firenados, and then your weapon will be like the Geigen sword. If you dodge roll, you'll teleport. If you guard and charge, you'll summon the Echo's Effecto to assault your enemies. This blade can also pound nails and posts, ignite things like fire, and the tornadoes even affect wind-based things. What a broken ability. And there is a figurine in this game of this copy ability. Peep the description. Before the final battle, a fluttering fiend arrives to cast its judgment. This dangerous weapon grants that form to any who wield it. For Kirby, handling this power is a breeze. Kirby is literally beyond death. Get on your knees and pray to our Lord and Savior, Kirby of Popstar. This is the one true demon god king, and nobody will ever be able to convince me otherwise. But this isn't over. The truly true final boss of this game is yet to be faced. To do that, we need to access the Colosseum. Upon defeating the supposed true final boss, a rift opens up in the Colosseum to another isolated Phantom Zone, and Kirby must go in to figure out what's up. In this Ultimate Cup Z, we face every single Phantom boss, including Phantom Meta Knight, all the way up through Morphonite again, and we have finally arrived. Chaos Elphalus. Now that is Shadow the Hedgehog. Chaos Elphalus is the result of the defeat of Morphonite releasing Fecto as well, and having absorbed the powers of Morphonite, Elphalus is more powerful now than ever. And I'm not about to sugarcoat this or play around, this is the hardest boss in the game by far. It's a fitting end to the tale of Elphalus. All of his attacks are the same as they were before, only now he's upgraded to far faster, far more varied forms of all of them. He has so much health, it's not even a little bit fair, and uses portals, shockwaves, and brutal Firenados to his advantage throughout the fight. The way this monster moves and fights is seriously uncanny, like he's slicing across the veil of realities. Once enraged, he summons a huge extension of his own power and starts using mega lasers much more frequently. I'm not gonna lie, if it weren't for the fact that you can reset your health bar to whatever fight you died on for an ever-increasing amount of cash when you die, if I hadn't taken the time to build up that cash, this might have taken me even longer. Once Chaos Elphalus is dealt enough punishment, you can use Dome Mouth to separate his soul from his body, and the soul of Elphalus is not done yet. This blob has the same lasers as before, only they do so much damage, it's disgusting. A third of your health gone, just like that. And then it also becomes a gigantic meteor, a massive bouncing ball that sends electroshock waves around, and it goes insane with the light show. And he uses Cutter on you like Mark's on crack. Like, good lord, I was stressing the third time I died to this two-phase boss. If you can manage to defeat the Ball of Chaos, which is what I call the AI tech bubble that's on the verge of popping, Chaos Elphalus will finally dissipate. As one last-ditch effort to remain alive, Elphalus sheds away all of its being save that of the compassion that gave birth to Elphalin in the first place, and absorbs into the cutie, ending the threat once and for all. With Elphalus defeated and the Waddle Dees finding a new home away from home, with one final triumphant hurrah, and after more than 18 hours of effort, we bring peace to both the Forgotten Land and Dreamland once more, putting an end to the origin point of all the Kirby lore as we know it, hopefully permanently this time. So, what a game. What an absolute blast this has been. What an adventure! What a story! What a fantastic final chapter in the tales of our Lord. Kirby and the Forgotten Land absolutely deserves to be the best-selling title in the series. There is so much content in this game, so many cool new ideas, and so much polish, it's crazy. The lore implications alone are A-tier storytelling. The residents of the Forgotten Land using the powers of an extra-dimensional space-warping entity to achieve warp travel and disappear into a land of dreams? Man, let me get my nerd glasses on real quick. Okay, in Star Allies, we are told by Lord Highness in his crazy rant that an advanced race of ultra-technological powerhouses he claims defeated him and his organization in an effort to contain Void Termina went to go live somewhere pretty and peaceful. Stardream and Planet Robobot can summon Galactonite from another dimension using dimensional warp gates. Another dimension, which I mentioned in Return to Dreamland, was a higher mathematical plane of existence. There is a special figurine in the Forgotten Land of a sign that describes an organization known as the Lytron Works Company, which developed basically all of the tech in the Forgotten Land. There was some massive corporate fight, and the company split off into a bunch of others. But peep the details: electro, bio, and astro technologies. The same sorts of things the Haltman Company especially seems to specialize in, given that they have access to amazing electrical infrastructure, virtual spaces, body augmentation and genetic cloning, and of course, space travel. Lytron must have been the company that ended up in control of the ultimate life form, and after some major disagreements on how to address the issue of, containing the most dangerous thing on the planet, they decide after it went dormant to contain it forever in the Eternal Capsule, then use the technology they designed with its power to spread across the stars, eventually abandoning their world for this land of dreams. Notably, I think that they ended up in Halcandra first, a land that Megalore says is his home in the game, but according to supplementary material, that was apparently a lie. He claims that, quote, the Ancients created the lore Starcutter he uses to warp from Halcandra to Popstar. Now, these Ancients, the ones who are said to have created the ruins in planet Rockstar in Kirby 64. Galactonite is an ancient warrior sealed away for his immense power, for it was feared his power was too great. It sounds to me like Highness and his cult were responsible for containing that immense cataclysm, because Galactonite was not contained by technology. He seemed to be contained by some kind of magical crystal, which happens to share general visual motifs with the Jamba Heart. On Popstar itself, Daroche mentions in Kirby Mass Attack that the ruins of Sandy Canyon were built by an ancient civilization. Magalore says the Ancients created the Starcutter as well as the Master Crown, the Dream Rod, and Galactic Nova. Haltman said he didn't make Stardream, he found Stardream. Then, the Jamba Heart has these pins in it, and Galactonite is shown in other games and in official art summoning these pins. The Ancients were the old civilization of the Forgotten Land, using their warp tech to achieve unimaginable things, traveling across dimensions into a land of whimsy and dreams. The Forgotten Land is pretty damn grounded in reality as we understand it. It has human-like structures, human-like vehicles, the native life forms are all animals, the weather is normal, the planet isn't shaped strangely. The Forgotten Land is base reality, and the entire Kirby series has been played thus far in the land of dreams and imagination, where the only true limits are how far you can go when you believe in yourself. Just look at Meta Knight, Kirby, and DDD. Hell, even Bandana D is able to keep up with this god-killing monster by the power of friendship. And you want to know what else? Kirby's morphic nature was altered just by traveling to this realm, a fundamental alteration to his very being that allowed him to stretch and wrap around the items of this world to use them as he saw fit. That doesn't make any sense at all. He literally introduced his whimsy into the world when Elphalus opened a portal into Dreamland. Meta Knight can create or design the greatest technology that has ever been seen on Dreamland with the halberd and his army of knights. And when he realizes he isn't the most powerful he can be, he trains to break his limits constantly. In the last 3 games alone, he has gone from a decent threat to a genuinely terrifying, magical, flight-capable monster superboss, consistently one of the most dangerous in the series. And I think that it all stems from right here. The Forgotten Land is the original homeland of the Kirby race, the ancients that designed all of the amazing technologies that have existed since time immemorial and were abandoned for some unknown reason. The legendary powers of their warp tech evolving past the point of portals into something far, far greater. It is absolutely no coincidence, I think, that the portals look like stars, and the flying stars in the series, which Kirby both seems to have instinctive and exclusive control over, are called warp stars. Kirby's soul is a star too. Popstar is a star-shaped planet, and the only one like it. I personally think the Ancients never truly left. I think they literally became one with the nature of the land of dreams. And one day, foreseeing the threat to come, a spring breeze blew across Dreamland, carrying with it one last hope, a precious little ball of squish named Kirby, who would go on to defend what may be his literal motherland from the threats that surround Dreamland. Now, all of that was just a theory. I'm not making the joke, it's overdone. But I don't know, I think this all links rather well together. Now, if you believe that I am dead wrong, and also stupid, and dumb, and handsome, you should leave your thoughts in the comments below. I want to hear all the unhinged theories. Love that shit. On to a more technical analysis. This game was fucking awesome. That's a technical term, right? I've always been a 3D gamer at heart. I grew up on Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, and Sly Cooper, so this was by far the easiest time I've had actually getting good at the game I was playing. I got really good at this game, to the point I could get careless and still make it to the final boss of the game on my very first try. Well, on the second try. The game crashed on me the first time. But still, I have a much easier time processing a 3D environment than I do navigating a 2D one, and I attribute that to my formative years playing video games that were almost always 3D in nature. This game truly had it all. The abilities were almost all super fun to use, the puzzles were nice, the treasure roads were fun to optimize, mostly. The bosses were creative and imaginative. I am pretty damn sure this is the only game I've played in the Kirby series thus far that doesn't feature Kracko, and no, Mass Attack does feature him in a minigame. I love just about every second of this game except for 3 major complaints. Firstly, the bitch Florina. Don't even want to talk about her again. Second, ring mouth. And third, actually floating. In every single game in the series, since you can puff, you've had the ability to rise indefinitely. Even in Kirby 64, where you only had a limited amount of time you could spend in the air, you could rise and rise and rise like my dick. But in this game, wherever the floor happens to be, that will be what determines how high you get to go. This is such nonsense, since Kirby obviously has had the ability to rise as much as he wants in literally every game, all the time, everywhere. Even in this one, you can fall and catch yourself, rising quite a ways to make sure you don't do the meme my editor loves to have of Kirby falling, which is simply the best thing ever. But if you try to float above a surface, you'll only be able to rise a certain level above that surface, even if logically Kirby should be able to rise further, and that ended up causing me some strife, especially in the final boss, where the Chaos Ball of Fuck has an attack that straight up relies on this fact, where you need to climb these rocks to float above their meteoropic entrance. This was obviously a relatively minor issue, and it was the biggest issue I had with the game. No, I mean it, that was the biggest problem. This game rocks. This is my favorite Kirby game. I want to play more of it. I want to play this with my wife again. I want to play it with my kids again when I have them. This is my favorite Kirby game. Between the visuals, the world types, the story, the mechanics, the 3D environment, the new and returning abilities, the upgrades, the new enemy types, the new bosses, all of this was an absolute blast. This is the one for me, the first true S-tier game. I was excited to play this game from the moment I started this series, for the second time no less. Every few years I think I'll revisit this game. And with all that, we have finally understood the full nature of our Lord and Savior, Kirby of Popstar, in all his immensity, all his humility, all his kindness, and all his wrath. So, what did I think of the Kirby series as a whole? Let's start with the most basic, most fundamental aspect of what makes a video game good. Was it fun? The answer to that is a resounding yes. The Kirby series is a platformer, one of my favorite genres of video game, and a genre that has withstood the test of time for nearly half a century. There is a lot to love about the gameplay specifically, and unlike a whole bunch of future series I'm going to cover, the gameplay loop is quite varied with Kirby. Initially, the Dreamland sub-series was a collectathon platformer with simple level design and a simplified world structure. You went from point A to point B, taking out enemies as you went, using the power-ups and friends along the way to navigate the world and defeat various bosses until you defeated the final boss. Then, you could find secret items to obtain a true ending. It's not the simplest formula, but it sure ain't complex. And that system works wonders for the vibe Kirby is going for. Nowadays, sure, Kirby is known for interesting and mysterious lore, fan theories that sound and look like schizophrenic conspiracies, and the jokes I have made throughout about Kirby being an all-powerful god killer. But at its core, Kirby games are one thing: simple, easy fun. A game series that is is so easy to pick up, you could pop into a level within about a minute, play for about 10, achieve a satisfying conclusion, and then carry on your day. A series where the focus is not on challenging the player or making them think about complex commentary on the world we live in. A series for kids that happens to also be easily playable by adults who are more thoughtful about the funny stuff happening on screen. As the main series progressed, it experimented heavily with genre and level design, adding verticality and depth of field, dipping its toes into 3D, and most importantly, adding simple puzzles, time challenges, and optional difficulty increases. The Metroidvania of Amazing Mirror is the first time the series really pushed the boundaries of its capacity as a platformer, adding navigation as the core focus aside from the main gameplay loop of copy abilities, finding bosses, and collecting treasures. Squeak Squad comes along and vastly re-simplifies the level design, while adding to the abilities you have access to and increasing the variety of how those abilities are used. You can actually see where Kirby went from using secrets as progression and where it switched to using them as gameplay bonuses. In the first half of the mainline, if you missed a secret, you were not fighting the final boss. Later on, if you miss a secret, you don't get the most powerful version of an ability, and this also caused a shift in level design. In the early titles, especially the Dreamland sub-series, Kirby 64, and Squeak Squad, the levels were designed in such a way that you could easily find the optional path and choose to ignore it. In Return to Dreamland and all the subsequent games, the secret paths are really easy to miss, because they are no longer necessary. Progression is only halted if you don't try to explore at all. This makes the games easier, as focused exploration is now entirely removed from the core requirement, but in turn, this makes the games more accessible. If you want to push up against higher difficulties, that is where they add the extra modes, the arenas, the minigames, the time trials, treasure roads, and so on. This is why the games are so beloved across so many age groups. Kids can just take the pink boy on a walk to fight the boss. Adults can challenge themselves, and masochists can choose to go through the true arena without copy abilities because they need to feel something. Speaking of copy abilities, fantastic segue voiceover perspective. Thank you, writing perspective. They are the biggest reason Kirby is identifiable as Kirby. Finding and experimenting with the abilities in the early titles to see how they work and what you enjoy using most is the vast majority of the fun to be had in the series. Initially, they were just a slew of transformations. Then Dreamland 2 comes along after Adventure, and the animal friends now alter the properties of the ability. Squeak Squad adds variety in how to use the abilities and adds elemental affinities. Are you all sick of me saying that yet? Then the new modern titles add super abilities, or mechs, and Forgotten Land has the RPG upgrade system. I mentioned in the Squeak Squad review how the addition of the affinities changed the way the game's played at a fundamental level, and I noticed that with Triple Deluxe and beyond, suddenly you didn't even need to take the mini-boss's abilities to get access to the secrets. The games got massively easier as the series progressed, and I think that is because the developers didn't want the younger audiences to get frustrated with needing to replay the game over and over to get all the goodies out of a level. So whenever you need a specific ability in the later titles to do something, guess where it is? Right there. Every single time, without fail. And I think that's kind of a shame, because it means that from Triple Deluxe onwards, I genuinely have a bit of a hard time really identifying a meaningful difference in how the games play. Sure, Triple Deluxe has the interesting 3D mechanics, but so does Robobot, and Robobot did it better. Sure, Robobot has powerful mechs, and you need to use them to progress, but Return to Dreamland has super abilities, and I think that the rush of smashing everything to pieces to enter the other dimension for a challenge is leagues better than the easy little collection games that Robobot has. And yeah, all three games are good, but they are all also hard to differentiate. In one you get gears, in another you get sunstones, in the next you get code cubes. In one you have a busted set of super abilities, in another you have a busted hypernova ability, in the next you have busted mechs. And Star Allies is the worst offender, since it not only isn't particularly creative about the shoot 'em up sections, not only does it not have any real difficulty, not only is it mostly just a combination of other ideas featured in the series before, but the optional collectibles don't even open extra levels. They are just puzzle pieces to images. The similarities are far greater in the modern titles than the differences, which makes all of the games up to the Forgotten Land feel less like separate titles and more like wave after wave of DLC for a good game. Which, considering how cool the different ways to play Kirby were in the first half, is a shame. We should have noticed sooner. The quality was high, the effort into novel gameplay was not. Visually, this game series has basically stopped evolving. Initially, the sprite work was charming, 8-bit and cute. Then it switched to a painterly thing, then 3D, back to 16-bit, which I think is peak sprite work territory, by the way, and then 3D, and finally 3D! Kirby! And for the last 15 years, this is what Kirby has basically looked like. Only the cel-shaded remake of Return to Dreamland looked different in the main series. That's not a particularly inspiring look for the art direction of the series, and it's why I got bored of playing the later titles and chose to play spin-offs instead. The spin-offs felt more creative and more interesting to play than Star Allies ever did, and I attribute a great deal of that to the visual and mechanical presentation of those titles. But besides that little stain, you really can't argue that the game series isn't amazing visually. I said you can't. Don't you fucking comment arguing with me. Shit! I think that the main reason that the Kirby series is so successful is the power-ups. Some games have iconic enemies, some have iconic bosses, some have iconic locations, but Kirby has iconic power-ups. Fire, sword, cutter, stone, Rick, Ku, and Kine, the Star Rod, the Warp Star, and Meta Knight's badass sword, Galaxia. It's not just the power-ups or allies, it's how you get them. There are a lot of video games where you touch or use item on a power-up to get its effects, but actively inhaling and absorbing the powers of your foes is a whole different vibe. Every single game features entirely different new power-ups, and every single game adds a few copy abilities to the main roster for that particular game. Animal, for example, I only found in Squeak Squad, but Cutter is in all of them, and sometimes the abilities are mixed, changed, or added to. This is the main feature of the games, of course, and the main reason the games are fun. Sometimes you just want to hit things with a really big fucking hammer, and that's okay. As for my rankings, I want to take the time to highlight a few things. Firstly, I straight up did not expect any Kirby game to reach S tier. Remember, S tier is reserved for games I loved, want to play more of, think are the highlight of gaming, achieved some form of amazing reaction in me, or were just fun as fuck to play. And Forgotten Land was all of that for me. It looks amazing, controls super well, is expansive on the lore, has epic bosses, allows for some sick dodging maneuvers, and has one of the most badass, most beautiful, most determined final bosses I have ever seen in a video game, with a plan so solid that if it were not for Kirby's involvement, Elphalus absolutely would have won. I was also very surprised by Return to Dreamland and Triple Deluxe, which, despite the long discussion I just had earlier about sameness in the game series, were just so cool. I have never seen the background to foreground mechanic before, and I thought it was amazing how well implemented it truly was. I think Dreamland 2 has aged like the finest wine. Respect the hell out of the risks taken with Amazing Mirror and Dreamland 3, even if they fell flat to me specifically, and if I had to pick any 5 games I think you should play to truly enjoy the Kirby series, play Dreamland 2. It is so fun. Play Squeak Squad. Yes, really. It's just so satisfying. Play Return to Dreamland. Those rifts are next level fun. Play Mass Attack. It's amazingly engaging the entire time. And play Forgotten Land. It's truly one of the greater video games of the modern era. But with all that said, I am so glad you chose to join me today for this video. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have an amazing day. I hope you are excited for what's coming up next with Smokey Prague. And good luck, have fun, make money. Oh. And one more thing. Let's take Kirby out for a spin on the World of Light. Let's see how far we've gone. Oh, shit.